This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge weekend in European cricket. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And I'm here with Rico Full. We are starting the internationals, Rico, and this is a bit of a first for us because we have not only men's internationals, but we have not only women's internationals, but we have kind of our first ever blended ECI. So we'll have a four-match series between the women from Croatia and Czechia, and then we've also got the men's internationals four-match series between Croatia and Slovenia. So really exciting. A bit of a delay, unfortunately, because of the weather, but we're going to get going with a 7-over game. I just can't wait to see what happens on the field.
It's going to be brilliant. I'm loving the fact that both sets of women are really, really excited to get out there. You can see the enthusiasm in them, and they should be enthusiastic because the clouds are disappearing, and I'm telling you now, the sun is going to be here. The sun will shine on us today.
Yeah, well, conditions here, we weren't expecting any rain actually today. I know it was unfortunate yesterday. We had so much rain affecting finals day. In fact, the final was a complete washout. But we were expecting dry weather today. It didn't really happen. We had light rain. It was only light, but of course the ground's taken a lot of moisture, obviously, over the last couple of days. We can actually show you the teams, though, and I can give you some news from the toss. It is that Czechia have won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. So they're really looking forward to seeing a few of their players. I mean, the captain, Erin Vuksic, I know that she can't wait to get out there. We're likely to that's the Croatian captain, of course. She plays in England, and so we'll see her in the second half. But Czechia winning the toss, electing to bat. So, yeah, Katarina Tesarakova and Lakshmi Nandivada. And watch out for Lakshmi. I think she is certainly one to watch. I think she's going to enjoy the format. Looking at the win predictor, well, Czechia are given slight favouritism here. I think that's partly to do with the fact that they've played more matches together as the team. They do play in the German domestic competition as a national team, and so these are the conditions for the first match here. 7 overs aside, so a 2-over power play. 2 bowlers, way bowl 2 overs, everyone else restricted to just the single. But let's get on the field now as we see the Czech women coming out to field, and yeah, the Croatians getting ready for the first inning. So it is Croatia batting first, and yeah, we've got a few notes on their players, and I know we talked about the captain, Erin Vuksic, who, she's English born but has a Croatian father, so qualifies to play for the Croatian national team, and she's been playing cricket for around about 5 years, and also her 2 brothers play cricket as well, so I'm sure she's got a few of her teammates from England that are watching. I know she plays for Exeter women as well as Thorverton men's, and also Devon under-18 women's, and also part of the Western Storm Academy. So looking forward to seeing Erin and what she can do. Now this format, obviously 10 overs aside normally, this is 7 overs, so it has been restricted. We'll have to apologise as well. I think one of our cameras, because of the moisture, it's still kind of defogging itself, so it might not be the picture quality that we'd expect. But anyway, it will be the first ball of this ECI-W. And it's a pretty good ball, actually. It's Farwa Barber who is going to get us going. We've got a bit of indecision in the end. They won't take a run. Yeah, so this is going to be important, I think, the running between the wickets. And I just know from the ECI-Ws that I did in Gibraltar earlier this year, it's an area where the players do have to be organised because obviously the pitch is the same size, the same distance, so it can be a little bit more difficult to get those singles, so you need to be quite definite if you're going or not. This one's going to be called a wide and gets through the keeper there. Karen de Kunha is the keeper. And also, one thing I really noticed about these two teams as well, Rico, is there's such a diversity of backgrounds within the 22 players we've got involved in this first game, so it's so nice for them to come together. Obviously there's quite a big spectrum of ability levels and experience levels in there, but that's all kind of part of the beauty of European cricket.
Yeah, what I like is, I've spoken to some of the players from Croatia, the men's players that is, and a lot of their partners are taking part in this as well, so that's nice, keeping it in the family as well. And once again, nicely played out on the offside there, but a little bit indecisive, the 2 batters, whether you take that on or not. And I get the feeling, the field is nice and tight on the offside, so can understand the reluctancy.
Yeah. So I like this field as well. You've got Talamaria in the cover region. Oh, bowled. Really well bowled. It was an in-swinger. And Nezovic is going to go for a duck on her ECI debut, but you got to hand it to the bowler there, Farwa. Really got that one to talk. It was in through the gate, and we have our first wicket, and it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, this is well bowled. Just floats it up there. Wicket to wicket. Look at the follow through there. Absolutely perfect. Head nice and still. Good action, and it's nice and straight. And unfortunately, it's missed by Christina. So Christina will have to depart. Bit of movement in as well there. Just notice that looking at it again. So the perfect delivery, the pitched up, good length, gets a bit of in movement, and you see, unfortunately, Christina playing along the wrong line. So we're going to start off with a duck here in this international series between the two countries here, Croatia and Czechia, but well bowled.
We had perfect conditions for ducks over the last 24 hours, didn't we, with a lot of rain here in Croatia. Anicic is the new batter, the home side. Trying to put a score on the board in this 7-over smash. Good bat on this one from Anicic first up. And yeah, Jasna, also pretty interesting background. She is Croatian born, but actually picked up her cricket in Sweden, where she moved a few years ago. And we know that women's cricket in Sweden is quite advanced. They have a very good club cricket structure there. Get some bat on this, but you can see this is where the short form of the game can be quite challenging at this level. You're going to need to try and find a ways not only to just survive, but also to try and score. Last ball, what's been a very good over, and gets one through Anicic. So Barbara, I think she's locked herself in for a second over. Of course, only 2 bowlers can bowl 2. It's 2 for 1 after 1. And obviously we're very, very excited that we've been able to broadcast a lot more European women's cricket this year. And obviously the combination of that will be the ECI-W, which involves just 5 nations for the first edition, Rico. But I know that we have plans to grow that, and the fact that we're playing more ECI-W cricket outside the European Championships, I think is a very, very good thing.
Yeah, it's a huge thing, and I think that's one thing that like the likes of these 2 nations, they'll be looking at that and saying, well, you know what? Next time round, we're going to be there, and there's no reason why not, because you're right, a lot of women's cricket at the moment. New bowler comes on, and this is Talamaria.
Yeah.
Nice start from her.
Yeah, Sajanya is bowling this one, and yeah, I think it makes sense. You're trying to put your most accurate bowlers on, I think, at the beginning as well. Try and use that new ball. We've seen that the Czechs have been pretty straight so far. Like I said, I think generally they probably get a bit more match practice.
It's a nice delivery.
Yeah, and it's, again,
It's well played though, I like that.
It's no different to what we've seen in the last 2 weeks. I think bowlers have had success that have been accurate. So it's not about going up there trying to blast people out, but just trying to put the ball in a dangerous place. Let's see if Anicic here can get off the mark.
Yeah, Erin, just a little tap there on the onside, gets herself off the mark. That's good, even though you got the fielder in close there. It's always a single there. If you push on here, it's going to be very difficult for the fielders. We know that. A bit sticky underground, a bit soft, so it's always going to be hard to get off straight away. Down the leg side, and it's quite happy just to let this go down the leg side. Doesn't even offer a shot. I mean, that's one where I suppose you could have a go at it, but if you miss it, if you get a bit of pad on it, you lose the wide. So I think early on, I like that. While you're getting your eye, just let those go, take the extras on the board, and get yourself in.
Yeah, even if you hit it, unless you hit it to the boundary, you're only getting 1 anyway. So
Yeah.
I think, yeah, you want to try and force Talamala to bowl a little bit straighter, which she does. It's in the air, catching an opportunity, but it's not held. And so Anicic gets her first run of the series, but Jasna a little bit lucky to survive that one.
Yeah, that was Munsi, who sort of charged in, but she came in too much and wasn't able to make the adjustment. It's going to be a little bit unlucky that scored over. In fact, that was Babar. So we saw her with the ball, very good, far up, but just overruns that one.
Anyway, we're back to Vukusic. Oh, a little nick on this, I thought, but doesn't quite carry to the keeper. That's good areas from Talamala. We settled in now.
Yeah, Rinchi watches it, but once again, yeah, a little touch on that, but same way that the men had to adjust, the women have to adjust to this bounce. Once again, that camera, that will clear up, so don't go bothering your or adjusting your sets, it will clear. I'll tell you now, don't fiddle about with it. Nice looking shot. A good shot for nothing. Well fielded by Talamarla. Yeah, folks, we just got a bit of, because of all that humidity and all the rain that we had yesterday, some of the moisture has got inside the lens of the camera, so it's not the case of just giving them a wipe. We just have to wait and let the sun do its job. Nice shot, firmly hit, and they should be looking for maybe at least a couple here. They come back for one, and they will take the 2 on.
Oh.
They're gonna have to rush here. She'll get there.
Really good running, and yeah, Anicic finding out, as most of the players have over the last couple of days, that yeah, it's not easy conditions to run. Same with the fielder, who was able to make the stop pretty well to pull her momentum up. And so we'll get to the end of another over. 7 for 1 after 2. So yeah, these two teams, they will play a 4-match series. They're alternating games, so they'll play the first and third matches today, and the same again tomorrow. And so yeah, as far as what a good score is here, look, it's very hard to say. I just think you have to try and make the most of your opportunities. Partly that is, taking the extras when they come. And this is going to be Nandivada, who's going to bowl the 3rd over. I'm sure Prem Nandivada is watching from Prague as well. And you've seen him in the ECS before for men, of course. Yeah, that's well bowled. And we know this pitch has extra bounce, and you don't have to be particularly quick to get that extra bounce out of it. That's what we've seen over the last couple of weeks in the ECS as well.
Yeah, Nandivada, nice start, just short of a length. I think a 35 to 40 score here, Vinny, would be very competitive in this. Remember, it's 7 overs. I think if you can touch on the 30s, 30 to 40s, I think you get a good score, because as you can see there, and we've seen this with the men's, it's not an easy pitch to score runs on.
Yeah, and the thing is, the outfield is pretty slow because of the rain we've had. So I just think partly what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to take on some risks, especially trying to get singles in the circle rather than just eating dots. And a chitch. That's his hitter. I think she was hoping that would go down the leg side, but it just came back a bit at the last moment.
Yeah, it just allows this to hit it. That's a Jasana out there, isn't it?
The thing is, if she had stepped inside the ball, she would have got the wide, I think. But anyway, Yasna will get another chance. Again, I think the check bowlers, they have been pretty accurate so far, for the most part. I think that's been a really important component. Outswing this time from Nandivada, but it's not really controlled, and so it'll be another wide.
Yeah, good morning to the umpires as well. That's Paul Stubbs out there, and DJ, third umpire today. Popovich, and of course, all the umpires brilliantly led by the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. And I've got to say, with the weather the way it's been, the umpires in Tyrone have got their work cut out.
Oh,
they've done a great job.
Yeah, they have, for sure. It's well bowled. Maintains that slight bit of outswing, and obviously we see swing bowling in all types of cricket, but the women in cricket, they're known for getting a lot of swing. Maybe it's the fact that they're not quite as quick as their male counterparts sometimes, but they're known for it. This one's pretty close to taking out the stumps of Anicic.
That's well bowled. After bowling a few that had just been a little bit shorter outside the off, which is beaten the batter. She then pushes this one through her, and well, once again, just can't get anything on there. So clever bowling this at the moment from Nandivada.
Oh, that one goes pretty close as well. She can't believe that hasn't hit the stumps, but still a very tight over from Lakshmi Nandivada. Just the one comes off it, and it's 8 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, nice tight bowling. Not trying to do too much. It's one thing that we've been saying all the way along, even during the European Cricket Series here, that try and take the pace off. Don't concentrate too much on running in fast. Just get the ball line and then, because this pitch will definitely reward you. And well, the ladies, they've seen that straight away, as we see a new bowler coming on to bowl here.
Yeah, this is Dazika Marikota Moodley, who's going to bowl the 4th. So yeah, I've seen 4 different bowlers so far. This first one, I think, will be a wide. Goes over the tram line. And again, first ball's probably always the most nervy ball, especially when you're playing televised cricket. I think for most of these players, it's their first time playing on TV. That's well bowled though, but beautifully lifted away. Getting the outfield isn't too quick. Well, we might have a half a chance of a run out here. But again, you see, it's good hustle from Yasna. She gets smacked for 2. And I think that's important. You're going to have to take on the field at times. Croatia get a double.
Yeah, I'd like to see this again because I just for a moment thought perhaps she was... no, she does make it.
Got the bat in, yeah.
Thought she was in the air for a moment, but good work. That's a good shot. Unlucky not to get a boundary.
Yeah, and you can see the boundaries. They have come in a bit. They'll be the same for the women and the men around about the 45-metre mark for this weekend. That's nicely played, but she's overcommitted at the non-striker's end, but again, they're not able to make the run out. So this is why I think, I said this, I remember saying this to the Gibraltar women earlier in the year. I said, look, there's 11 of you out there, you can all score runs. So you don't have to be too afraid of run outs. I think you're going to have to occasionally risk your wicket to get runs on the board. That's one that they turn around, and it wouldn't have been a run anyway.
Fantastic pick up and throw there from Fawa. Really was.
Goes back, plays a nice little punch off the back foot, and well fielded out there as well. So that'll just be a single. So I think, yeah, anything plays. Anything's also defendable if you bowl accurately enough. I think that's the thing. And obviously, typically you've got 2 or 3 up the top in particular that teams will be hoping score a lot of runs in the series. But I think just typically we've seen ECI-W cricket has been a bit lower scoring. And so, Anicic, for me, I know she's been out there. At the end of the over, I'd be thinking maybe it's time to give someone else a go.
Yeah.
But just because obviously she's finding it hard going against this kind of consistent attack. Marikova Moodley bowling pretty good over here. And, these are the ones you got to take them on. You're going to have to hustle, but they'll get there. So it's good running again. So I think for me, that's the other thing. If you're hitting it now, I think we're getting to the second half of the innings. Just take off, make the fielders make the play, and they do well to get a single there.
Yeah, they do. Good backing up there from Erin. She was off and running straight away. Ball to go in this over from Moodley. And I think Erin looking to get a good shot in here. And that's a lovely shot. Well, how about that for a cover drive? That's right out of the textbook. Gets the footwork in the right place, gets the feet moving, gets to the pitch of it, and beautifully played out in the off. Lovely shot.
Yeah, well run as well. So they get another 2, and Croatia at the end of the 4th over. 15 for 1. And yeah, so I think it's a mindset thing. No one likes getting out, no one likes getting run out in particular, but it's just something I noticed. You need to put the pressure back on the fielding side.
Yeah.
If they're good enough to run you out, then so be it. You're probably not going to run out of personnel in a 7-over game. But that was a beautiful looking cover drive. Probably the shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. It was. That looks like it's Delante who's going to come in now. Lieti.
Yeah, Delante, who is South African background, but living in Brno at the moment. Brno, second biggest city in Czechia. The first one goes a bit wrong, and I think this might be a no ball for over the waist. Yeah. So, like I said, the first ball's always the hardest because it's a bit like teeing off at the first hole, if you've ever played golf with everyone watching. But imagine that in a kind of televised sense.
Just now, really.
Okay.
Let's see if she... Well, has that been changed to a wide, has it?
Yeah.
So I thought it was... I was just about to say she can really go for this one. Free hit, but it's not. But there's that bounce there, you see. That's unfortunate because it actually is the right shot to play there. But the bounce just... Well... it just takes off, and it actually comes back a bit.
Maybe that wasn't given a wide because it went over her shoulder. So yeah, Delante's being told that it's one for the over. I don't know. I think that is a wide.
I think it was down the leg side.
You still need to be pretty consistent on those.
This one will be once again. This one hits the pitch and then sort of moves away, which allows the batters to take.
This is very technical. This bounces the second time before the stumps, which. And it's off the pitch, so I don't know. I think that probably should have been no ball, but I mean, yeah, it's tough. Obviously, you kind of got to use your judgment a little bit when you're officiating.
And he's just struggling a little bit with the line, and that's better. That's nicely played as well. But will they take the single? They should do. Yeah, they will.
Like I said, you got to put the pressure back on the field when you hit the ball, and I think like if you can do that, say 3 times and over, that's going to be 21 extra runs in this game, or 30 extra runs in a 10-over game, and I think they could be very, very valuable. So It's nice that we've seen 5 different bowlers so far from Czechia as well. In the air, and what a good catch that is by Delante Inetti. He had to make some ground here, not easy conditions underfoot, but she takes the return chance. And so Croatia lose the second wicket, 19 for 2. What a good piece of fielding.
Excellent work this is. It really is. I mean, it was the only person going to get to that was the bowler herself, and she did superbly well. Then Inetti. Excellent. Just watch this again. So she's bowled it. There's a bit of a slice on this, and that ball is spinning as well. And she's onto it straight away. Really good, sharp catch. And remember, she's taken this with a very soft ground. You saw there her last step, the foot underneath her, the ground just starting to give way, but she keeps her composure, keeps her balance, and takes a really good catch. So well held. So Jesnik will go for 2 of 14. Don't think that's a bad thing. It gives the opportunity for another batter, and it's Pavla who's coming out there to see if she can give some good support to Erin Vuskovic, who's made a good start and looks a good player, played some nice strokes already. So, and then Inetti will be boosted with that wicket. And this one, but probably the bats as well. They're taking it on. This will be exceptional running. And it really is. It's fantastically well done from Erin. She sees the opportunity, she calls it, and fair play to the striker as well. Has to react. And Pavla does go. She doesn't hang around. Superb running.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that. Like we said, you're going to have to push. Sendjuk gets to the other end, back to Vukovic, who's 9 off 11. She'll be looking to whack a boundary off this kind of a ball. Or she can leave it for a wide. Again, it's smart batting. No, batting's not necessarily all about whacking the ball. It's also about judgment. And if you see it going down there, I think this is going to be a pretty important aspect of this, not to spoil those wides.
Yeah, she watches that well. Got a very good technique as Erin. Look at the way she steadies herself, keeps body nice and upright. And nicely played. Watches it, wants a single, and oh, if this had hit, it would have been a run out. And I think that just demonstrates there that if you go straight away, you'll get there. I know it would have been close,
yeah,
but well, she almost sees the non-striker there. Pavla gets run out, but the throw misses. Not by a lot there. Good bit of fielding. The time that was Muncy. Down the leg side once more, so it's going to be another wide. So Inetti has picked up a wicket, but like I say, just staying a line a little bit. I think a lot of this might be that she likes to give the ball a fair bit of air, and in doing so every so often, the ball just sort of swings more one way to another. I think if she can get the ball to go a little bit flatter, that'll work in her favour. But still not a bad over. 1 for 6. She's trying to get the last ball in here. And this one, well, would have been a wide, but gets played at. And it says Spalls are wide there. Does everything? But I think that, oh, they're going for 2. So
wow, that's really good heads up.
Really good running. Good awareness there. I thought for a moment maybe she was happy to take the single so she could go back on strike, but happy to take the 2, help the team course. Score moves on to 24 for 2.
Yes, I want to welcome you into the booth here, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on the weekend shift with Rico Full, and really exciting, obviously, that we've got our first blended international series, so we've got women and men playing alternate matches this weekend, and I think you're going to see a lot of improvement through this weekend as well. So we've already kind of seen the running between the wickets, and the team's kind of feeling each other out a little bit, but like I said, calculated risks are really important, I think, in this aspect of the game. And it's nice to see the Croatians kind of taking on the field a bit more. I suppose you've got to hit the ball first, and they're hitting a lot more balls, I think, the longer this innings has gone. So 2 overs to go. Should be a big finish. As Barbara comes back, remember, she bowled early on and rattled the stumps of Nezovic. And again, I like what I'm seeing here with Sendjuk getting off the mark with a push to the offside. So I think you work out what you can get away with by actually trying. And I think now we're seeing a few more attempts for runs to the infield. Yeah,
we will. And I stick by what I said. I think a score 35 to 40 on here could be challenging. It's defendable, knowing that the conditions, the slow outfield. So, and if you bowl well, you'll get there.
Yeah,
it's clipped away, nicely played. It'll just be a single that hasn't really been able to get that loose delivery that she's after to try and get the first boundary of this innings.
Yeah, so I think the Croatians, their big task will be to try and bowl as accurately as the Czechs have, to be honest. I think they have pretty much been on the money so far. And, we talked about how difficult it is to pull off a run out on this surface as well, because it is a bit slippery underfoot. You've got probably a greasy ball to pick up and throw, and then the person receiving it, if it's not a direct hit, they'll have to receive it. So, yeah, I've enjoyed watching this game progress. This is a good seed, though, from Barbera, who, you can see she's got that natural in-swing action. This one kind of holds its line. But again, it's a hard ball to deal with because this extra bounce, it means it's not particularly easy to drive the ball unless it's very full.
She has a beautiful accent and action when she's coming in. Just keep it look nice and straight. Look at the follow through. So everything right about it. Look, nice straight arm. And look at the follow through. Look at that. Perfect. Great delivery.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things I often say to, when you've got youngsters that are learning the game and they're struggling to get the ball in the right areas. It's all about your approach, your run up. She's not trying to run too fast. Couple of steps. The arm is straight. And she follows through beautifully along the edge of the pitch. Really good. And she's getting a bit of pace on that delivery as well.
Sanyug tries again. Keeps this one out. So, yeah, look, I'd have a bit of an approach here. If I'm Sanyug, maybe to step outside the off stump, at least get something on it. You don't want to miss it, even if it hits you, but take off for a run. This ball, maybe not, because you probably do want Vukusic on strike for the last over, but, you just don't want to see ball sailing through to the keeper like this, and that will be the end of the over. Barbara with an excellent spell of 1 for 4 in her opening game in this ECI-W, and with 1 over to go, Croatia are 26 for 2.
Yeah, good bit of bowling that. I'm liking that. I think gets a bit of pace. He's bowling well as well. Speeding the bat. And well bowled, good spell. So, last over coming up. Remember, this first match, because of that late start, once again, because of the weather, just 7 overs per side. I really want the push on here. And that's a nice looking shot. We're looking to double up. She wants to go back on strike. She drops her bat, but she has time to pick it up and get back. So, it might even be, no, she was thinking about the third, but I get the feeling here that Erin has got to try and stay on strike and try and get as many runs off the next 5 balls to come.
And with boundaries so hard to come by, it's about trying to limit your amount of dot balls you're receiving in innings. So I think it's a slightly different kind of a tactic than we're used to seeing, but I think you've just got to kind of sum up the game and make good decisions. This is a nice shot, though. Again, should be pushing for 2 here. I think they'll get it fairly easily. It's about as close as we've come to seeing a ball reach the rope. Again, Sanyuk does a good job to hustle back to the non-strikers end. Vukusic, you can certainly see that she's got a very good technique. I think she has been playing a lot of cricket, and that shows. And that it wasn't necessarily an easy ball to go and fetch from outside the off stump, but she did it and hit it pretty well.
Yeah, she's played, of course, for Exeter CC, for Thurverton CC, playing with the men's there. And started with the Devon under-18s, and her main team at the moment, Western Storm Academy. So hello to anyone that's tuning in from those clubs, watching Erin out there. She goes right across, and that's not a bad delivery.
Got to hustle here, got to come back.
Got a good eye to play that away. She was right in front of the stumps.
Yeah.
She'll get another 2.
She really took a big risk there, stepping across the stumps. But like I said, this is the time to take risks. You kind of thought that about 35 might be a good score. I kind of agree with that as well. And they're on track for it now. Half an over to go. Again, I think now I'm trying to get it 2 any way I can. Put the pressure on the fielder. Again, balls that bounce when they're thrown back, and they're not easy to take, and they do slow down a lot on this surface. So a bit of big borrow or steal required here. 3 to come. Yeah, runs, gets 1, but I don't think they'll have any chance of a second this time, even though I think Vukusic would have liked it. So Sanyuk gets her time to at least get 1 off this ball. Doesn't matter how. You don't want to let it go through to the keeper. You don't really want to bunt it back to the bowler either. So I think if you're Vukusic here, you've got to be backing up and trying to get back on strike for this last ball, no matter what happens. 2 to come. See, there we go.
You got to go, yeah.
Yeah, I would have gone anyway, even before the fumble, and so it didn't carry to the keeper, Karen de Kunha. Good heads-up play by Vukusic, and a lot of it's decision-making. It's just understanding the game, the strategy, kind of what you're trying to do in that moment.
Yeah, and same here. I think the plan has to be whatever happens, you're running.
Run until you run out here. Talamala to deliver the last ball. And it's up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It goes down. And now they're going to settle for the one in the end. So, well, it's bang on that 35 we were talking about.
Yeah.
35 for 2 off the 7. And, yeah, again, you see there, if they had come back for a second, they probably would have got it. So I think these just little things. I mean, the value of a single run in a low-scoring game is a bit more precious. And so that's why, yeah, look, take nothing away from Vukovic, though. She bats through the innings for 20 and had some support. And Senyuk doesn't score too many against her name, but I think she did run very well in there. And so let's roll the highlights. And it was this in-swinger from Barbara that got the party started as she went through Nezovic without scoring. But I got to say that the first half of this innings in particular, I think the Czechs got on top because of the accuracy of their bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a great spell of bowling there from Barber. Just 4 runs conceded. But all the bowlers, I think, in fairness to them, bowl really well. And I'm going to say, you know, we've seen some of the men really struggle with their lines out here. 12 extras, 10 wides. I think, you know, well done. It's not easy out there. That was superb from Lilietti. What a great caught bowl that was. What a lovely highlight, lovely moment for her picking up that wicket. A couple of shots we did see in this area, which I think on normal circumstances, when we'd had a sunnier day and maybe later on this afternoon, would have gone to the boundary. So they're a bit unlucky that it didn't push on into a sort of 40-something score, really.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably worth 50 if you had a more regular outfield. But the majority of the runs scored by Vukovic, only 3 off other batters, and we had 12 extras in there. But I think, yeah, you got to look at the conditions, and with the outfield so slow, it's going to be small ball. You know, you're going to have to look for 1s and 2s, and I think just limiting the dot balls, and then that'll be the key, I think, for the Czech team in the chase. Yeah, but Vukovic played a couple of really nice shots. Particularly, I like the cover drive she played. I like the couple of pull shots as well out to deep mid-wicket. 1 for 4, Bubba was brilliant, I thought, with her natural in-swing action, rattled the stumps early on. The other wicket to Delante Iannetti, and I thought that was a very good piece of fielding off her own bowling to pick up the 2nd wicket. So we'll take a quick break, Rico, back in a few minutes, and Czechia will require 36 for victory, but only 7 overs to do so. Let's see if the Croatians on home turf can defend this score of 35. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. We certainly are here, and we're back with more action after this. You're watching European Cricket International Women.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Croatia. It is the weekend. We're into the internationals. And right now, we're watching match 1 in the Croatia-Czechia series in this ECI-W. And, I really like that. A nice little handshake to get going. That wasn't the kind of greeting I used to get when I used to go out and open the batting from the keeper. Anyway, this is a 7-over game because we had a slightly delayed start. The news so far is that Croatia have made 35 of their 7 overs. It is going to be Vukusic to get us going in the second innings. And interestingly, we're going to have Katarina Tesarikova first up. The first one's down the leg side for a wide, and they'll run an extra. So that was maybe more than an extra. They'll come back for 2. So it'll be 3 wides to get us going. Really sound to hear Mr. Maximo alongside me, Rico Full. And pretty useful start to the chase for Czechia.
Yeah, I thought for a moment we were going to see the ball go to the boundary for the first time, but it just slows up. Well chased there by Ivana.
So I was going to say, I had some info from Terry in the break as well about the Kolchanova sisters, Saka and Teresa. So this is hit very nicely by Tesarikova, who doesn't beat the fielder though. That actually they have played on ECN before. They played in the juniors match before the ECS Czechia final. This is good pace this time from Vukusic, and it gets Tesarikova, I think, on the back shoulder there. So it'll go a leg by, but again, good hustle gets Tesarikova away from the strike.
Yeah, well, Katrina has to wear this one. You can see there right on the shoulder.
Yeah, the girls are going to have a little bit of trouble with the extra bounce in this pitch. And Vukusic enjoyed it. But I think, yeah, the odds are pitch it up. Nandavada gets an opportunity now. This swings a long way around the keeper, and actually overcommitting was Ivana. I think of a second they turn it down in the end. It was probably there, so it'll be 2 wides. And this is actually something that it's it's going to be super important. We actually saw the Czech team bowling pretty accurately.
Yeah.
And so I think you can see Erin, she's a good bowler, can swing it both ways, but probably not quite sure what the ball's going to do when it leaves her hand at the moment.
Yeah, that one moved. It did swing a lot, actually. Swung away a lot. Nice to see that some of the men's players that will be playing next in their ECI are watching in there. The players from Slovenia and Croatia as well. So Sam Houghton there in the background as well. Yeah, bowling with good pace as Arena, but I just get the feeling that she's not going to help her team if she's not bowling wicket to wicket, because I get the feeling that there could be a few buys and extras, so she's got to get the line right. Wicket to wicket, that's better delivery.
Yeah, but again,
very good running.
Yeah, well, actually, Tesarikova was a bit slow to take off. Now they're going to take an overthrow again. That's a good heads-up play. But yeah, I think, and we're going to see this, I think, from both teams as the weekend progresses. You need to hit and run more. You know, don't thinking time's wasted time. Hit and run. If you get run out, you get run out. We'll rarely see teams getting bowled out, I think, in these short form matches. So trust your teammates. Yes, it's a big swing from Lakshmi Nandivada.
Yeah, very good morning to a lot of people on the chat as well who are enjoying this contest. Christopher Ward as well, binge watcher there as well. And of course, a lot of people saying it's great to see that these two nations playing women's cricket, and it's going to, the experience is going to do them well. It's going to get them stronger and better. That one's well struck once again there. I think that is a single. You just need to take off and go. And that's one thing that I think both these teams will learn. If you have a look at that first innings, only 2 wickets lost. So you can be a little bit more brave and go for them. And that is the end of the over. The score reaches 6, and we have reached 160 matches without a golden ball.
Yeah, well, actually 9. Turn that upside down. 9 off the first over if you add them all up. 160 matches since a golden ball. And could we have the streak broken this weekend in either the women's or the men's games? Often if they are low-scoring games, it's slightly more chance of getting a golden ball. This is going to be Kristina Nezovic, who's going to bowl the second over for Croatia. Yeah, not bad with the outswing, but gets around the keeper, they'll take a run. Yeah, the other thing, just kind of basic things, backing up, super important. So, it's not easy to get down the other end, obviously, but if you can steal 2 or 3 metres So you see here, it's a little bit of backing up, 1 or 2 steps, but I'd like to see, you know, as soon as the ball's released, to see the non-strikers kind of legally stealing those 2 or 3 metres. That'll just help them to get to the other end. This is up, it's in the air. Is it going to carry? It does, but it's not going to be held. That was a tough one for the bowler because the batter was kind of also taking off for a run. It had to be in an eye line. So this opportunity goes down.
Yeah, top edge, and she just can't get there. It's not an easy one. So maybe a lost opportunity there again. Taking a single. That one is just going to creep inside.
I like this backing up from Katerina Tesrakova. This is what I'm talking about. Have a look how she's waiting for the ball to be released and she's making a real definite attempt to get down the pitch. That's a really good example. She's been very well coached there.
Goes for the pull shot.
And again, I think there's probably a run there. You know, I know early on people get a bit more scared taking them, but and at the moment, Czechia are in kind of control of this chase, but just limit those dot balls, put the pressure back on the fielders. I'll say that a few times, I think. Oh, that could be gone.
That's going to be out, unfortunately.
Well, no one appealed.
There's no appeal. There is no appeal. Well, there is no appeal. Otherwise, that is absolutely plum.
No one asked the question.
This is plum. There's no way that can not be out, and nobody appeals. The bowler doesn't appeal. The bowler's disappointed. The pads are coming away, and he's not gone to the stumps. He's not thought about the fact there's the LBW possibility. Oh, dear.
I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of.
Yeah.
I didn't hear an appeal.
No appeal.
No one asks the question.
Well, we'll have to savor that for later. I mean, that was absolutely plum, and really, Nencevic should have had her first wicket. She's disappointed that the batter's got the pad in the way and it hasn't gone onto the stumps. But if she had appealed, if anybody had appealed, that would have been out for sure. Well, Christina could have had the wicket there and should have had the wicket there of Lakshmi. Lakshmi gets a chance. Can she make it count? Short. And quite happy just to see this go down the leg side. It'd be called a wide.
I mean, I guess it's a dot ball in the end, and I suppose Nandavada hasn't hurt you on the scoreboard yet. But yeah, again, that's just, I suppose, an education and experience thing. But yeah, you really couldn't.
I tell you what,
you couldn't have anything more plum than that. This is well struck down the leg side, and again, because Tesrakova backs up so well from the non-striker's end, it's an easy single. So nice to see Nevada get another run as they move on to 14 without loss after 2.
I tell you what, if I was the coach and I'm sitting in the dugout there, I'm appealing.
I'm
screaming my head off because at least that's an appeal when the umpire wouldn't have known who's appealing.
Thing is, you can appeal at any moment until the next ball starts, which is when the bowler runs in. So yeah, I would have been yelling off the field. Hey, just ask.
How's that?
Someone just ask. I mean, the last time I saw that, I was playing in a game where it was a first 11 game in primary school when I was 12. I still remember.
It's firmly hit, and it's a chance, and it's going to be close here. The dive comes in, and is the bat down? Is it not? Well,
I don't know, but I got to say, this is what I mean. I got to say, I kind of put this on Nandavada, who didn't want the run. Let's have a look. Wow, this could be an interesting replay.
What's happened here?
It's foggy. I think she might be. Oh, I think she's just out. But yeah, I got to say, that's if they can see it.
Well, it's so difficult to see from that angle. I mean, I think they're going to have to go with what the umpire thinks, and the umpire.
I can see that. That's out. They'll just, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. There you go. Our media partner, Spring Productions. That's more like it. That will give us what we want to see. And I think you can see there the bat is short. The bells are coming off. I don't think there's any doubt that it's in the hands, so that will be given out. Yeah. And Paul Stubbs puts the hand up. So the first wicket for Croatia. And, well, I'm loving the fact that the Croatian, the men players at the back are applauding that bit of work. So well done.
Yeah, I mean, I know we got a great look at it here, but what happens there is just a break in eye contact. And so, feel a bit I feel a bit for Katarina there because she does the right thing. She is backing up, but I guess where she kind of fell down was that she didn't lock eyes with her partner who wasn't running, and so she overcommitted. Well done to finish the run out. I think that if they had gone for a run straight away, I still think now Nevada, with that good bit of fielding, would have been the one run out anyway. So well done to Croatia. And we thought they had a wicket last over. This time they do appeal for it. And so it's 14 for 1.
Yeah, and it's Fawa Baba, who bowled beautifully well, comes out to bat. So, yeah, well done, first wicket. And a good bit of teamwork there, good bit of hustle. And just a reminder, folks, sometimes you'll see that some of our cameras are just struggling with a bit of humidity, so don't go adjusting your sets or anything. It's not your end, it's our end. We'll have that sorted for you a bit later. I think as the weather gets better, that'll clear up.
I can tell you a few stories about when I've seen the world that way, sometimes after a long day in the field. And so Vukasic is coming back for the second over.
That one I saw signalled as buys there, Vinny. I'm sure that was down the leg side. And let's have a look at this. I don't think this touches anything on the way through. So
I think you got to be fair to both teams, and you got to call them. I know you're trying to exercise a bit of judgment, but you know it can be the difference of deciding the match. So well, it will go down as a buy in the end. Bubba comes out. This is a good delivery, and it's a bit too spicy for the keeper as well. Go down for a buy again. So check's just creeping up here.
Yeah, this is
still in the balance.
This is what we're saying. I think Arin is a fantastic bowler, but I think if she's not hitting the pegs, there's going to be buys and extras because she's bowling with so much zip and pace. You can see that the keeper, Ina, is having difficulty taking that as well. So every time it goes past the bat, there's runs.
Not every time.
She does well this time.
And that's the number one. And we've seen this with all the keepers. You got to try and just keep the ball in front of you. I mean, all the keepers in this last 2 weeks have had a bit of a rough time. It's obviously pretty slippery ball as well. Yeah, you got the pads on, you got the helmet on, you got the gloves on. You just got to try and make the stop. That's one way to do it. Again, this one bites away. No wide call there.
No wide, so they're not. You've got to take those runs, though. This is what you've got to do. You've got to be running. You've got to be backing up. So that one just stays inside. Says ball stops.
The Czech viewers might be yelling at the TV, but the old hometown umpiring in the second innings as far as the wide calls are gone. This is nicely turned away. Again, I like they go on contact and make an easy single. So, yeah, I just think it's not necessarily about playing the big shots as we get to the end of the over. 17 for 1 after 3. So it's not about playing the big shots. I think a lot of it is just making contact and running.
Yeah.
And I honestly believe that's your optimum strategy here to get your kind of, including a few wides. You know, you're looking at maybe scoring something in the 60s, maybe 70 in these conditions, which can hold up if you bowl well and bowl accurately. So that, I mean, cricket's such an interesting game because dynamics change. And it can change your strategy. So we don't normally talk about what I'd call small ball, but I do think that's kind of what you're looking to do in these ECI-W matches this weekend.
Yeah, time for Pavla to have a bowl. So good luck to her, Pavla Sanug.
Yeah, Pavla Sanug is going to be the third bowler we've seen. He's bowled the fourth over. So, yeah, 19 off 24. Can she get it straight? Certainly can. So again, that's a run there, and they've just waited to. Now they're going to take off. They're going to think about it, and perfectly kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, shall we go, shall we not?
You see, it's just, you might, I'm not saying you won't get run out. You might, right? But I think more time than not, you're getting the run. You see here, taking out, again, they break eye contact, just a few basics there. But I just say, and then by the time they realise there's probably a run, it's too late. So, hesitating is going to cost you runs. Anyway, next one is down the leg side. Senor bowled a good first ball. His next one was lost down the leg side. So that was a wide after the dot. Hit pretty well. And, well, with the dive, You might as well get your running boots on. We might even see a 3 here potentially. And Nevada's back for a couple. I think they'll settle for that in the end. That was a cracking shot off the back foot.
Yeah, I'm loving the effort there from Lidica. She's dives, gets dirty for a side, and unfortunately she's not able to grasp it. But a nice looking shot. Not a bad delivery from the bowler Pavla either. She's getting the ball, giving it a bit of air. And will always create a few problems if she gets it on the money, but she doesn't this time. That one now gets called a no ball by the umpire. Doesn't get it on the pitch. So look at this. Yeah, it doesn't get it on the pitch. So free hit coming up.
It's a tough one. If you tighten up and you get a bit nervous, then it's more difficult to bowl accurately. We've seen it get it right kind of half the time so far. This one's going to be pulled a bit wide as well. We called again. So this is where I think maybe the experience is coming in a little bit more. The fact that the Czech players have had a lot more match practice, and the Croatian girls don't play that often as a team. But really, that's what this is all about as well. This was a bit of an overcorrection. So, this is obviously going to test their depth as well, and you also want to give as many opportunities to players this weekend as you can. So let's see if Pavla can get it right here. Hope she does. The Czechs need 13 to win now. Much better ball. Again, it's well picked up by Vukusic, who throws it back in. But again, if you go straight away there, you might make it. You might. I suppose at this stage, though, the Czech team, they know they only need 13 to win. They're kind of in control of the situation. I know a lot of people watching from Czechia as well. I know big Dan Casey is watching at the moment.
Good delivery. And nicely played. It'll take the one, but that's better areas. Nicely bowled by Pavla. She's working hard. And look, a lot of these players we know haven't played or only started playing, 3 to 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely fantastic and it's great to see.
That's good delivery. It's kind of a numbers game. You got to put as many balls as you can straight. And easier said than done. You're just picking up the game. Yeah. But, the balls have been good from Senyuk. This one is hit, but they won't take a run.
Probably spoiled to wide there, in all fairness, but
you never know. I think there's a bit more of a judgment call on the wides, and depending on the pace of the bowler as well, I think, on those offside wides. Anyway, Bubba, you have to get off the mark.
Chance. Oh, almost carries. I think this probably just dips on Pavla here. Does very well to stop it, and in the end, he completes a fairly decent over. Just the 7 runs that come off it. And score moves on to 24. Just dips below, doesn't it?
Created a chance, though. I mean, I like what I saw from Pavla that over. The game is still alive, as at the end of the 4th, it's 24 for 1. So, again, one of the issues is they have bowled Vukusic out already. And so, whoever comes on, okay, going back to Nezovic here. So, let's see if she can keep her team in the contest. Pretty good start, and it'll be a dot ball even though it gets through the keeper. So one thing that's really useful is watching yourself on TV. Often coaches will tell you something, they'll tell you something 1,000 times, but until you see it. So things like the backing up and the running and maintaining eye contact when you're running and these kinds of things, or even looking at your bowling action, for example. This is well bowled, low full toss, played away, go on contact. Nandavada, better innings so far, gets 1. So when you see yourself doing it, then okay, I see what you're talking about. I see what you mean, coach. It's such a useful tool. I think it's going to be great for the development of these players. This one's a little bit too short. It's to be called a wide. Jostovic is in the chat from Slovenia. Well, hope you had a safe trip back, Jost. Of course, he was part of the Ljubljana side that were runners-up in the end. The rain, unfortunately, washed out the final, and they finished second on the table. And Assassins winning the series by default.
This one's come out completely wrong. This sort of comes out the side of the hand. And, well, the two batters, they don't quite communicate well with each other, but they have plenty of time to sort it out. And they get one by here, as well as, I think that must have been called a no ball, probably.
Again, I think you've got to look at your partner. When the ball goes behind you, then as the striker, you have to look at the non-striker, and kind of a bit slow to go there. 8 to win then. Good delivery again from Nezovic. I like her bowling. And again, they run on contact and they
This
get
one-
there.
I think this could have been out, that direct hit. I'd like to see it again.
I think it probably would have been out for a direct. But the thing is, make them make the play. It was a good pickup and underarm throw. I mean, maybe it would have been all right. But the point is, they go straight away.
Yeah, that's the difference here. I have to say one thing from both teams, Czechia and Croatia. The fielding hasn't it been great?
Yeah.
I love the way they're attacking the ball. I like the way that the wicket keeper's coming up to the stumps. There's always somebody backing up. So excellent fielding from both the sides.
You know what I would be saying, actually, if I was coaching, and this is going to sound really strange. As this is pulled away nicely, and they'll go on the hit and they'll get one. I'd be coaching saying, girls, I want at least 3 run-outs this innings. And I'd be talking to the batting side saying that.
Yeah.
I want at least 3 of you to be run out, because the thing is, because the runs that you'll get in exchange of that are going to be more than if you just sit and wait for the perfect opportunity, right? 3's a lot, maybe 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wouldn't say that I want. I would say I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind if there's 3 or 4 run-outs.
I'd be more mad as a coach if runs are being missed because you're scared of being run out. It's about, for me, it's kind of taking the fear away. No one likes getting out, but in such a short game, I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but you need to be making these efforts. 5 to win now of 14 balls. This one floats out at 2 wide of the mark. But I'm a lateral thinker. But I'd just be trying to take the stigma out of getting out, because you've got 11 players there that could all make runs for you. And I suppose we haven't really seen the lower order of either side in this game.
I think difference here maybe between the two teams, and a few people maybe touch on that in the chat as well, is extras could be key, and we know that there's another wide there, and where we saw with Czechia, they were very good with their extras. I think that now it's probably about 18 wides we've seen in this inning, so that's a huge difference.
The other point I was going to make is that once you get below the top 2 or 3, typically all the girls are about the same level of batting, right? So it's not these things. So in a sense, they're dispensable, if you like. And so I'd just like to see him taking a bit more on, which I think we will see. I think we've already seen it in this game. But of course, Slovenia, their national team, will be taking part in the next game, which is against Croatia, starting in around about half an hour or so. This is pretty well bowled by Nezovic, who, look, again, her good balls were very, very good. It's just a matter of trying to get that consistency, but she can hold her head high. Takes 14 runs taken off her 2 overs, and after 5 is 33 for 1. So speaking of Croatia versus Slovenia, there will be the men to take centre stage in about half an hour's time. And interestingly, the win predictor saying it's a pretty close fight on their hands, which we would expect, actually. Croatia and Slovenia. Heavily packed with Ljubljana players, as you'd imagine. There's Ljubljana, the premier club in Slovenia. As Klaric gets us going, it's going to be a no ball first up. So I looked first up this morning, and it actually said 50-50, but maybe the supercomputers has kind of had a bit more of a thinking about it. And it's Croatia 53%, Slovenia 47%. So that's the men's. It'll start in around about half an hour's time.
That's better for Lydia. That's nicely bowled. And should be looking for 2 here. In fact, this one is going to be a teaser. Oh, that's great bit of fielding. We almost saw a boundary there. What a great stop that is from Christina. And I get the feeling that with these runs here, that probably concludes the contest. The 2 runs, the umpires are just checking. As we have a look at this great bit of fielding, look, that ball is just, I thought it was going to have the legs. It doesn't. It is a victory then for Czechia, as the Czechia players come onto the field of play to congratulate the 2 batters out there. And that's what I like there. Look, I'm liking the fact that even the Croatian players are celebrating, because it's a magical moment for both sets of players. So Czechia, yeah, don't do your celebrations there because it could be a bit dicey. Here we go. Yeah, enjoy the moment. Well done.
Well, you got to realise they've waited a long time to be able to come together with this kind of a stage. You know, they've been plugging away on the domestic circuit here. They do get to come together. I love that they're wearing the new model uniforms as well that we saw the Czech men's team wearing earlier this year. And they can be really proud of themselves. I also think Croatia, they showed a lot there. They've got the building blocks there. Probably just need to bring it together a bit more consistently. I mean, obviously, I really like Erin Vukovic and her leadership in that team. But in the end, that 35 just didn't stand up. And you can see there's just a few missed opportunities here as well.
Yeah.
That Croatia will probably come to rue. They maybe could have pushed this game to the limit. This is one, for example, it was by OEW and there was no appeal. And we couldn't believe it, that's for sure. But even in the dense fog, in fact, I had shades of a couple of days ago that we were playing in conditions like that. It was a run out that provided the only wicket for Croatia in the end. But yeah, certainly think these teams are pretty evenly matched, Rico, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play 3 more times this weekend.
Yeah, I think they're very evenly matched, and I think the difference between the two sides there were the extras, unfortunately. Croatia, maybe because a little bit less experience, just bowled a few too many extras, and that ended up being the decisive moment. And this one was the winning runs. It almost was done with a boundary in 4, but it was a great stop from Christina, but wasn't going to be able to stop the celebrations. Well done to Czechia getting a victory and doing it with a fair number of balls to go, 11 balls to go as well. There's that scorecard. But like I say, the extras, that's going to be something that Croatia know that they can work on, and they can and they will. 18 wides there. We saw 3 bides and we saw a couple of those no balls as well. But I think, the bowlers, they'll get better. They've been out there now. That's the other thing. You've been out there. You got it under your belt. Now all of a sudden, especially those that haven't played before, thinking, you know what? It weren't that bad. I actually quite enjoyed it. And the next time we see him, I think it'll be better.
Yeah, for sure. So, like I said, I think a few nerves will be gone then, and the girls hopefully can settle in. We'll see them later in the day, but coming up next, we have Croatia taking on Slovenia, and that will be starting in around about half an hour's time. We'll have the first ball, and that should be a 10-over contest. Looks like the rain has gone away, and hopefully it stays away. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break for more ECI action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company, and we have international action coming your way once again. This is going to be the opener of a four-match series between Croatian men and Slovenian men. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And right now, you see the players going out there. Do have some news for you. And the news from the toss was that it is the Slovenians winning the toss and electing the bat. Rico full with me, and will Rico, so far, obviously we've seen the Croatian women fail to get on the board so far, but they fought with a lot of spirit against Czechia in the first game. Now the men will be out there. These two teams pretty evenly matched. Yeah,
and of course a lot of these players we've already seen. And Slovenia are going to be having a bat first after winning the toss. And looking forward to seeing the likes of Ramjot Singh, Isaac Ali. Those guys have been in very good form with the bat. And of course we saw somebody like Kuma coming good when it mattered towards the end as well. And no surprise for me, Vinny, that the win predictor has, it's pretty much an even contest. 53% in favour of Croatia. But of course, as you said, I think early on, it was very much a 50-50.
Yeah, well, I did check that when I first woke up, because I thought, I wonder what the supercomputer's thinking. But supercomputer's leaning a little bit, I suppose, as it looks like we're going to get Sushant Rana getting going here, of course. A fair few of these players from the winning Assassins in the ECS, but of course well represented from a few of the different clubs. You've got Sam Houghton here, who is back. He's fielding at cover at the moment. They've gone for Rashid Hashmi, the Sokol keeper behind the stump. So we talked about the big rivalry, particularly between Sokol and Assassins, but I think when your country calls, you come together, and that's why I think it's really nice to see the Croatians united here. Slovenia, though, they pack a punch. If you're going on their Ljubljana form, and all but one of their squad played for Ljubljana in the recent ECS, and that one is Rashid Mamadkel, who's come into the national side here. But they seem to be good defending. I would say their batting probably wasn't as strong as their bowling. But shake, rattle and roll. Here we go with Rana. First ball. It's Ramanjot who's out there. He blocks the first one out. And Ramanjot certainly, he was grabbing headlines with the bat and also behind the stumps during the ECS.
Yeah, he certainly was. And one thing we know about him, he's very good at flicking the ball off his pad. Sometimes he gets a tendency where he has to go across the line. But he's a very good player. And expecting him to perform well. He's scored 217 runs in the European Cricket Series here. So he's looking to continue in the good form that he's in. And he's out there with Isaac Ali. And Ali was, well, very good all-rounder. But mainly with the bowling. It was the leading wicket taker with 16. But he makes good contribution with the bat. What I like about him is he certainly likes to get going in the power play.
Yeah, he sure does. Let's see what he's got in store for us today. This is going to grab a bit of pad down the leg side. They'll get one. In fact, they'll get four. So we have our first boundary of the day, and it's actually kicked. As the boundaries have come in a little bit compared to the ECS. And I think that kind of squares things up, considering how slow the field is. And this one just dribbles over the line for four-leg bites.
Yeah, I like the way. I saw look at the ladies there at the back there saying, come on, chase it, get there. They're giving some of the Croatian women giving their gents some support in the field.
Yeah, so this is a good comeback from Rana, though. Full Yorker length and outside the off stump.
He's being cured with the ball. Just Rana, always nice and tidy, has caused problems. Nice to see that the weather is brightening up a fair bit. A lot of clearer skies coming this way. Looking forward to be defrosted by some of that sunshine, Vinny.
And this is going to be worked away to fine leg as well. And that's going to be another boundary. And it's actually off the leg as well. So that's 8-leg buys. The runner, he's only gone for one in the over officially, but there's actually been 9 runs. I thought initially that was off the bat, but player grabbed a bit of the body. And we know this pitch is very, very bouncy. In fact, are they going to stay with that? No, I think they're going to give it runs in the end. Okay, so that will go against Rana. Now lifts up in the air, falls safely. Saman Maheshwari coming around to his left to keep it to 1. And at the end of the first over, Slovenia 10 without loss.
Yeah, they'll take that. And Whether you kick it over the boundary or you hit it with the bat, whatever way, you want to get a few boundaries on the board. Loving the look of the kits. I like the way that the men's kits are very much alike to what we saw the women's out there with Croatia. And look at the new kits off Slovenia as well. And remember, folks, you can always stay in touch with us. And a big thank you to a lot of people that have sent some lovely messages through.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone, I think that falls in love with European cricket. They're lovers of cricket, and so are we, and we really appreciate the interaction. Yeah, it is good to have the Czech women cheering on the men at the moment. And as far as the Slovenian supporters, I'm sure a lot of them are watching from Slovenia, and so welcoming you to the broadcast. I'm sure a lot of them have been watching over the last 2 weeks as well, as Ljubljana battled bravely, made it to the top 2 of the ECS. It is Aman Maheshwari. Almost gets a wicket first ball. This one just climbs over the stumps.
Yeah, that's his dangerous delivery. We saw that in the European Cricket Series many a times, that he's got batters bowled. There we are, there's the ladies watching and supporting the guys now. Remember, we'll see them in action right after this match again. Shorter, and that's been hit pretty well. This one will go all the way to the boundary, and that bounces over the stronger together fence. I think they're checking how far this goes. This might even be 6 runs, you know, because that bounce is just in front of that banner. So we're waiting to give the decision here. Will it be manos arriba, or will it be izquierda derecha? I reckon this goes all the way, you know.
Yeah, I think it does. For me, it's over the rope. So that'll be the first maximo of the day. And actually, it's the first hit boundary. And yeah, I like the boundaries coming a little bit, considering the amount of water this field's taken on. So maybe that par goes from 80. For me, it probably goes to about 110.
Yeah, okay.
I think it could have that much of a difference, about an extra 3 runs and over. Good comeback from Maheshwari, though. This is where he wants to be. You don't really want to be hit leg side. You want to make it difficult for batters to do that. That was a good comeback.
Yeah, it goes a little bit wider, doesn't he? I think that's an angle which, if a left-hander can get right at 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a successful delivery. Will he go for it again? He does. Same areas, high up in the air, not quite where the batter had in mind, and it's going to be another boundary. So 4 more. And once again, you can see the little distance that the boundaries have come in, and it makes all the difference, because this one, I don't think it would have gone all the way before. You can see that the area of the ground that has been trimmed. So, well, moving that boundary in just by a metre or so from that side, the offside, creates another boundary. So 10 of this over so far. Now this one is hit beautifully down the ground, and it's going to be right onto our tripod. And Vinny Sandhu, #1 rule in the comms box is protect the equipment.
I think it's absorbed it all right. I'm just annoyed.
You got lucky.
I was protecting my computer, and it bounced off the commentary camera.
Off the tripod, yeah.
Off the tripod.
Which has been hit once before. You can see he's already got a bandage on it. Good shot, though. Beautifully hit.
I think everything survived that. I hope so. Anyway, this is going to be another ball which is hit towards the boundary. It's too short, and that's going to be another 4. So raining boundaries in the power play for Slovenia.
Yeah, well, that over will go magical from Aman Maheshwari. He just hasn't bowled the fuller length that we normally see him. So that one just slightly short. It gets whipped away. And 20 come off the over. 20 to 30 now. 20 off the over, 30 on the board. These are the 2 teams. Of course, that will go head to head. We'll play 2 matches today and 2 tomorrow as well. So, Aman Maheshwari, he gets hit. Vinny's laptop takes a little.
Actually, what happened was my laptop stand.
But you're okay.
Got hit. I think more than my actual laptop.
I think that you're lucky that the tripod took a bit of the impact away. I thought it was coming straight to our screen, but of course we can't reach over there.
With all due respect to the Spring Productions equipment, I think they got more replacements than I've got. So anyway, it's going to be the captain, Jawahar Danakula, MVP of the recent ECS, but he does start with a wide here. And they'll need something from the captain here, because this power play has been all Slovenia so far.
Yeah, Danakula, he deserved to be the MVP, didn't he? He saw him score 251 runs, and he also took 15 wickets. And he's dangerous because he has a very good, effective, slower delivery. And that's what's got him a lot of wickets. As this one has been played away beautifully. It's going to be 4 more runs. And you can see that things drying up a little bit as well. That's a nice shot. Gets it through the gap. Gets a little bit of width. Gives himself some room. And he punches it through the covers. Cuatro carreras. Ramanjot Singh brings up his first boundary as well.
Yeah, Ramanjot. We've seen him try a few different kinds of tactics when he's there at the crease, but I like it when he just stands still and hits the ball. This is hit, and it's going to go through the covers again. This will test the outfield, pulling up, and it'll be, well, it should be a comfortable 2, although I don't think there's such a thing for Ramanjot. He turned like the Queen Mary there, but he does get back for a couple in the end.
Yeah. Hit this pretty well. I wonder if one of the fielders there did get a little bit of something on this to slow it down. Looks like they have pushed a sweeper back now. And let me check. Swasti will go back there. Nice to see him in the setup as well. He led his team very well, didn't he? And Wasti. This one's going to be called a wide. So just once again, finding a little bit of difficulty just getting his rhythm going here, then Kula.
Ramanjot. He's got a really good clip off his pads, which if you stray 2-leg stump, you'll find out the hard way. Danakula just has to get his radar right. This is a little bit short, and it's hit pretty hard. Well blocked, actually. And they're going to turn down the run in the end. You got to explain to me how there's not a run there. I mean, Izaz kind of rightly, even though this is hit hard, it's to the fielder right on the edge of the 30-metre circle. And I just think that's got to be a run.
Yeah, you've got to take that. We've been saying that. I think it's one thing that we've said all the way along through this series as well, the European Cricket Series, and the same will apply to the international. You've got to take your singles. You've got to put some pressure on the fielding side. That will be a wide. Yeah, he's disappointed, but I think that's the correct call there from umpire Popovic.
Yeah, a little bit of the morning after the night before, I think. Interestingly, often in the ECIs, you have kind of one team coming off a European Cricket Series, but here you kind of got 2 because, like I said, all but one of the Slovenian side were playing for Ljubljana in the ECS. And obviously all the Croatians have been involved. Oh. So, yeah, getting good movement here, but just can't get that control right, Jawahar.
Yeah, you get the feeling I mean, sometimes it happens. I mean, he's feeling maybe he's playing international and he's got to bowl a bit quicker, and he doesn't have to. He's got to stick with what he's been doing. He's trying to bowl too fast for me.
Yeah, it could be. Hello to Liam Days watching from New Zealand. Hello to John Gray as well, to Steve McVeigh. Everyone's rhyming this morning. To Rob Thompson as well. And Chris Ward breaking the mould. Hopefully you're well. 3 balls to go on this power play. And this would have been a wide as well, but Ramanjot spoils it. I think Jawahar's happy. That only goes for a single.
Yeah, very good morning to everybody. Happy weekend. It is the Saturday. And got to say, after a wet Peacock Friday yesterday, I think we're in for a much better weekend. It certainly looks like the sun is starting to make its way out. And just try and burn away some of the clouds lingering above us.
Better ball. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to that slow ball quicker.
Yeah.
Because he bowls it pretty accurately most of the time, just to change things up. Because the ball's been out swinging away. Way a bit out of control so far for Jawahar Danakula. So, yeah, I'm readjusting my par now to, 110 to 120, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 110.
As much as that?
I think it can make that much of a difference. 1s become 4s, 4s become 6s. That's a pretty good block behind the stumps by Rashid Hashmi, and Danakula, for all his trials and tribulations, he only goes for 11 in the end, in the third. And Slovenia 41 without loss after 3.
Yeah, good start, especially there from Isaac Ali. He's in 25 or 12. Of course, he was the captain. That would have been very disappointed. And I know that, we had some comforting words for him yesterday, of course. Ljubljana losing out yet again in a final the 3rd time now, and on 2 occasions because of the weather. But I know, speaking to him yesterday, he's looking to perform here for his country. And so far, he's made a good start.
Yeah, I suppose that they'll get over it because of the quick turnaround before the internationals. But again, it's just the importance of finishing, of playing well on the group stage.
Yeah.
There's a reason that Assassins won the final on the count back, and that's because that they won more games in the group stage. So it's regrettable whenever weather intervenes, but Yeah, the Assassins had that advantage. They'd earned it. Okay, now we're going to get some Anil Kumar in over number 4. And it's going to be Ramanjot to face up. So he faced 6 balls in the power play. Izaz faced 12. Let's see what Ramanjot thinks of Anil Kumar here. First one's that kind of quicker ball pushed through and kept a bit low. Ramanjot does well to keep it out.
Yeah, it skids through, doesn't it? But yeah, well watched. So far, we haven't seen him do that extravagant movement where he sort of takes a step well outside the off stump and tries to clobber the ball on the legs. He still tries to clobber it on down the leg side, though, but misses out.
Yeah, and that's the kind of lazy shot that you see creeping in occasionally when he gets frustrated. He's trying to drag that to mid-wicket. This one is short enough to do that, though, and he'll just stroke it away to the sweeper. And so 1 run brings Izaz back on strike.
He's another example of a good batter who can play all-round shots, but he seems to be sort of focused on trying to hit on the leg side. I like to see him play more on the off because he can do so. That's nicely played by Ali. He will hand the strike back to Ramanjot Singh, but a good start from these two. I think they can get around. They'll be looking to get around about the 60 mark, 55 to 60 at the 5 over mark. That's a big hit. And once again, you see, he's trying to hoik on the leg side, and he needs to be playing. I mean, he either plays straight or playing the offside, and he got those shots. I don't know what. Sometimes he has this little phase in his mind where everything has to go the leg side. It wouldn't surprise right now. This time he goes, all right, fair enough. Normally he's walking outside off and trying to hit down leg. This time he takes a step towards the leg side to try and play on the off, but still misses that. Ends up being a very good over from Kumar. Just 2 from it. 43. With that loss after 4.
I think it's the difference between playing the ball that you want to be bowled to you and the ball that's actually bowled to you. You know, he's kind of setting up for that last one even. Okay, yeah, he's trying something. I can understand that. But that was the one that if he had stayed there, he probably could have clipped it away because it was straighter. There was no deep cover there. So, I mean, that's an area I think he should be targeting a bit more. It's a bit of a safer shot. A bit of a shot you could hit more often. So 43 after 4. Still no wickets for Croatia. And now they're going to turn to a guy that took a bunch of wickets in the ECS, Dinesh Karupasamy, to bowl the 5th over. Of course, he took a 5 for just under a week ago, I think.
Yeah, and he bowled superbly well. Not just on that day, but all round. Finished with 15 wickets in the series. The Zagreb soccer player starts with a short one, and that's a Gundy delivery. And he gets absolutely pelted. Gets what he deserves, you have to say. And you can see the fielder saying, I think we need a new one because that one has disappeared.
That was Gundy with a capital G, Rico. It was short. It was miles outside the leg stump. And Izaz, he'll have those all day. That was going to be 6 on any ground.
Yeah, well, Karupasamy will have to wait until another ball comes out, and they'll send out the search party to that one. But that one's gone a long way.
Izaz 32 off 14. He certainly had a good time out there so far, but Karupasamy, that was a loosener that got the treatment. Let's see if he can sort himself out here.
Okay, this is high up in the air. Keeper going after it. Hashmi, and he puts it down. He's got a long, long way to come as Hashmi. Look where he ends up there, but with no square leg inside the circle. There's got to be each chance. I like the way that Sam Houghton comes over to him. Of course, Sam would know how difficult this catch is. He's wearing the lid as well. Very difficult. He gets gloves to it, but not able to hold on to it.
Good effort. Actually, he did all the hard work, didn't he there, Hashmi? But he just couldn't get in the middle of the gloves in the end. This is going to be a wide. We know Hashmi's a really good keeper, and they're kind of spoilt for choice in that respect, because you've also got some options like Houghton behind the stumps, but I like Houghton being out in the field, to be honest, in this form of the game. All right, another chance. This time he hasn't found it, but the fielder on the circle is going to drop it. And, well, that's 2 missed opportunities. And who was that? Was that Zanko down there?
I think it's Zanko, and he's normally got safe hands as well.
Yeah, and Hashmi was looking for it. Then he realised, okay, no, Vedran, that's yours, but just didn't get his hands in the right position. 50's up as well during the over, but 2 missed opportunities in the 5th. now steps out and plays a nice looking cover drive, and that'll reach the boundary. So I think this field quickening up a little bit as the suns come out, and Sathi Devi couldn't get around to make the stop. So Krupasamy will probably be pretty annoyed with the dropped opportunities, and this won't make him too much happier.
Yeah, well, he had the opportunity to have both the openers sent back, but instead they're still there. The 50 partnership comes up.
Oh, he's gone, and so getting a long way across. But yeah, the only question here was the bounce. We know that this pitch does have a lot of balls that climb over the stumps. That was my only concern. I'll be interested to look at the replay. Yeah, I mean, touch and go. Maybe side on will give us a better idea. Maybe umpire's call.
Yeah, umpire's call there. I mean, we do know that from what we spend enough time here, we know a lot of those deliveries do end up going over the stumps. But then, having said that, Popovic, the umpire's been here.
It's a tough one.
The duration as well, he decides he's going to hit. So.
Yeah, it did. With those ones, the standing umpire, he doesn't get that kind of side-on view, which is a bit better. But even, you look at it, it's very hard to predict what the ball's going to do after it hits the pad. For me, I think if I was given the decision based on that, I think there's just an element of doubt there with the height. But you also couldn't say it definitely wasn't hitting the stumps either. So that's normally when we talk about that kind of umpire's call. Oh, a few of the local Croatians, as usual, taking in the sights and sounds of the cricket.
That's what I love the weekend here. A lot of people come by and have a look and are enjoying what they're seeing. So, well, Dinesh does get the breakthrough in the end.
Excellent take. Well, yeah, it has been called a wide. It was, well, actually pretty fancy from Hashmi. Bounced onto the stumps, but the main thing there is blocking it. Otherwise, it's probably going for 4 extra runs. So last ball, take 2. Siddiqui, good to see him back.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a very, very good striker of the ball. He won't hit this. This is going to be another wide.
Yeah, just have a look at Popovic here. Now, obviously, I think Dinesh coming. Yeah, he's just been told there. Because look where he is. He shouldn't be there. So the umpire's trying to look through him. And I think he's calling this sort of on guesswork. But that's the bowler's fault. They're asking the question.
He's saying I can't see.
Yeah, he's saying I can't see.
But I think this is off the pat anyway. These are rarely actually off the bat. But again, I don't think this was out anyway. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's flicked the trousers. But great take from Hashmi. And then, I mean, he's ended up so far off the pitch, he's off the other side. It almost slips over. But anyway, it is the end of the over. 58 for 1. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, got Rico Full with me. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Mm-hmm. First time we've ever done kind of back-to-back women's and men's internationals. So far, I've really enjoyed it.
It's been very good, yeah. And we've had the weather as well after the washout we had yesterday. Once again, another final here in Croatia gets washed out.
Can you believe it?
The weekend looks good, and I like it. We're seeing women's action and men's international action.
Yeah, we sure are. Anyway, this is going to be another skyer. And who's going to reach this? Well, in the end, effectively, it's nobody, because it looks like Rana, who's coming off the deep square leg boundary. Again, look where Romanjot hits this. He goes that deep in the crease, trying something. Rana, again, he gets there comfortably in the end, gets 2 hands but can't hold on. Another missed opportunity for the Croatians.
Yeah, well, they're dropping. Romanjot's seen twice now, been dropped on 9 and on 10. And the first one was pretty straightforward from Vedran Zanko. That one a fair bit to do. Had to try and get his balance right. The catch comes out. So Kumar knows that could have had a wicket here. Bowled a very good first over. And he's got good variations, hasn't he? Especially with his pace. I mean, that one is a quicker delivery. He's got the slower one in there as well. So it's difficult to pick.
Yeah, that's true. Comes in off a few steps. And this one almost gets hit back to him. It's come out of that LBW. I think people got to realise before they're so quick to criticise the umpire. It's a very difficult call, because when you're making that call, the batter is blocking the stumps. So you're having to imagine how tall the stumps are. Mm. Okay, so that was just one of those ones where he feels it's hitting. The replay's a little bit ambiguous with regards to whether it is or not. We don't have the ball tracking. And so you just kind of need to be a bit more understanding, I think, for the umpire in that position. And so the next one's kept out. The one thing all the bowlers can do, though, I think, and we're seeing it all the time, don't run in front of the umpire. Mm. You're not going to get decisions going your way if you do that. Plus, it's unfair. The umpires are judged on their performance, and you've got to let them do their job. I tell you, it's the equivalent of if you were batting and someone was running around across the pitch as the guy's bowling the ball, you wouldn't like it. Anyway, Hashmi's got to play on this one. Is he going to reach it? He will, and this time he'll hold on. So Ramanjot is caught behind in the end. Kumar with the breakthrough. He's been very, very tight in his spell. And Slovenia, 60 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Hashmi. Yeah, he does hold on to this one. And well done also to Anil Kumar. Ramanjot Singh just never really got clicking. And trying to whip this one away. Yeah, it should have been a straightforward shot, but he loses his shape. Head goes up in the air, and the body follows. He offers a chance. Hashmi this time takes it. And after being dropped to 9 and 10, he finally will fall on 11. Kumar getting the breakthrough. Good spell this from Kumar. Really good over. 1 for 4 with the ball to go. So they'll be looking to finish this off. A new batter. That comes out.
Yeah, so just put the brakes on a little bit, haven't they? Kumar's had a lot to do with that.
Wow, aggressive looking shot. Uses his feet well and slices it away. And he's going to get 4 runs. So a nice start there from Mohamed Akel. He's one man that we haven't seen in the series. So he is a player that we didn't see playing for Ljubljana. Comes out and gets 4 straight away. Nice shot there from Rashid Mohamed Akel.
Yeah, aggressive start. And Kumar ends up 1 for 8. So half those runs came off the last ball. 64 for 2 after 6. So yeah, they're tracking that kind of 110 pace at the moment. Yeah, that's my feel here. We don't really have anything to go on because we haven't played with the boundaries in. But yeah, 64 for 2. They are tracking around about that 110 at the moment. A touch under. But I think the same applies. We were talking in the ECS about the importance of accuracy, limiting your extras. I think pretty much all teams got better at that as the series went.
Yeah, big time.
There's been no excuses for these players. I suppose the only thing you'd say is maybe the fatigue factor affecting both of them because they were all involved in the ECS, pretty much all involved. Sethu Devi is going to start the 7th over. And let's not forget, he took a hat-trick during the ECS. I bet he'd love to do something similar here on the weekend.
Yeah, what a hat-trick it was. A tremendous catch from the wicketkeeper down the leg side. So, yes, I think his bowling's been good, but he hasn't been able to click with the bat. He's had several opportunities. This one's been hit pretty well. And well fielded. Keeps his eye on it all the way to Anil Kumar.
Yeah, and excellent throw as well back, so no chance of a 2 there. Yeah, I kind of like the boundaries being in. It puts more pressure on the outfielders as well. You know, the ball's on them quicker. It's travelling faster when it's reaching them. I just think it's a better dynamic. Also got to say, you talked about the kits this morning. We've seen some very good ones. I'm liking both of these as well. The kind of bright lime green of the Slovenians and the famous checkerboard kind of design of the Croatians. Yeah, they're probably going to run here. They will. It's going to be 2 wide. It's a really good heads-up play. And Hashmi, we can't believe that the bowler hasn't backed it up. But number one, he shouldn't have missed the stumps in the first place. And the bowler, rightly is following through off the pitch the other way. So good running.
Yeah, he's looking all the time, the bowler. I still think he needs to make a better attempt to stop that. Sathy Devi, I think he tries to just put a foot in the way of it. But you get down on it, you smother it.
Unnecessary throw for me. And this is well bowled though. Just kind of angles this one across the left hand and maybe a little bit of a way swing there. So that Devi started well.
Throws everything at it, does Siddiqui. Makes that contact. Once again, trying to hit too much on the leg side. Remember, you can't play shots on the offside, lads. Let's see, Siddiqui makes the adjustment here. And this one is high up in the air. Hashmi is after it, but Aman Mashwari says, where are you going, little one? I'm here, and I'm going to take the catch. And he does hold on to it. So Siddiqui never really got into any sort of comfort zone there. He'll go for 2. For 7 deliveries, and it is the captain of Zagreb Soko, Aman Maheshwari, that takes the catch, and he gives Sathy Devi his first wicket. And once again, not a good shot. I mean, it's there for it, but he ends up playing it pretty awkwardly, doesn't he? Rather, no real smoothness into the shot. Hoiks it in the air, and Maheshwari, all smiles from him. as Hashmi comes along and gives him a big cuddle.
Yeah, I think the situation there is just he's fighting the movement which is across him, and that's why he doesn't quite get it right. Maheshwari, he took it easy as you like. So, yeah, not a happy return for Shob Siddiqui. 2 off 7, just couldn't get his mojo going. Kopolu will be the new batter. Tracking that 100 pace at the moment.
It's a good delivery.
Really
takes
taking
behind that. Look where Hashmi takes this. It really does climb. He bowls so well, doesn't he, Satyadevi, to the left-hander? A lot of bowlers struggle to the lefties, but he manages to get that ball to get into that difficult area, that difficult corridor for left-handers don't like it.
And this is going to be an easy return catch, and Kopolu's going to go for a duck now. What an over from Satyadevi, who takes 2 for 3. And he is bringing the magic here to the weekend international. Slovenia lose Siddharth Kopolu without scoring, 67 for 4.
Been a good day for the Ducks lately. I don't think we had so much of a Peacock Friday, but well, it was certainly Duck Friday. And Friday seems to be a day for rain here in Croatia. As we have a look at upcoming events, of course, got today and tomorrow here. And then, Vinny, you will be making your way to Malta.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that tomorrow night. And I know I'm just getting some pictures through. Obviously, the Master Ground will be used again, the Master Sports Club. So that's looking in tip-top shape. Weather's been pretty good there as well. I think kind of mid-20s. And, of course, ECI-W coming up as our last event of the year. But we are planning to start again on the 15th of January 2024. Just going back to these two teams. We did see them locking horns at the ECI in Romania, don't forget. I think you were there, and I think you had Charlie Hunt with you for that one. But so they met 3 times there. Croatia won their kind of mini-series 2-1. But Slovenia did get a win. So, you know, these two, they're pretty evenly matched. This one really takes off from Sushant Rana. Starts the 8th over. Yeah, so they met 3 times. The first time they met, Slovenia made 126 and Croatia chased it down with 8 balls to spare. The second time, Croatia made 99 and Slovenia chased it down with an over to spare. And the third time, Slovenia made 126. But again, Croatia chased it down. So there's a bit of a pattern when these two teams have met in ECI cricket this year. The chasing team's got it done. This is hit offside. It's going to test the field up, but Maheshwari is up to the test, even though it was to his non-preferred side. He keeps it to 1.
Yeah, Sushant getting a fair bit of lift on this pitch. He's choosing to keep that ball just short of a length, not giving the batters anything to drive at the moment. And well, Rashid faced too many deliveries. That was only the 3rd ball that he's faced. Okay, Junaid Mullah. Nicely played once again. Will be Aman Maheshwari in the action again. So they'll be pretty happy with the way they come back. Don't forget there was that one magical over number 2 that went for 20 from Maheshwari. But since then they've recovered pretty well. And Rana keeping it nice and tidy as well. Just 8 of his spell so far. This is short. Goes for it. And it's up in the air. And it's been dropped. Well, this is a clanger, really. Hashmi also wants it. And really, you've got to let Hashmi maybe take it. But he has to get out of the way because the bowler is there saying, I want it. And in the end, I think probably what happens there, Hashmi probably puts Rana off.
Yeah, but it's Hashmi's catch. You know, it's Hashmi's catch. And I'm not blaming Hashmi because really, Rana, what can you do? If he's going to go for it anyway, you've got to let him try it. But yeah, Hashmi with the gloves, I think he would have swallowed that. I suppose there's one person that can overrule the keeper. It's probably the bowler because it's his wicket. But it didn't work out too well for Rana on that occasion. Now goes across more ways than one. Mullah can't catch up. And yeah, Mullah had an interesting innings the other day. I think it came off 2 ducks in a row and then batted the whole 10 overs for Ljubljana and only faced 16 balls. So it wasn't that he went slower in it. He just never seemed to have it into the strike. He was also on social media the other day for copping what I think were 2 deliveries in a row that were rough. One that really took off, and one that hit him in the ankle off the same length. Chops this into the ground. They have a pop at the stumps. And throws a bit high for Hashmi. In the end, they'll scramble a single.
What's going on there? We've got a bit of wildlife action on the field as well.
I was going to say,
Yeah, what is that there that just come and decided it's going to field in that sort of, well, it's decided to move elsewhere
End
now.
of the over, 71 for 4, but you're right about that. I mean, I was watching, there was some bird action in the WBBL the other day where there was these plovers, right? You know, these plovers, they call them.
Uh-huh.
And they kind of, they're birds that'll swoop and get a bit aggressive with you. And they were giving the players a bit of a bit of hassle. And yeah, we had a rogue bird there for a second. But anyway, it's been a good comeback from Croatia. That's despite shooting themselves on the foot with some of these missed opportunities, with the catching in particular. But anyway, yeah, 2 overs to go. Yeah, Steve McVeigh in the chat. Come back to that in a second as Sathidevi comes out and this is in the air. Well, the fielder, can he get there? Oh, he does. And actually, it bounces all the way back to the pitch area. And well, that's Danny Kula. Good effort.
It's a superb effort from Danny Kula. I mean, we've seen him take these for the last 2 weeks here.
Look at where he ends up.
Yeah.
He would have been on a hat trick there, though, Sathidevi, because he took a wicket last over that he bowled. This is probably a wide for me. Wait for the signal. It could be run out. It is run out. So, yeah, Mullah, he tries for the run. Muhammad Kel, he tries to get an extra, and he's going to be run out. So I don't think that's a wide either. Maybe it's an early movement. No, I just think it's a blown call. But it's 73 for 5, and had to hit them and did.
Yeah, well done. That's veteran Zanko behind there. Did put a catch down earlier, didn't he, when he had a chance to take. Yeah, I mean, not caught a while, but I think it does catch a bit of that line, you know.
Yeah. Just trying to work out if Hashmi touches the ball and he gets half a run out under there. But, yeah, it all happens in the ninth, as they say in the classics. Krishna Kumar, well, what a day he had yesterday in the qualifier against Zagreb Sokol. 2 big sixes in 2 balls, really flipped that game. And so he comes out with 10 balls remaining.
Yeah, well, Danny Kula goes on the boundary. He knows all about this guy. And he's not going to hang around because there's not that many balls left. It all happens in the ninth. And going by the first 2 deliveries, it does. We've seen 2 runs, we've seen a wicket, saw a drop catch, and then we saw a defensive shot. You don't get more defensive than that. I thought Krishnan Kumar certainly would have been throwing the bat at this. He decides not to. And now he's practicing quite an elaborate shot. Sathidevi, he has bowled well, 2 for 5. Good delivery. Doesn't give the batter the room that he wants. You can see Kumar wants to try and create a little bit of room for himself by taking a step down the leg side. And, well, Hari Prasad, Sathidevi just follows him there, and he gets good bounce as well. Very difficult for Kumar to get anything on this. I get the feeling he feels the need to play the big shot now. And he tries, but a good delivery takes the pace of it. And he sees Kumar charging. Kumar just drops the bat on it, takes a single. So 2 for 6 with a ball to go. Sensational bowling from Sathidevi so far.
Yeah, Sathidevi's been excellent here. They really were tracking for that kind of 110, even more perhaps, but can't even see them getting 100 here. It's a big swing and a miss from Junaid Mullah. End of the ninth. Great work from Sathidevi. He takes 2 for 6 off his spell. 74 for 5.
Yeah, really slowed down. They were 58 for 1 at the end of 5 overs at the halfway point. But not too much has happened since then. Got to say, it's been superb bowling from Hariprasad. Sathidevi's bowled well. Rana got a good over in there. Anil Kumar finished his spell well. So they've been starved of runs. Have Slovenia here. Well, what can they do in the last over? I think, once again, get a good push on here. Maybe 16 or so in the over. Get close to that 90. Makes it competitive.
All right, strap yourselves in. It's last overtime. Dana Kula gets one to climb on Kumar. So a dot ball to start. I think now Croatia well on top. And like I said, despite a few opportunities going down in this 10 overs. Hello to Martina, who's watching from Slovenia. Martina, hopefully you're well, and well, he's hoping that your guys can get a few away. Maybe gets up to a bit more of a competitive score. For me, 80 doesn't look enough out there. Well, this is hit down towards long on. Sathidevi will clean up. It's just a single, yeah, but I mean, 80 was the kind of the average score in the ECS. But with the boundaries being in, they have been brought in for the internationals. I mean, in about 4 or 5 metres, depending on which part of the field. I just think that you need that 100 plus. Muller, 4 off 6. Can he get going? We'll get some bat on it, and we'll get 1. I think a 2, but I think they think the field is so close to the pitch, it's not worth going for it. So Kumar will have another go with 3 to come.
And Danny Kula walks past, got a smile on his face. He's be happy with the way things are going at the moment. Of course, he's going to be a very happy chappy. Remember, he was victorious as the captain for the Assassins yesterday in the last day of the European Cricket Series. And of course, we will also see the Assassins be playing in the European Cricket League, so plenty of things for him to be happy about. Now, this is going to be close. I think it might even be out. You know, let's have a look at this. I reckon this is out. I'm 100%. It's Hashmi finally gets one to hit the stumps, and
it's going to be close.
Really,
he's going to get a freeze on this.
I think umpire's giving it out in the field of play as well, Popovic.
Yeah,
and he'll be right as well.
He's just out. Yeah, it's a good call on the field of play as well. So I think is that run out? I mean, he's looking for a run, but he never really steps for it. So it's a tough one. One way or another, he'll be out. And so it'll be 76 for 6.
Yeah, so there you go. So Kumar, no fireworks from him this time. Just the 2 of the 6 balls that he faces. So, yeah, I think he is going to get run out there because it does look like he's trying to take off, then has to try and get back. He's not able to do it. And Shinwari now comes out. See what he can do with the last 2 balls to face him. He certainly will at least want to be getting them into the 80s here, but how runs have dried up for them. Danny Kula looking to finish tidily. And that's a good hit. It might go all the way. It will go all the way. Balle. Danny Kula gets greedy and goes for the stumps. And Shinwari says, thank you very much. That's exactly where I want it. So that takes him into the 80s. And you can see Shinwari saying, look, I'm coming no matter what. Just get ready to run. Cracking hit. 82 for 5.
Yeah, just completely lost his run. I saw that coming. And so, yeah, let's see if Danakula can keep them in the 80s. Looks that way at the moment. Yeah, just had one step go wrong there. So, Slovenia, they're going to have to be good, but we know that they're good defenders. We saw that with Ljubljana in the ECS. He sliced away. Now this will test the outfield. Probably with the spin, it does get there. So a bit of luck there for the batters. And Slovenia trying hard here. Takes them up to 86 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Well, look, the same ball remaining, I think that they're saying that's the end because I'm pretty sure when Shinwari came in, there was 2 balls to go. So I'm not sure what happened there. But I just think that ball that went for 6 didn't get put on. So that will be the end of the innings. And, they'll finish with 6 and also a 4 there from Shinwari. So he does his job pretty well. They get the score up to 86. So close to that 90 to make it competitive. That was one that Vedran Zanko couldn't take, but he does take a catch earlier. This one was Popovic was 100% sure, didn't even think about it. Thought, yeah, you got to go. And that was a big wicket of Isaac Ali. And once he went, Ramjot Singh just couldn't get going here today. He offered 2 chances that weren't taken. Hashmi made no mistakes with this one. And then Hashmi almost got in the way of big Aman Maheshwari there. And Aman says, no, you're not going to put me off. But he did manage to put off one of the bowlers a little bit earlier. That was as easy as pie as a nice catch taken there. Corner bowl for Sathi Devi. And then, well, Vedran Zanko, he certainly got his radar switched on. Nice little run out there. Yeah,
it was a nice work from him because he had to hit the stumps. There's nobody home. And this was also pretty well done. Veko getting that decision right where they were just thinking about trying to sneak an extra run. As it was, Mirwais Shinwari, again, he's coming out pretty low for me, coming out at 8. And he ends up hitting a 6 and a 4 off his 2 deliveries. So maybe if he had more opportunities, you look at guys up the order that didn't really click. Sadiq, although he's a good striker, but he laboured 2 off 7 up there. But Izzaz Ali, yeah, you mentioned it was an important dismissal when he went for 37. He scores the bulk of the run. 13 extras, again, probably par for the course here. About 10 wides per innings is what we have been seeing. They only bowled 9 here. And in the end, 86. It's probably an average score based on what we saw in the ECS, but I just think with these dimensions, in particular the boundary coming in a little bit, looks a little bit light on, but Slovenia, we know they're good defenders. We saw Ljubljana, the club side where the overwhelming majority of the players here were playing for in the last 2 weeks. They were able to defend 56, so don't count them out just yet. Sathu Devi was outstanding, wasn't he? 2 for 6, his figures, but I've got a shout out to Anil Kumar as well, 1 for 8. The other wicket to Karupa Sami. Rana as well, he was pretty tight, only conceded 10 off his 2 overs. Well, Rico, delicately poised here in match 1 of the men's internationals here this weekend. We'll be back in a few moments to see if the host nation, Croatia, can chase 87 victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to our international weekend. So welcome to you on this Saturday. We see a contest between Croatia taking on Slovenia. 64% in favour of Croatia to go out and well, be victorious. And to do that, they need to get to 87, which you think is probably doable and not a very high score. But one thing we do know about Slovenia and their Ljubljana players is that well, they make it very hard work for teams to get to scores. They defend well, but that's a good looking shot from Anil Kumar. First off, he gets a boundary straight away. Anil Kumar, of course, in the European Cricket Series here, the Zagreb Assassin opener, made the most runs, 288. And he was good with the ball earlier as well. So nice start from him against Shinwari. And this is a delightful hit. That's going to be 6 runs. And this is the way that Anil Kumar started the European Cricket Series here. He played his shots and he played fluently. He was good with these shots out on the offside. I mean, that is a magical shot Really is already shot on the day. And if you bowl short to him, well, he latches onto you as well. So a really good start. And 4 and 6. And no, he's already sort of gone. You can see when you're chasing 87, 10 on the first 2 balls is a magical start. This one doesn't really quite get up. It's going to be okay. Dot ball. And Rico Full here. And joining me back in our cube, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Yeah, cracking start from Kumar. You just feel if someone gets in here, the ability to hit multiple boundaries in a row it changes the dynamics of the games this weekend compared to ECS. But he's knocked over. What a comeback from Shinwari. We angled that one in. And Anu Kumar, after a 6 and a 4, he's bowled neck and crop. It's a brilliant delivery, and it changes the feel of this first over, 10 for 1.
Yeah, great comeback. You get a dangerous batter out the equation straight away. And yeah, look at this one. It absolutely nips away late, and Shinwari, he's absolutely delighted about it as well. What a ball, what a comeback, what a start we had to this innings.
Yeah, brilliant piece of bowling. But I mean, you'll take that if you can get it from Anil Kumar, even though he'll be disappointed to go so early. But at least he has something to show for it. He has 10 runs. It's not a huge target, I think, given these slightly different conditions to the ECS. This is going to be Jawahar Danakula, the Croatian captain, to come out at number 3. And what a series he had. He was awarded the most valuable player trophy for the ECS Croatia. And I always think it's quite nice to see an assassin and a Zagreb so-called batting partnership. So we'll see that again here. This is hit pretty hard, and it's going to be fumbled, and it will reach the boundary. So look, nothing's too easy out there. There's a slight Tortuga. It was deflected initially by Izazali. And despite the efforts of Mohamed Cal, it'll be another boundary to Croatia.
Yeah, it was struck well, wasn't it? He's a great striker of the ball, Danny Kula. And I think he thoroughly deserved that, the most valuable player award, with his batting and his bowling. And he goes on the leg side. It could be another. It will be another. The Danny Kula will go. And he's going to be 4 and out. What a good catch that is. Beautifully taken, and that's Waka Khan, and he's safe hands. So 2 good batters back in the shed early.
Yeah, that's true. And Waka, he kind of owns this patch, doesn't he, out there? Often it's deep mid wicket because the power plays up. He's in the circle, takes a really good running catch, and you see, well, no problems for Shinwari. He gives it the full chainsaw. Don't you worry about the footing out there. Slovenia fired up. They needed a couple of early ones. They get them 14 for 2 after the first.
Yeah, Shinwari, well, I suppose he does go for the three boundaries, but he picks up 2 wickets, and he'll take that because the wickets he's taken of 2 in-form batters, Anil Kumar and Johan Nanikula, 2 men that were right up there as the highest run scorers. Number 1 and number 2 are being sent back. 161 matches without that golden ball.
Hey, you've got a bit of a break. You've got 3 weeks off after this, right? Because you're going to skip the multi-series, but we'll be back in Barcelona. You better get your golden ball quickly. You're running out of opportunities. We were sure we'd have one by now. It's going to be Karim Harris to bowl in the second. Now, we did see him playing for Ljubljana last year, but he didn't feature in the series this year. So I suppose he is a new face to this ground.
Yeah, me and you, we've actually had a real dry spell of golden balls together.
Let's try and work out the last goal before I go and cheat and look at the notes. The last golden ball that we did together.
Yeah.
It's a while.
It's a long time ago. I'm trying to think.
I'm going to rack my brains trying to think. They could see Harris out there, though, joining for the internationals. Ramanjot lets him go up to the stumps. Harris isn't slow. And, Ramanjot finds out the hard way as he has to go with the hand at this, and it'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace, and I think if he's going to spray it around a little, you might as well go back. I mean, he does well to get something on that, but that's how you destroy your fingers. Harris goes back. Kareem Harris.
I'm trying to think, have we had one since Malta? Yeah, that's the timeline. I'm looking for the one that lists all the golden balls this year. This is hit away. Oh, well, miscommunication. They go to the wrong end. And, even there.
He's not even looking.
That might have been out anyway.
There was no call there to say, your end. So he thinks he's running to the safe end. Watch this. He says, yeah, I'm safe. And he's not looking here. Look at this.
Would have been gone, I reckon.
Oh,
he would have been gone.
He
would have been gone. Okay, we need to have a look at this. Okay, I don't think we did either of the last two together. Okay, we'll come back to live action here. This is pushed away for a single. And, yeah, Harris throwing himself around. So, yeah, so the last two were... I did that one with Danny, and then Nish did that on his own. So we'll have to go back and look at page one of that. Can we rewind it and see page one? Let's see the last one we did together. That was, you were there with Charlie in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Milan, that was Danny. Cyprus, no, you were there with Nish. Hornchurch Bevan, I think I did that game with Corey. So it'd be back in Malta. It'd be back in Malta. Oh, this has gone completely wrong. Too much swing. It's going to be a no ball off the pitch.
Yeah, well, Malta we do know does deliver.
5 golden balls in Malta.
Yeah.
And we all had a bit of a go. I did some with you, did some with Corey. I think you were there by yourself at the end. And it'll be great to back in Malta. So, look, Malta, we're going to have to rely on them because it looked like we were going to get a record amount of golden balls this year. You'd imagine that with the extra games, but there has been a bit of a drought.
Yeah, we've gone in long periods without. As Harris comes in again, and better delivery, but a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully struck by Hashmi. Hashmi's been, I mean, even with his club, he's been given plenty of opportunities at the top of the order, but never really has grasped them. So he's a bit out of touch, but they're sticking with him here.
Yeah.
That's a delightful shot.
I think he's very capable. And I think also he doesn't have to try too hard for, he doesn't have to try too hard to be aggressive. I think he naturally plays some shots. Let's just go back to the golden ball count. We had 14 golden balls in 2021, and then last year we only had 13. This year we've had 12. So we need to play with a catch up here. Well bowled, full and straight. Hashmi good enough to turn it away for a single. And we even had 10 back in 2020, and that was really only half a season.
Yeah.
So it was... We've got a bit of making up to do. So we'd need to have 3 more golden balls this year to set a record for the amount in a year, in a calendar year.
I can see it happening.
I think so.
Because I reckon it's going to be one of those that once we get one, I think we'll have a flurry. Of course, we've got Malta still to come. We've got Barcelona as well. Barcelona can deliver.
Do you know how many matches are left in the season? You won't probably believe it. All right, upish in the air, and it has been dropped. Oh, well, that was a definite opportunity. Again, he did the hard work, but couldn't hold on. That's a life for Hashmi.
Sort of flapping at this, wasn't he? It didn't look like he's trying to take the catch. You see what he does there with his hands. It's almost like a fielder on the boundary trying to stop the ball getting past him. So, yeah, Hashmi getting dropped there and gets dropped on 6 as we have a look at, well, of course, it's going to be 2 national teams in action here. Slovenia against Croatia. This is the first match that they're playing, first of 4.
This is a rough calculation, I think. There's still 137 matches left in the year. Isn't that crazy? So we have to get in a bit of a lucky run as the third over starts with a dot. And look who's back. It's Shinwari. He was dealing in the first over. Went for 3 boundaries, but also picked up 2 wickets. I was just thinking, remember the misfield that went for 4 off Danakula? That meant he was on strike and he went next ball. So it kind of worked out in a way. Funny old way for Slovenia.
He played, and well, they will take the run, and they'll get there. Well, Shinwari is back, and so is the sun.
Yeah, well, there it is.
I just want to get. It'd be so nice to just get this jacket off and start to feel some of the warmth of that sun. That's what we're missing here. That'll warm us up. It'll certainly make us all feel a bit merry. And I know that the women that are on right after this match to play their second contest, wouldn't it be great if they're out there in the sunshine?
Yeah. It's always nicer in the sun, isn't it? This is hit in the air, and it's going to be swallowed up. Once again, it is Waka Khan, and he doesn't drop them. So Hashmi, he got a life, but he didn't last a lot longer. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. Croatia making hard work of this so far. 27 for 3.
Yeah, Shinwari, speaking of 3, well, that's 3 to him. And he's a guy, you know, me and Shinwari, and I know you were with me for a part of it, you know, talking about players that were feeling pretty down yesterday. Shinwari was one of those, of course, Ljubljana player, especially with the final being washed out. But one thing we were saying to him was saying, look, the good thing for you is Your weekend's not over. You're playing cricket tomorrow. Go out there and take out your frustration against some of the Croatian players. And he seems to be doing that. Shinwari, 3 for 15. Well, maybe he can go back home with a smile on his face after all. If he performs well here, that's well bowled as well, well dug out. And, oh, it's a misfield. And they'll take one as it gets tidied up. Shinwari not too happy about that. And Sam Williams in the background and has that, that task of getting those banners sorted out. That one, you've done a good job on that one. That looks lovely. He's working on that one there. It's a constant task because, well, the batters keep hitting the balls against them. What can you do? They take a bit of a battering. And this is a wild swing, and he's lucky, here's Sathi Devi, that he hasn't got anything on this. So you've got Sathi Devi and Rana out there. Now we know Shashank Rana, a very good batter. He's proved that in the European Cricket Series here.
Yeah.
And he's there with Sathi Devi as well. This is played away, and it will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Nice hit, well struck. Sathi Devi. Oh, he's one guy that can finish this pretty quickly if he gets going.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't have that many to play with, so run rate pretty good. They have lost 3 wickets in the power play. It's 34 for 3 after 3. Yeah, beautiful sunshine there for a moment. It's been just one of those few days where it's been a bit all over the place. A bit like that first innings. If you look at some of these periods where they were bogged down, but then Slovenia has some really big overs, so no real consistency or fluency through that first innings. Again, they need to continue to take wickets and turn this order over. The other thing is at the international level, typically you're going to have a lot more depth. So this Croatian side, the guys coming out kind of 7, 8, 9, they're going to be batting better than their 7, 8, 9 at the club level, where the talent's a bit more diluted. I think for Slovenia it doesn't make as much of a difference because it is pretty much Ljubljana team we've seen, except for a couple of guys. Anyway, it's going to be a wicket. First up, and it's Izaz Ali that breaks through. It's Rana who just tries to lift that leg side again. It goes through the gate, and that's another building block. We know the Slovenians, they love to defend, and at the moment, they've got another one. It's 34 for 4.
How many times did we see in the series that Izaz Ali came on the bowl and he knocks the timber over first up, and he does the same here, but this time he does it for his country. He does it for the club, doing it for the country. A terrific player and a great delivery first up. So now, big man Aman Maheshwari comes out. So you've got 2 good batters out there, 2 good aggressive stroke players, and they'll be hoping that these 2, or Croatians will be anyway, that these 2 can finish things off pretty quickly here.
You've still got the likes of a Sam Houghton or something like that to come in next. He's still got batting to come. Rathan Asami's listed after him. So someone has to step up. They just kind of need a partnership to steady things a bit. Izaz strikes first ball. Now Aman Maheshwari works him away, but they won't get a run.
What are your thoughts on some of that Sam? I mean, let's be honest about Sam Houghton. He's not a Sathi Devi, he's probably not a Maheshwari in terms of the aggressive play he plays. But for me, when you've got a score like you're chasing 87, he's my natural opener because I think he can go out there. He's not going to throw his wicket away, I think, unnecessarily. And he's capable of batting 6 and 7 overs, be there and getting these runs with a good partner alongside him. I think he's wasted when he's lower down the order because he's not somebody who can go out there and smack the ball about quickly when you need quick runs.
Yeah, I kind of know what you're saying there. I mean, it's one way they could have gone. I suppose he's a bit of an insurance policy, and that'll be fine as long as they need this kind of 8 and over or so. Let's say if it was to be a now or next. I also would say that he played quite defensively, I think partly because in the split team was struggling with the bat and he felt a lot of responsibility. In this team, he's got good players around him. I think he can express himself a bit more. I don't think he'll score as slowly. This is a nice shot deflected away by Sathi Devi, and he'll get 4. Just went with the line of the ball. Good shot selection as Croatia continue to eat into this target.
Yeah, nicely played. Gets the width, and he's backs himself as the batter, Sathi Devi, to get enough contact on this, get it clearly over the infield and get 4 runs. So, yeah, gets a boundary with minimum effort.
Say a quick good morning to Mark Smart as well, who's watching from Czechia. Said it was nice to wake up and see the Czech women take a win. Slow ball, you can tell from the grunt. And they decide against a run here. Yeah, the Czech team winning the first of the 4 matches of the ECI-W this weekend. And yeah, Mark, good to have you tuning in. And Kroom also mentioning that the celebration was pretty good from the Czech women at the end. And I'm looking forward to seeing those players back in around about 45 minutes time for the return bout.
Hey, you know, there were cupcakes, you know. You missed out on the cupcakes.
I heard of this,
and
but I've missed
that was from the Croatian side, and they were playing the first match, and it was nice because they were all coming together. Some of them hadn't met each other. They thought, well, you know what? Hey, listen, first time we're all together, we're going to have some cupcakes. That was nice.
39 for 4 after 4. But you know what I would like to see?
What?
Maybe if there's excess, what if it gets a bit aggressive and we have a cupcake fight? Could be good throwing and catching practice. Good. No, that's nice. I really I like the respect shown between both teams as well. And let's be honest, for women cricketers in Europe, the chances to play internationals or even high-level games, elite games, I suppose, what you'd call them, they're limited. So, and so I think they're really enjoying. So a lot of the women, they're training way more than they're ever playing. You know, so the fact that they're able to get out there and play, I think is wonderful. Siddiqui, he's going to have a bowl, and Maheshwari turns him away for a single first ball.
Yeah, big partnership this for me. And Siddiqui comes on to bowl. I think these two are more than capable of leading their country to a victory here. There is more batting to come, but I think they'd like to get most of the hard work done here. Still favourites here by 52 to 48. That's stayed sort of all the way through, hasn't it?
It's interesting, given that they're ahead of the rate at this stage, but a fair bit. This is going to grab a bit of something down the leg side, and pretty well stopped down there. It's going to be a leg bye in the end.
Yeah, well, that's Krishnan Kumar's zone, isn't he? He's been good down there and gets there. Look at this, rock and roll. And ends up on his feet and says, come on, get behind there. It's coming, incoming, he says.
It's almost like a celebration for just a bit of ground fielding, but I liked it. I think it was just motioning. He wanted Ramanjot to get to the stumps. I love this 5th wicket, and I think that would tip the scales towards Slovenia. We almost get it here. That's that whoosh from Maheshwari. It reminds me a little bit, David Gower used to play these flashes down the leg side. He just kind of waft the bat at it.
Yeah.
And Maheshwari's got his own kind of version. Because this is a ball, there's no one at deep cover. You can drive this through the covers, and there's value there. It just wasn't a good shot selection there from Aman. This one is a bit straighter, and he will be able to get it leg side. And they'll only be able to get a single. So, yeah, Slovenia, we know that Ljubljana were incredibly good at defending modest totals. Let's see if the Slovenian national side can do it here. Mark saying the spinning, jumping circle celebration is in this year. Yeah, we have seen some great celebrations this year on ECN. And, yeah, cricket at the end. Dan Weston is always saying cricket is about celebrating. That's what it's all about. Celebrating the game, celebrating the win. This is going to go over. Everyone is going to be a wide, actually, for height. And you can see this pitch. I mean, the boundaries might have come in, but the pitch is still the same, and it's going to be difficult to contend with. Ramanjot, who I think has been hit in the head about 37 times during this series. This one goes straight over the melon.
Yeah, plenty of extra bounce. We know this pitch does offer, and maybe you're going to see a bit more of that as things start to dry off here.
2 to come then. This one doesn't bounce, and yeah, you can kind of see the difficulties the batters have with that variable bounce. I actually think it makes it really interesting as a neutral, probably because I don't have to bat on it. But, you know, in a game that, you know, often people are saying, oh, everything's weighted too far towards the batter. And I think people like high scores. It makes for entertaining cricket. But the pitch certainly has been a bit of an equaliser over the last 2 weeks. Siddiqui, last ball of his over. Played pretty correctly down the ground. Maheshwari will just get 1, but he's 4 off 7. So he'll be looking to go up a gear halfway through this chase. Croatia 45 for 4.
Yeah, they'd be pretty happy. Once again, I think this partnership is pretty key. And of course, well, we can give you an update.
We can.
On Group A now, can't we?
Group A, Zagreb Assassins, because of their superior performance in the ECS that just completed, they are part of Group A. So those Last two spots in Group A were completed this week. Gina Brescia from Italy qualifying and Zagreb Assassins. Group D has Ljubljana, so obviously a lot of these players will be involved there. So we're down to only 3 more gaps. So we've got the Turkey rep in Group C yet to be decided. I think the Spanish All Spain finals are coming up in the next week or two, and also Gibraltar yet to decide their club. So we know 32 of the 35 clubs already. And this is in the air. Can anyone catch it? Not quite. Just loops over. Anyways, Shinwari, and they'll get a single. Yeah, so the ECL has expanded from 31 clubs to 35 in 2024. Remember, it started as only 8. So when I look at that kind of growth, I look at the ECI-W, which will start with 5 teams in December. But the fact that we would love it to grow. But also, let's be realistic. You know, you want to have competitive cricket. You want to have teams playing teams about their standard. So I know for the ECC men's next year, the plan is that there'll be kind of 2 tiers. Maybe that would be the solution for women as well. When you think about the kind of variability and experience levels and skill levels at this stage, Sathi Devi gets a single down the ground. But let's say, I'm talking out of school here, but let's say it went to 10 teams next year in the ECCW. Maybe you could have 5 and 5 and have 1 week of kind of the top ranked teams and another one of the teams below with maybe one going up, one going down.
I think that's a very good idea. I like that. And remember, there's more and more teams coming through all the time. Yeah. I mean, I had the pleasure of being in Romania when I saw Romania in action there. They had the Isle of Man there and Greece. And they played really good competitive cricket. So, you know, just they're 3 teams that would love to be involved.
Yeah, for sure. It also gives more teams the ability to win trophies, which I think is good. If you look at models like football, for example.
Shot. And this one will go all the way. That's a cracking hit from Amar Maheshwari. Now, he's a tall guy, so if you want to bowl short to him, you got to get some zip about it. But he just stands and he thumps this. He gets it good. It goes a long way. That is out of the middle of the bat. 6 runs. Thank you very much.
That's the thing. He has to get his hands out in front and be quick enough to get hold of this, and he does. And they kind of needed that because they just fallen behind. That brings up the 50 as well for Croatia. This partnership is so important, isn't it? Because they've been there. I mean, they've both faced more than 10 balls, or 10 balls at least.
Nice way to bring the 50 up, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Vinny, you know it's getting close to lunchtime. You know what day it is in England today?
I'm scared.
Roast dinner day. Roast dinner.
Mama comes in the last ball of his over, and it'll be clipped away for 1. Maheshwari will keep the strike. Got a game on here, folks. At the end of 6, it's 54 for 4. Roast dinner day.
Proper
That
roast
sounds
dinner.
good.
And I bet you there's going to be people in the chat saying, I'm having a roast dinner today. Just the one is up. I haven't had a proper roast dinner in a while. I'd love one.
I got to say, I'm a big fan of like the Sunday roast. You know, you go to a good old-fashioned Irish pub where they do the Sunday roast with all the trimmings.
Yeah. You've got to have all the trimmings. So, yeah, it's all part of the National Schools Meal Week in the UK, and it's the National Charity Food for Life. And it's about communities coming together to enjoy a roast meal. It's all about bringing people together and encouraging students to eat school meals and healthy meals as well. And roast dinner, that'll do it pretty good for me.
Right, big over here for Zadiki, who's good in his first over. And this is up, it's in the air, and it's catchable, and it's caught. And it's Izaz Ali that is able to grab it, moving to his left. So Maheshwari's gone, and this game takes another twist. Croatia 54 for 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting looking shot then from Maheshwari. He's not a big hitter straight down the ground, so you can see he sort of, look at the way the hands come into this. They go from sort of, you know, over his shoulder, and rather than going straight through into the ball, he's sort of hitting towards the leg. So when he's making contact on this, he's slicing it rather than hitting out the middle. So he's gonna depart, and well, a man that we had a little discussion about, Sam Houghton, comes out.
Yeah. Sathi Devi and Sam Houghton both actually played for Zagreb Sokol in the ECL earlier this year. And so they all know each other pretty well. Yeah, I just think it's technically he loses the left side of his body there, Maheshwari, and kind of collapses in the end. It's a strange looking shot. If he holds that front shoulder, he can drive that through the covers or over cover. Anyway, Houghton into the furnace. 33 required off 23. And he misses first ball, so does the keeper. Ramanjot. Oh, this could have been out as well, you know. Oh, Sathi Devi looked like he was climbing up Mount Everest there with all the gear. And maybe he would have just made it.
I think his bat was up. You know, he's really close, but
made it look difficult.
Not the best bit of running.
All right. This is a good game. This is a really good game. That could have easily castled Sam Houghton first ball. Sathi Devi, though, back on strike. And looking for a run, they'll get one. One thing that Sam is very good at is running between the wickets with his communication and the Antipodean kind of grounding you get. The coach has put a huge emphasis on it in junior cricket. And he faces up now. Again, I think he'll just be looking to score at this stage and not try anything too fancy. And he wants the one, he'll get one again. The power of taking off straight away.
Yeah, that's one thing that's good about Sam. He'll run well, and Sathi Devi's got to be ready for this as well. And you can take those singles. You just don't want to create too much scoreboard pressure at the moment. They can get just under. They need just under 9 and over. You don't really want that to get too high. You don't want it going over the 10 mark.
Still kind of need that one boundary and over though. Oh, okay. They decide against it in the end. Again, I think this is a run. You know, I think still 5 wickets to play with. It's going to have to be like a pick up and direct hit. He just changed his mind as Sam was about to get on board with the run. Anyway, Sathi Devi, they're probably the more out-and-out boundary hitter of the two. He'll face the last ball, the 7th. Keeps a bit low. Does punch it past the bowler for just a single. That's a single, and I'm getting a tingle. It's the end of the 7th. 58 for 5.
Yeah, but it looks like John Gray, he's getting a bit of a tingle as well, as he was saying that Rose Dinners is worth Sunday event in his place. I think in most places it was. So we can see that. We're going to see some more women's action as well when Croatian women's will be taking on Czechia again. Czechia were victorious first time round, but I think Croatia this time round, having been out there, they'll be for the better. And if they can keep their extras down, I think that could be a close match like this one is turning out to be at the moment.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And that will be starting in around about 35 minutes' time. Got to say, Erin Vuksic, she really impressed me. And she'll get the opportunity first up. And they've been sent in, the Croatians, in the first innings of what is match 2 of the women's series, the third match of the day. Okay, Slovenia. They're really, really well on top now. Mohamed Kel's coming back for his second over. There's just this boundary drought, which is it's hurting the Croatians on the scoreboard.
This place is pretty well, and you can hear the shout 2-2-2, and it should be an early 2, in fact easy 2. In fact, they may not even have to run because with that boundary just coming in, that tad, that's 4 runs.
And so, would say that getting that kind of 10 and over should be easier than it has been over the last 2 weeks because those boundaries have come in. And also, the sun coming down. I think the field's running a little bit quicker now than we've seen over the last couple of days. Sathi Devi, though, gets the 4. Again, you got to run well. But you can't limit yourself to just looking for ones, though. I still think you have to play your shots. And you know that Houghton at the other end, he's a very good cutter of the ball. He can use the pace very well. Well, that's going to be wides. How many? Probably just the 2. 1 for the wide and 1 for the extra run. But I got to say, it's miles over his head. Don't need to bang it in that short.
No,
maybe it's just that Mohamed Kel obviously not playing in this series, not realising this pitch and kind of where you need to pitch that shorter ball. He needs to make the adjustment.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery that from Rashid, but yeah, it could be, as you say, he hasn't played on it, he doesn't know about it, so bangs it in and it just takes off.
Houghton gets bat on it, gets 1, and acrobatic return for Mohamed Kal to deal with. But yeah, just kind of creeping up, aren't they? 22 off 15 now. I think the extras are going to be super important. You're either going to give away half a dozen in extras or 6 to 8 runs in extras from here, or you're not. You don't want to be gifting those runs. Yeah, that's The effort ball from Mohamed Kel. Nice take from Ramanjot as well up to the stumps. Another dot ball.
Yeah, you can see Ramanjot. He takes that and then he says, ouch, that hurt.
50-50 on the win predictor. You know what that means.
And that keeps rocking upwards and downwards with every ball at the moment.
Gets through Ramanjot again. That's going to be an extra. And so it's not easy. He's keeping up to a pretty quick bowler. But with Ramanjot, I think, he needs to get his head in line with the ball. And I was watching something. Actually, Josh Philippi was doing a few sessions in Sydney Sixers keeper and sometimes Australian limited overs keeper. And he was talking about the importance of trying to get your head in line, because then if the ball does something unexpected, you're in a better position to adjust. But when you're kind of just kind of going with your hands to the side of you, it's very difficult to make those little adjustments. Anyway, 21 of 13. And again, it's a little bunt from Houghton that almost goes to hand. That'll take us to the end of the 8th over. Strap yourselves in, folks, because this could be a big finish. 21 required off the last 2 overs. It's 66 for 5.
Yeah, well, anybody else that's got that tingle now? So let's see what happens here. So really, come to the 9th over, and I get the feeling that Sathi Devi, for me, will probably be making the decision to say, right, okay, I'll go for it here. Isn't it very interesting how similar those graphics are for both those teams?
Yeah.
They sort of follow the same sort of pattern. They've got a pretty good start, of course. You know that Slovenia, they started pretty well, especially with 20 coming off that second over from Aman Maheshwari. But then things steadily started to come down, and that's exactly what's happening here on Croatia out there. So there's Sathi Devi there, and I think he's probably made up his mind to say, right, I've got to do as much as I can in this over. If you can bring this down to, say, 8 or so the last, you're happy with that. So I think this is the big over here.
All right. Pretty good bowler to come back as well in Izaz Ali. Saved himself up for, I was going to say for a rainy day, but luckily this isn't a rainy day at the moment. We've got plenty of blue sky. So, 21 of 12. I feel like you need 3 boundaries in here somewhere. 3 boundaries, at least 2, a boundary and over at least. So, Houghton, I'd like to see him still trying to hit through the ball, not exclusively just looking for singles. Right now, Sathi Devi will face up. It all happens in the 9th, biggest over of the game so far. And it's a pull shot taken on, and it's catching practice for Waka, and he'll catch it. He doesn't drop too many at all. And so Izaz strikes again with the first ball of the 9th. Sathi Devi took on the short ball, but came up short, and it's 66 for 6.
Yeah, ball number 20 runs to Sathi Devi. A little bit slow for what he normally does, but I just had the feeling this was the over. He had to go for it. He wanted as many runs as possible from it. But Ali, like he always does, takes a wicket. He took a wicket of his very first ball in over 1, and now he's taken one off the first in over number 2. So Sam Houghton having a chat with the new batter who's coming out, and it's Rathin Asami. So Vignesh, what can he do here?
Yeah, not an easy time to come out, especially you got a genuine bowler here. Izaz Ali's dealing. He's getting a lot out of this pitch. So, who have they got? They've got Karim Harris to come back and bowl the 10th potentially as well. Haven't seen Palakonda with the ball. Surprised me a little bit. Anyway, this is almost a return catch. It'll turn out to be a dot ball, which is probably almost just as good at the moment for Slovenia.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not running here. I mean, there's been a few where they have chose not to run. And again here, I think you just got to go. You got to bite the bullet now.
It would have been pretty close to the stumps though if he picked it up. Anyway, Rathin Asami, he's had a look now. Slovenia now well on top.
Oh, no, it's that slow, loopy delivery. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
It comes out of his hands. I think maybe it's going to be a beamer, but no, look at it dip here.
Drops a lot, doesn't it? And you can see by the time it actually reaches him, it's only knee high. That's a very good replay, but
what a great
excellent.
What a clever delivery.
I'd probably bowl it again here. He goes pace on, and Rathasamy, he's waiting for it. Maximo! Here's the thing, Rico. Rathasamy was expecting that. He thought, you're not going to bowl me 2 slow balls in a row. That's why I was saying he should do it. And Rathasamy pumps him out of the ground. This game takes another twist.
Cracking shot, boom, shakalagia. Needed that one, so 2 balls to go in this one. And what we got now, 15 required, so we'd love to try and get another boundary here. I think the key thing is to try to, if they can take it down to less than 10 in the last, they put themselves as favourites. Just have a look. I mean, the win predictor still heavily in favour here of Slovenia. Let's see. In comes Ali.
Gets a piece of this, and they'll have to take on a run and get a single. But yeah, oldest trick in the book, the old slow fast or fast slow. Yeah, having a look at that. Well, we're getting down to the wire, aren't we? Look at the golden balls this year as well. 6 to the mat, 6 to the ball. Yeah. And, you know, if we do get a golden ball, well, the next one, when we do it, it'll be golden ball 50. It'll be our 50th ever golden ball. So,
yeah. Well, maybe Dave is going to be a lucky charm. He comes into the chat and saying hello to everybody.
Good timing.
But Dave, maybe you've brought a bit of luck our way in the golden ball front.
All right, I think you've got to go for this if you're Houghton. Last ball of the night. Does go for it. I don't think he gets an edge, but it's well bowled by Izaz. So look, he keeps his team in the contest. 7 runs come off that one. We're going to the last, and the score is 73 for 6.
14 of 6 deliveries. That's what's required for victory. 13 will bring about a golden ball. So everybody's saying good morning to everybody. John Gray and Dave joins us in the chat as well. To see is there as well. And John Gray. Well, a lot of people, Croom as well. Are we going to get that golden ball? Christopher Ward there as well. What do you think, folks? Could it happen?
Need 2 boundaries, I think. Yeah, maybe a 6. You can get some wides or something like that. And it is Karim who's going to bowl the last 14 required. Croatia. Can they do it? 6 balls to go. And it's a big swing and a miss. Now they're going to take it on. And so Houghton, I think he's got to take every run possible at this stage. But Houghton needs to find a gear, doesn't he? But I mean, we're calling Sam Houghton the Iceman because he just seems to be good under pressure. So let's see if he can deliver here. Again, these boundaries being in a little bit, that suits him as well because it just makes it more likely he might be able to get one over the ropes. Harris, that was well located, first ball.
He might fancy Harris in it because Harris, quick, outside the off, cut shot possible. He leaves this, good leave.
Good leave. Harris, though, I don't mind him trying that. I mean, that might get spoiled. But I think the key is with Harris, you don't want to be backing away to him. You don't want to be moving towards the leg side because Harris is going to try and bowl it outside off stump and bowl in that channel. So you want your weight going into the shot. You don't want to be falling off the shot. 12 off 5 now. Every ball's a big one at the moment. He gets a piece of it. He's going to test out the fielder. Will they come for 2 here? They'll decide against it with a clean pick up and throw.
11-4, just a single there. This is always my worry with someone like Sam Houghton coming in sort of in this sort of situation. I don't think he's naturally a big hitter. I wouldn't even wonder whether it's worth making a change to get somebody else in. You know, maybe like someone like Aswathi, you know, he's there. Abhishek Aswathi, clever delivery, well bowled, dot ball, and dot ball's a gold dust.
I'll tell you what, the Slovenians look like they're going to do this again. But look at the footwork here, look. Don't go leg side. Look at how he's skipping away from the ball, and he has trouble reaching. That was miles inside the tram line. Well, Ratha Sasami needs to pull out another one of those big bombs now, otherwise this is going to creep away. Oh, and he does, or does he? It's going to be 4. So how about that? I mean, Ratha Sasami at the 11th hour drags Croatia up to 80, and that makes it 7 off 2.
7 off 2, good hit. Gets plenty onto this. Look at the 2 batters having a talk. And the one thing that they're saying there now is whatever happens in this ball, you're running. You need to try and get that 1. You can't have a dot here, otherwise it's done and dusted.
Well, you can still tie it with a 6. So I'm not so sure because if you need someone to hit a 6, it's probably Rathan Sami at the moment. But anyway, and then take a chance on a golden ball. 7 to win, 6 will tie it, 2 to come. Oh, he misses. All right, well, it comes down to this, Rico. It's 86-80 at the moment, and that's why I said you take your chances now. If you can hit a 6 here, then we'll have golden ball 50 live from Croatia. And here's the thing, golden ball 49, it was a 6 to tie the game in the first place from Joy Pereira.
Rathan Asami, can he do it? Can he get one out of the middle?
Maximo for a golden ball, 6 to tie, game 1. Oh, he misses, and the Slovenians have held on. They do it by a margin of 6 runs. They're pumped up. Why not? The hosts go down in the opener. What a game, though. Slovenia just never gave up, and Croatia couldn't come up with the boundaries they needed to overhaul the target in the end. 86-80. Honours to the Slovenians. And don't forget, these teams, they'll play 3 more times this weekend.
They will, and they'll all be close. But one thing we know about the Slovenian side, because we've seen majority of their players play for the Ljubljana side, when it comes to defending, they are good. And they've shown it again there again. For me, though, when I have a look at that and I have a look at the batters that are still there to come, I mean, one guy who stands out, Abhishek Aswasti, I mean, you got to have, I think you need to have him up there. He's the guy that can hit boundaries for you. Even someone like Vedran Zanko can hit the ball pretty hard. So I just get the feeling here that Croatia will have a look at that and say, how do we lose that match? We should have won it. We were going well. But they lose wickets at the wrong time as well. Of course, the wicket early on there for someone like Danny Kula when he hits the 4 then gets out. That was key. Anil Kumar came out. As we see here, he started with 2 glorious shots, and that one was just absolute pure class for 6 runs. But then he gets out and he gets done by an absolute beauty from Shinwari. Shinwari was spectacular. 3 wickets in his spell.
Yeah, and wickets matter. Even obviously with the more depth that you'll have at international level, but it just put Croatia on the back foot and got them a little bit conscious. You can see he was fired up. Don't worry about the grip out there. He was unafraid to rip out the chainsaw. Yeah, but I think Croatia, they'll be pretty upset, I think, to go down. These 2 teams, they've already played a series of ECI earlier in the year in Romania. So, I mean, there's not a lack of experience or anything like that. They've both come off an ECS here as well. So, interestingly with that, it means that they've played 4 times this year in ECI cricket. It makes it 2-2. So, I'm really excited at the prospect of 3 more matches between them because, as you can see, that the levels of these 2 teams are remarkably similar. So it's just the decisions made in the game, the executions in the game. I think the catching was important. I think Waka Khan has been very, very reliable out there, sometimes with 1 hand, sometimes with 2. But well done to the bowlers at the end. I'm talking about Izaz Ali in the 9th, only went for 7. Likewise, Karim Harris, as Croatia can't get there in the end. End up on a slightly disappointing 80 for 6. Sathi Devi, he was the top scorer because they only go run a ball pace. You have a look at that. No one really able to take the game and run with it. Kumar started well, but he was out 4th ball for 10. Run a ball. Sathi Devi, run a ball. Maheshwari, kind of more or less run a ball. Rathan Asami, though, did hit a big 6 in there. So, a little disappointment, but I think like all the teams here, they'll be learning from it and hoping to improve as the weekend goes past. Shinwari, you mentioned him, 3 for 22. He was outstanding, wasn't he? 2 for 12 for Izaz Ali and the other wicket to Siddiqui. But you can see it was a real team effort, as we've seen from the Slovenians over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was. And one thing you just don't do with Slovenia, especially when you got like some of those key bowlers in that side, like Isaac Ali and Shinwari, you don't sort of write them off. And no matter how many scores, what the score is that they're defending, they find a way to do it. But I do feel there that Croatia, they made a pretty decent start. But to when they needed to get the acceleration in, when they need to be pushing, when they need to be taking those singles and turning those 1s into 2s, they didn't quite do it. And once again, you see both those 2 teams maybe making the same mistakes, only losing 6 wickets. I think putting too much value on the wickets and not going for those extra runs, that could make all the difference.
Yeah, some parallels, I think, between the women's game and the men's game we've seen this morning. So we're halfway through day 1 here in this international weekend. Join us as it will be Czechia and Croatia doing battle in Game 2 of the Women's Series when we return in 20 minutes for more internationals here. You're watching the ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this international Saturday. Well, we've got an international weekend for you. The great news is that the sun is shining, is warming up, and very unlike the first match this morning that these two sides were involved with, and that of course I'm talking about the Croatian women and Czechia women, it was wet, it was horrible. They had to start the day lifting and removing the covers off the pitch, which was full of water. But they did it all, they mucked in, and now their reward is to play another match against each other, and this time in beautiful sunshine. It's around about, I think, 19 to 20 degrees out there. The sun is shining, and well, the ladies are looking forward to going out there and doing their thing. Very much similar to the first match when they played earlier. It is going to be Czechia that have won the toss, so they're going to field. So Croatia will be batting again first. They in that first match, batting first. They got to 35 and lost 2 wickets. I felt that a score sort of 35 to 45 would be pretty competitive. In the end, the victory from Czechia came with 11 balls to go. So I think they'll be looking to get closer to maybe, even if they can go at around about the 7s are over, and get themselves to a competitive score. And the one thing that they need to then do, I think, is just to be a little bit tidier with their bowling and fielding, especially with the extras. So here we go. They're getting ready to start. So the battle of bat versus ball for the second edition of the Croatian women taking on the Czechia women. Croatia will be having a bat first. And this young lady, Babar, bowled beautifully well in the first match. In fact, picking up the Player of the Match award as well. 2 overs, just went for 4 runs and picked up a wicket as well. But bowls well, gets the ball outside the off and attacks the stumps as well. See the keeper ready to go as well. Just doing a few warming ups. We're just waiting for the time to click. And we'll go. That was Karen behind the stump. So here we go. It's the first delivery. And this one just a little bit wayward down leg side and wide called. And that's the sort of things that myself and Vinny were talking about in the early match. I mean, they take the wide, but I think you gotta be looking here to take the extra. But see, by the time the ball comes off the wicketkeeper, Karen, the non-striker is not even looking. And the non-striker, look at the way that she's standing. So just a little tip there. She's got her back to the bowler. She's got to be standing the other way around. And I'd like it if somebody just says a little chat to her and say, look, hold the bat in your left hand, and then that way you're facing the bowler. Like at the moment, she's looking away. She can't see what the bowler's doing when the bowler releases. So you just got to, just little things like that. Just hold the bat in the left hand and then be looking at the bowler as the bowler comes. And then as soon as the bowler releases, you're backing up. A good bit of bounce there. And another dot. Welcome back to all of our viewers around the world as well. Lovely to have you with us. I know that Dave was joining in there earlier. Steve McVeigh is with us now as well. Great to have you all chirping in. Part of the conversation on the chat. And of course, namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasri akal, aibawan, welcome to our audience that are tuning in via fan code. Lovely to have you all with us as well. Watching, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. That's that extra bounce again. That little bit of extra pace from Babar generates. I'm not able to get anything on this at the moment, Hazirin. But she's a good batter. She's got good technique. Dropped a bat onto this one, and they will take the single. Nice underarm throw. Yeah, very different conditions to what they were playing in first thing this morning. And I think they'll be grateful for it as well. Much more pleasant surroundings. It's going to be Henna Lano. He's now taking guard. Well, they're going to take the leg bar. Good running, good backing up. And that's what they've got to do. So Helena looking a little bit nervous while she's out there, but the more times she spends out there, the more confident she'll get. She gets into a good position, just not able to make the contact. And a good call early on there from Erin. Gets back on strike. She batted very well in the last match, couldn't put a fine 20 on the ball, but not this time. She plays all round this one, and it's a great delivery from Baba. It's full, it's straight. Jog the Fatte. बहुत अच्छी bowling की थी. बढ़िया ball सी जबरदस्त. And that is the end this time of Erin. So Fuskic just couldn't see this one out. I think she get deceived by the flight. I think she thinks she's going to be fuller. You watch here, she thinks she's going to be able to drive this one. Doesn't get to the pitch of it. And Joy from Babar gets the wicket, and that's a big wicket as well. There's the 35 for 2 in the first match. Erin made 20 of those. And she's going to depart early this time. Bowled beautifully. It's also the end of the over, and it's 4 for 1. And well, if you're liking the international action on the women's cricket, well, you're going to love what we've got coming up in 43 days' time. Of course, it's going to be the Euros of cricket, and the Women's Championship this time round, starting on the 17th of December, going all the way through to the 22nd. Oh, what a great way to start the festive season, happening at the Karama Oval. So, Talamala is now going to come on the bowl. She bowled very well as well. Did bowl the 2 overs in the early contest. Remember, because it was reduced overs, it's just 7 overs aside, that only 2 bowlers could bowl 2. Talamala did and bowled very well. It's nice to welcome back after a spot of lunch to Vinny Sanders, jostling back in the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. It's a huge moment early, isn't it, with Vukovic going. She was incredibly effective in the previous game, scoring 20 not out. Talamala gets a go. It's a good one first up. And it was that swing again that Barbara has been getting this morning, that natural in swing.
Yeah.
And to get out good players, you got to bowl good deliveries. And that was certainly one right on target with that movement. And so, yeah, we talked a lot about the running earlier on. I'm sure that the players here, they'll have a look at these games probably tonight. I don't know if they would have had a chance in the break. But to kind of see, particularly with the running between the wickets, that I said something earlier which sounded funny, but it kind of made sense to me, that I as a coach, I'd want to see my team seeing a couple of run-outs when my team's batting, because it shows you that if they haven't been run out a couple of times, they're not trying for enough runs, because you shouldn't run out of wickets in the 10 overs. This one is lost down the leg side for a wide. So it's a nice opportunity for Helen to come out there as well and to open the batting. And again, it's good eyes behind the body, so gets the wide.
Yeah, got a nice upright stance. Keeping the head nice and still, and just gets back onto this. Wants to run. It's going to be a tight one, but they'll get there. Good running. Oh, well done to Helen. He does get off the mark, gets her first run.
I bet Helen actually, she started playing on this ground back in the 2000s, so like 20 years ago, and she was actually the first female cricketer in Zagreb. Hasn't played for a while, but joined back this year when she heard about the first ever women's team forming. So it's wonderful to have her out there. Gets pretty close from Talamala. Talamala just misses the off stump. And the other thing about Helen, she played a major role in getting the Budinec ground where the ECS was played last year. So obviously wishing her all the best. At the moment though, Czechia have just been a little bit superior in their accuracy with the ball, and that's where it all starts from. They've made another strong start here, as well as the important wicket of Vukovic.
Yeah, so see there, Talamala not trying to do too much with it, not trying to bowl fast. They're getting a good bit of flight in it, but good areas. Strayed only once down the leg side, but other than that, good areas. And at the moment, see Christina just struggling to get that onto ball. And this one's straighter, and she does well to fend that one off. But will be the end of the over. Only 2 runs from it, and 2 overs complete. Croatia 6 for 1.
So Christina, who faces out the end of that over, she is actually the wife of Zagreb Sokol player Sohail Ahmed. So obviously she's been around a little bit over the last couple of weeks. It's great to see her out there doing her thing. But yeah, I suppose it's a two-pronged strategy. You need to be hitting more balls and you need to be going for runs. All right, so it's very hard to get runs if you're not hitting them unless there's some errors behind you. So it's just a matter of having that understanding and trust with your partner, saying, look, if I hit this, we're going to run, all right? If we get there, maybe we will, maybe we won't, but at least we're going to try it. Otherwise, you do get bogged down. And this is going to be okay, because I think the second bounce here is before the stumps, but it's after the crease.
A good call there, so good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think Karen, she sees that it gets past the keeper. Says, yeah, we'll come, we'll take another.
Yeah, that's well judged. The old double Yorker. But, yeah, again, this is one thing I think will improve so much this weekend. There's a running between the wickets and the calling.
Oh, this one will be a no ball. It's far too high. Oh, why is signal so...
It's wide a signal from square leg, so work that one out. Let's have a look.
Surely this has got to be too high. That's got to be a no ball.
You've got to give that, yeah, it has been called a no ball now. Yeah, no ball, so free hit coming up. Again, now's the opportunity to try something. You might want to try something like, I don't know, batting 3-4 metres out of your crease. Again, it's a bit of a problem-solving activity as well.
Yeah, so got the feeling here that's really nice, because I don't think the batter there probably understands about the free hit, and the wicket keeper, a fair play to Karen, he just explains, hey, you know, it's a free hit. You can really go for this. You can't be out.
Maybe she said block it.
You reckon? Nah.
Anyway, all right. Christina, now's your moment. Let's go.
And she does attack it. It won't be out. It's a good catch. They haven't. Oh, well, here comes the throw. They can keep running. Keep on going. Go again. Go again. Go again. Oh, dear.
Well, this is hilarious, really, because it's not the first time we've seen this either on ECN, with players not realising it's a free hit. Then the ball gets thrown away. It would have been run out. You can see there. It's, yeah, of course, because they crossed on the previous ball. So
well, I'm loving the reaction there of the bowler, Babar. She's celebrating with and you can see that somebody's trying to say, "Hey, stay calm, stay calm. It's a free hit." This one's going to be. What's this going to be? Is it going to be a no-y or a wide?
I think it just sneaks in.
It sneaks in
on both accounts. Check the height. It does drop in the last moment. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at this.
It might be fine.
It's still a bit high, you know.
Yeah, but dropped at the right moment. Yes, probably for width though. It should have been a wide. Anyway, and now hit and run job into the keeper. Oh, I think she might just be gone here.
Yeah, the finger. It's been given on the field of play. So good work from the keeper.
But here's the thing, Leno would have made it if she had a better start. It's a really good example of what we're talking about, of some of the basics. So just trying to back up, trying to steal the extra 2 metres for free. And in the end, you can see here, look, she's not really doing too much, maybe a metre, but she could have easily got another metre, which in the end, she's only just out. You can see, comes into the keeper. Look how much she's out by, and she easily could have had made that ground up. So it's a bit of a frustrating one, but look, she does make a couple of runs in the end. She'll be out for 2, and the score is 10 for 2.
Yeah, Baba involved in getting the throw back, and the rest done by the keeper there, by Karen.
Yeah, Karen has a pretty good keeper, pretty experienced, and did well to get that ball onto the stumps quickly. So new batter out there is Lydia Kvaric.
This one's been well hit, and we'll get through
2 there.
First
again,
fielder.
maybe a second was on offer there. Again, you just have a lot of the time, maybe not having the experience to look for a second when it was there. So to run once and think your job's done. We saw that on the free hit. There was an overthrow on, and maybe you're not anticipating there might be a misfield. Nice shot though, first up from Kvaric.
This time they don't take the run. I suppose seeing the run out last time round, they think, no, you won't risk it. And they don't. End of the over.
Nice over there by Treya Basale as well. And she's certainly kept it pretty tight there, asking the right questions. 4, 2 and 5. So obviously not easy going so far, but still I'll be hoping they can they can get something going in the middle of the innings, but you can't overestimate the loss of Vukic early. He just had the ability to guide this innings. Maybe what's defendable here? I mean, potentially something like 50 to 60, I suppose.
Yeah.
You'd have a shot if you bowl well. And also now it's a 10 over game. It means that you're going to have to find 5 bowlers at least that you think can do the job for you. Again, the hit and run job here. Direct hit will be close, misses. But again, that's kind of what we're talking about. You have to take some risks to get runs on the board. And Kmaric, again, she's hitting the ball nicely. She would have been gone, but instead she gets a run.
Yeah. So it's Lakshmi who comes on to bowl. Lakshmi Nandivada. And good effort there on the field. This one is swinging away and just sneaks it inside. So Popovic happy with that.
Well, Croatians got some friendly calls earlier, but looks like they're not getting too many at the moment. I think you got to call that. It's a bit tough on the batter, but anyway, there's a little bit of judgment goes into it. Nazovic now, none of 8. Keeps this one out. And again, that's not a bad strategy. If it's on the stumps, then you can probably eat a dot. If it's off the stumps, you really want to have a go at it, I think, and try and score some runs. So I just noticed Rudraj Magare is watching. He was player of the series in the Prague ECS earlier this year. Good to see you, Rudraj. Hopefully you're well. Also, he's broken into the Czech men's setup over the summer. Plays for United, and United, they're the golden ball kings. They always give us the golden ball. So we might have to draft you guys in for another game because we're on a bit of a drought at the moment, Rudraj. Good, we have a golden ball here. We haven't had a women's golden ball before on ECN. I know that Terry, who's now working for Cricket Estonia, but was heavily involved in Czech cricket for quite a few years. He told me the first ever Estonian T10 match for women ended in a golden ball.
Is that right?
Yeah, and the Estonian women, actually, they'll be part of the ECI, another blended ECI in Malta in a couple of weeks' time. So, yeah, looking forward to watching them get on the park for the first time on ECN.
That one sneaks in. So, had a few that have gone down the leg side, has Nandivada, but this one is okay.
Yeah. Again, the offside shot's not easy. Maybe you can try and deflect it away. Like I said, first step to scoring runs is to be able to make contact.
Optimistic appeal, and then some hesitant running again. And they will get there.
They'll get there, but again, I mean, Nazovic at least alert to the idea of trying to move the score, but you can see here, there's a half a star, but it's just having the, what's the word, the confidence, I guess, or at least being comfortable with the risk that taking a run is. It's pretty well struck. It won't get too far away from the pitch though, and Talamala is quickly on top of it. So that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 15 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, not a bad over there at all from Nandivada. Just a few that went down the leg side, but other than that, nice and tidy. Glorious day here now. Sun is shining, and shining down on, well, a first for us here on the European Cricket Network, where we got international cricket this weekend, but we got the ladies and the gents playing playing sort of consecutive matches, haven't they? It's really nice. I like it.
Paul Stubbs has just phoned in. The switchboard's lit up because his longest duck record looked like it might be in jeopardy. Nazovic, I'm sure that was leg by, but it was credited with a run last over. I think it was the 5th
Got to go
ball.
here. Now there's no communication there. So these two got to start communicating.
It's uncomfortable when you're out of your crease, right? So Cameron, not really getting the start there. Again, this is just a learning thing, right? And then she kind of points at the ball, but it was almost like there was an imaginary rope that was tying her to the bowler's end stumps there, Lydia. In the end, they decide against the run. But yeah, these are the little things. And these are the things the coaches, they'll be able to pull apart tonight and say, look, have a look at this in this situation. When it happens again, then this is what you can do differently. So I think it's going to be such a great tool for improvement.
Yeah, and that's not a bad delivery. Good areas there from Moodley. So Tasika, nicely done, well bowled.
Yeah, Des is a pretty experienced player, and yeah, she's got this kind of slightly unusual action, but she's very good at putting it where she wants it. And hopefully I haven't jinxed it. And once again, that's the channel, isn't it?
That's the area to be. It's outside that off, like you say, Vinny. The perfect channel. And what I like about it, I mean, it's all about when she gets a swing, or, you know, gets the arm over, that part of the body nice and straight, so sort of levers herself into the action. You see there's a bit of momentum. Here we go. And then, yeah, that one just goes astray.
I didn't jinx it, but you did. But I'm going to say I'd like to see some of the batters getting a bit more confidence with things like moving around the crease, for example. So we just saw Tezuka, she was bowling a lot of balls in that offside channel. So maybe if you're not hitting it with the bat, get over there, get in the way of it, and kind of make a decision that you're gonna try for a run for this kind of delivery, which is hit this time. But the fielding is done by the batter in the end. A few laughs there, saying sorry for getting in your way. Let me give this back to you. Lydia at the non-striker's end.
She's saying,
She's right. You're not going to run me out, I'll run myself out.
I like that. All a bit of tongue-in-cheek. And this one's got to play at it. Does get a bit of pad, but
again,
no
look.
He's got to get back, and that's out, I think. I think this is going to be run out. Oh, that's such a shame. I mean, it's great work from Czechia, but once again, unfortunately, these two batters just not on the same wavelength. And just have a look at that. Lydia, she's just standing there watching. She doesn't really know. And she likes to point with a bat. But it's like, say, get back over there. And unfortunately, oh dear, that's going to be Christina that's going to be run out here. And it's a simple bit of work there from Baba.
Again, yes, it's a teachable moment, isn't it, really? But yeah, I like the little bat point. She certainly had done a bit more pointing than running in the last few minutes, Lydia. And unfortunately for Nazovic, he's going to pay the price. Good direct hit run out there as well. So give someone else a chance, I suppose, as Croatia lose a third wicket, 18 for 3.
That lovely moment when she gets back there. See, that's the difference also. Maybe if there's a big difference with the men and the women. I think if that's a guy, he's fraying the bat, he's fraying the helmet. And not the ladies. They go back and they have a laugh and a giggle and say, well, sometimes that's the way it happens.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Sometimes you can do all the training you like, but there's nothing like match practice. And especially that you've got it all on videotape to go and have a look at these things and saying, look, if you can, you're not grounded, for example, to a particular spot on the crease. As this is hit, again, they're not going to get a run here. But yeah, you can move around laterally. You know, if the ball's always going in this direction, and maybe take a little step across and get a bit closer to the ball. So little things like that. And, you know, you need to be able to communicate with your partner and have that trust. Say, look, come on, I'm gonna run if I hit it. I need you to run too.
Oh, this one gets caught wide. I mean, it's just slightly down the leg side,
Yeah,
but
you still got to be consistent on these. I think it's just to be fair to all the players. I think it just misses, but unless it hit the pad, which I don't think it did. But look, that's one opportunity, I suppose, to spot those going down the leg side and make sure that you don't get in the way.
Floated up, no run, and this time you can see that there is a bit of backing up this time with Lydia, but she's going to stay where she is now.
That's the one, I think, where you see it going straight to field. A big, loud no required. So 20 for 3 after 5 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, in the bright sunshine. Finally, here we go. I know.
We have the warmth of the sun.
It's been a tough couple of days. But anyway, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And thanks for getting involved in the chat as well. A lot of people tuning in, as you'd imagine, from Czechia as well. A lot of Croatians obviously watching live at the ground, and probably a few in watching on Fancode or watching on their YouTube channel, I should say, ECN European Cricket Network. And like I said, I think the rate of improvement is going to be greatly accelerated by these matches this weekend as Nandavanda comes on in over number 6. Let's just have a look at this one. I still think you've got to call that wide because you didn't really move before the ball. I know there's a certain judgment element to it, so umpires sometimes have a tough job to do.
This is the nutmeg, I think. This goes between the legs. And it just doesn't, she sort of freezes.
She thinks she's going to block it. Well, any ice hockey goalies out there, I'll tell you that one's gone straight through the 5-hole. But yeah, just have the confidence. You know, be a bit more aggressive. I'm going to say something here which is very natural, especially if you haven't played a lot of matches or you haven't played a lot of games. There's a fear factor in batting, that getting out, I don't want to get out, I don't want to, your aim should be for the fielders and for the bowlers to feel a bit scared of what you might do with that bat. So, swing it around.
Yeah, good
I
hit.
like it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I like it. We've seen this many, many times. That, just to try and put the pressure back on the other team, to kind of hold up a mirror to it, for example.
Yeah, that's nicely struck. Good shot.
Man,
And, well, it's another wicket. And this is a really good delivery. Well, how about that for a catch? So, more hugs and more delight for Turkey up, but disappointment because that's going to be Pavla, who's going to go without scoring. It's going to be a 3-ball tuck, unfortunately. But she actually makes fairly decent contact, watches it well, but unfortunately, he plays it into the hands of the fielder, who takes a really good, sharp catch.
yeah, well, we said that cricket's all about celebrating, and the Czech are celebrating. Derek has a bit more work to do. Look, yeah, you're right. It wasn't a bad shot, really. Again, gets in a position, maybe could have swung the bat a bit harder, you could say, and kind of just went at a comfortable pace for the fielder there. And so it's going to be a 4th wicket, 22 for 4. This could be 2 in a row, but it's dropped, and now we have a run-out opportunity at the bowler's end. And he's going to be out. An accidental out.
It is an accidental out. Well, it's 2 in 2. Oh, that is really unfortunate. So that's Ivana. That could have been caught, doesn't get caught, but then they decide to run. So this time she's not pointing the bat. She's telling her partner to get going. And then how about this? Sometimes you need some luck, and that's luck for the bowler. As Nan Devida gets the run out. And this is the ball. Look, watch this again. The ball goes off the fingers onto the ground and then sort of spins up and hits the stumps. Oh, that's such a shame. And now we're going to see a golden. So a couple of ducks are mounting up. Well, they could. Chance of a team hat-trick here, 22 for 5.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is you can kind of see the building blocks are there. They just have to string a few together. So now obviously, the hitting the ball is one thing, the running's another. This could be a team hat-trick. It is hit. Again, that's the kind of ball. Anicic now at the non-striker's end. Ideally, you wanted to be alert to the opportunity for a run there. As it is, it'll be the end of 6 overs. Now Devada with a good one. And the score is 22 for 6. 22 for 5, sorry, after 6.
Yeah, 5 down, 6 gone. So a couple of ducks there. But I suppose this is a good opportunity. When you remember the first match, it was just 7 overs aside. Only lost 2 wickets in that one. So this is an opportunity to get some of the others having a bit of a knock. And you never know. There's always an opportunity that there's somebody down there in the order who you don't really know about and goes out there, performs well, and you think, okay, you've got somebody that can go higher up the order. This is going to be a no ball. It's the first ball from Muncie. Palmer just goes a little bit too wide outside the off.
Yeah, that's actually one. The ball's still live there, actually. So just kind of patted back. Well, this is one, actually, if you can reach it, you have to stay on the pitch these days, but you can actually go and give it a whack and try and score some runs. As it is, we'll have a free hit coming up. Yeah, Palmer coming on now. I want to say hello to Vlasta, who's watching the chat, saying, let's go, Czech team. And a lot of representation. This could be another free hit catching opportunity. Pick up, throw, miss. Again, just shows you if you go for runs, you're not going to make them all, but you'll make some. And I think it's nice to see Anicic off the mark there.
Yeah, and also it's nice to like Lydia now. She certainly is not afraid of running anymore. She's saying, come on, let's go, let's run. She runs hard. So it's another one that gets popped up in the air, but once again, I mentioned this in the first contest between these two. I like the fielding. They've got energy. They're pretty dynamic. Look at them. They're all chasing, backing up, and they're all over that, aren't they? They're all over it.
Just couldn't quite get there that time. But yeah, back on strike. That's really good fielding again, and almost scaring Palmer, who realised she was in the firing line in her follow through. And again, they'll have a bit of a laugh about that.
Yeah, well, Palmer gets down because he thinks that Babar is going to have a shot at the stumps. And in the end says, don't worry, I'll save you. Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe she had no choice.
I think
it was
a
a
bit
footing
of,
that went.
A bit of both, I think. And they're going to take it on. Again, there'll be a chance. And this is what I'm saying, and this is kind of what I learned earlier in the year as well when I was doing the Gibraltar series, is that it's very hard to get a clear-cut single. It's probably one of the main differences between the men's and women's game because, the men, because they're quicker between the wickets, they're just able to make more singles comfortably. But, yeah, this will be another one. So you're going to have to risk your wicket sometimes to get a run. It's just the nature of the game. So you have to be kind of comfortable with taking those risks. I just want to say a quick hello to Mark Smart, again, watching from Czechia. Also, hello to Dave B, hello to Trip, and probably Kitty's around as well. Hello to Kevin and Steve McVeigh and everyone that's tuning in. So last ball, the 7th over. It's been a good one from Palmer. Pretty accurate.
Well bowled and well played as well. No run, end of the over. 4 come from it. And with 7 overs complete in the score 26 for 5. So need to really look to get some bit of acceleration somewhere. But it's always going to be difficult, I think, when they lost Owen pretty early. She only went just for 1 of 5 deliveries. Of course, last time round she was the main contributor, making 20. And of course, plenty more women's cricket coming up. It's going to be, of course, the first ever Euros of women's cricket happening at the Cardam Oval. Once again, we go back to Spain. Andalusia to the sunshine there. And, well, what a cracking series that one is going to be. So, of course, the Euros of women's cricket. 5 teams in action, including the host Spain.
Yeah, and of course, we're hopeful that'll develop into a tournament that has more and more teams, maybe even kind of 2-tier system. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, I'm going to say they've been pretty disciplined once again, the Czech bowlers. I think probably in this tournament, you're looking at, if you can keep it under 2 extras per over, so 2 runs in extras. So at the moment, they've bowled 11 wides, 2 no balls, and 7 overs. To me, that's better than par. I think that's an achievable. Okay, at this level, you're not going to get necessarily 6 and over where you want them every over, but that's an achievable goal that you can measure. Just trying to eliminate those bad balls. This is Barbara, who to me she's been the pick of the Czech bowlers this morning and going into the afternoon.
Yeah, she's played well, Farbar. She's bowled well. We've seen her good in the field, been involved in some run-outs as well. So she's enjoying her time, enjoying her moment. Now this is where you got to go. And once again, you see the stop sign being put up there by the batter. So that's just now saying no, we won't go. But that's what you got to take. They're the ones. And that's why, because they're turning these ones down, that's why they're still in the 20s and not 30s.
Yeah, and so the other thing is, coming from a longer form of cricket, you do have to be more careful about trying to preserve your wicket, right? So that is obviously something that it's a hard habit to shake. I'm not saying you have to be crazy, but you do have to take more risks. And no one really likes getting out, right? But you got to realise, okay, we still have batters waiting in the shed. We have 4 more batters that could come back and will come out there and help get some runs.
It's a little bit too high, slightly quicker delivery. And yeah, I think you can see there afterwards, Baba herself saying, yeah, I think this is too high.
Yeah, I think it was still on the way up. I think it's a good call. Yeah. And, at least getting in the way of that. But again, I just think the number one, it's hard to kind of develop batting techniques and bowling techniques quickly. But what you can do is, again, I think that they probably deserve the call.
I think
there.
what you got here with 2 umpires. I'm going to say this. I think you got Popovic who's being very kind to some of the bowlers, where you got DJ at the other end who's very strict.
Yeah.
So, I suppose in a way evens out. There's a nice hit. And they will get the single this time.
He's saying you know which end you'd want to be bowling, right?
Get the feeling, yeah. Popovic, of course, Popovic is saying, hey, yeah, you're learning your trade. I'll give you that one. It wasn't that far away. Whereas DJ is like, if it's a whisker, he's calling them. End of the over.
I think got to be fair to the batting team as well. Yeah, that's why I think still you can be a little bit. Maybe you could give them the tram line in ECI-W cricket, but I think once the ball's partly outside that, it's pretty tough to hit because the reach isn't quite there either. So where are we at? 27 for 5 off 8 overs. But what I was going to say, okay, batting and bowling and even kind of fielding, it can take time. But things like running between the wickets, you can organise yourself almost instantly. Okay, make some rules with your team. Okay, we're going to run. If the keeper fumbles the ball, we're going to run. If you hit the ball hard and you see it, you're going to call instantly. You're going to run. You're going to teach people how to back up correctly. These are things that you can do, while you're working on your technique in the background.
There's another opportunity, and it's been taken. So Josephine comes on to bowl and takes a wicket straight away, and caught by Baba. She is having a fantastic day, and goes for the shot. A little bit unlucky not to get more of that is Lydia, but he's going to see she's just looking after her.
Yeah, she's like, careful, it's coming down.
Her colleagues thinking, hey, be careful, that's still on its way down. So Lydia will go for 6 of 16 deliveries.
Yeah, so well bowled by Josephine Suchkova first up. Just that natural into an action. I really like her bowling, I'll be honest with you. So look at that little wobble in. And it ends up being kind of a bit of a top edge. And Farwa, she's been in the action today. And then they're saying, watch out, watch out. There's a grizzly about as the 6th wicket falls, 27 for 6. Immediate success for Josephine. She'll only get the one over here because she's bowling the 9.
Nimal D'Souza is the new batter. Makes good contact, thinks about the run, but not to that player, not to Farwa Baba. She's been a shining star here today. You're not going to take any risky runs to her. But yeah, I'm liking this good start from Josephine. Oh, there's a little bit of something on this.
That's a chance. It's actually come off the pad and then hit the bat in the follow through or the glove. Just check this out. Thanks to Spring Productions. It goes pad and it actually hits pretty much the middle of the bat. That's got to go down as a chance. Karen de Kunhat behind the stumps.
Well, maybe a little bit of luck there for D'Souza.
That'll be a wide down leg side. But I was talking earlier how I think it's wonderful that there's a lot of work going on in these countries to develop cricket and women's cricket. I know that Chris Pearce runs the cricket academy there in Czechia. They're working on especially younger players.
Yeah, look at that field set. They're nice and tight.
Yeah.
So not giving anything away, and that's what's making it even harder for the batters. You see even that one, whereas normally you'd think there'd be nobody there. They're not giving anything away. Czechia. That's what I'm liking about this field. They're gambling that the batters are not going to be getting the power shot in, and they're saying, well, okay, we're not going to push back. We're going to make it difficult.
This time, I won't get the call. So I can say Suchkova has bowled a really good over so far. He's only had the 1 run conceded. You can see she got the wicket first up. You can see just the smile on her face as well, that she's thrilled to be out there representing her country. And obviously, along with her teammates, she'll be a lot better for this experience as well, I'm sure. Here's the last ball of her over.
Well, they're running. That's good. So they'll get a couple here. It's a nice throw. It's on the stumps, direct hit. I think they do just get there.
Yeah, it does get there in the end, but she took a long time to get motoring. This is actually pretty tight. Have a look at it. I think she just gets home. It was like a race.
Put the bat down. Put the bat down. Bat's not down, is it?
Are they completely off? I actually think she's just, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I get the feeling. Let's not look at it again. I think the bat probably isn't all the way down there, if I'm honest. And
well, I think
oh dear. I think they might be having a look at this again.
Now they're going to get the longest wait ever. But she's going to be just out. And I think it's a good call. I think it's going to be fair to the fielder as well. And for some reason, Josephine's getting all the pats on the back. Well, let's not forget, she bowled a wide. But anyway, it doesn't matter because it will be the 7th wicket to fall as the Czech team, they're all celebrating. And maybe Josephine's saying, well, that was all part of my plan. Have a look at this. It goes straight through the keeper's legs. I don't think she gets any of it. But you can see here that the batter there maybe took a slightly indirect route, which costs her in the end. But yeah, even though the Czech team didn't think that was out, but the pictures showed there was nothing grounded when those bails were dislodged. So
celebrations for the bowler, Desika. Well, maybe she deceived them all. And this one is on to the... Now, what were you saying earlier? You be telling them that you want to see how many run-outs?
2 run-outs.
Well, what we had here, we've had 1, 2, 3... What, we had 4?
Yeah, but these are not the... I want to see run-outs where people actually try, like, have decided to run straight away.
See what you've done. See what you've started.
So
they've literally listened to what you were saying.
Exceeded,
and now they're running each other out.
Exceeded my target. All right, so it's 29 for 7. That was a really good over by Josephine Zichkova. And, yeah, so I want to see run-outs where people aren't hesitating. That's my asterisk. Now I've had to adjust it. But you can see it's really nice that we've had 7 bowlers used and not even one single over has gone for 6 or more to a bowler. So, yeah, good to see the depth in the lineup. This will be a wicket now, and it's going to be Marriott that goes first ball.
And, well, a lovely moment there from the Sitka Moodley. Well, before she was lifting up everybody, and now they're all coming over to her and trying to lift her up. That ain't going to be easy because she's a big old unit, but what a good catch that is. You can see the batter is disappointed, and Maric is going to go first ball. Aina will have to depart.
Des is like a spiritual leader out there. I know that Karen DeKun has captaining from behind the stumps, but it's disappointing for Ina, who actually makes pretty good contact there, but she's going to go first ball, and the score 29 for 8.
Yeah, unfortunate. Strikes it well. That's what we've got to do. We are in the last over. Got to really go for it. Try and get as many runs on the board as you can. They're 8 down here now. 4 balls to go. And once again, last time around they got to 35 in 7, and it wasn't enough. Let's check here. Knock those off with 11 balls to go, losing just the 1 wicket.
How many run-outs did you say?
Is that 4? Is it?
I thought it was 3.
Well, maybe,
yeah, see,
maybe 4. Maybe it was right after all. to just survive. But these are the ones you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
take these on.
The hesitation cost them, because she almost gets here. I'm just going to say almost. Here it comes, actually.
Not sure why they keep taking the glove off there as well. I mean, it'd be better. Oh, have they got it here? I think it's going to be. I was right after all then.
Yeah.
Yeah, told you.
Can I be super technical with you?
Yeah.
I think this is 5 penalty runs, because we'll go back again. Where you hear from the squeal, it is going to be out. I'll tell you what.
Okay, we're going to have a look at
this.
The
keeper puts her glove in her left hand, and the ball contacts the glove, right? You can't do that because you're not wearing the glove anymore. See?
Stop being so finicky.
Hey, you give these Croatian girls a break. But look, I'm just saying, look. And then
she doesn't actually. She doesn't.
You think she fumbles it? Oh, but again, it's the hesitation that costs him in the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the 4th.
See
run
what you've done.
Right.
This is you saying I want to see run-outs.
Hesitation
now
kills.
Themselves
Hesitation kills, folks. You gotta go straight away. Easier said than done, of course. And so they're 9 out, down to their last batter. 29 for 9. Hopefully they got time to address what Mark Smart was talking about in the chat. He's actually saying that he umpired the first ever women's club game in Czechia. And said it was... Now they're going to take it on again.
Yeah,
well, the throw comes wide, and so they will get to the 30.
Good running. So, Tarimala and the bowler. And, well, chased there by Delante.
Yeah. So, Mark's saying it's come a long way. I know that PCC, Prague Cricket Club, who will be at the ECL, they've got a pretty strong women's program. So did Burno, who were at the ECL early this year. Probably not going to get one there. Field are in like hawks. And so I suppose you're trying to bat out the 10 as well. Again, you'd be hoping to at least put 1 or 2 more on the board.
She watches that well, actually. It's a shame wasn't able to get a bit of momentum and shot. If she played that more aggressively, I think she would have got it past the fielders. And this time it's well, they are taking it on. And well, they will get there.
Yeah, and so they will get there. And of course, we're getting down, I suppose, the bottom of the order. So, again, just it's the thinking time.
Now talk to me why Karen likes to take that glove off, because surely 2 gloves are better than
2 gloves. You only should be taking a
throw.
glove off if you think you're gonna have to throw.
don't think that catches anything on the way through.
No.
They are appealing. But umpire Popovic, he is saying not out, but
At
that
least
will be the end of the innings.
At least the Czech team have realised appealing's a good idea, because we saw a clear LBW missed earlier because of no appeal. I think that goes over the bat. I don't think it actually gets an edge. So it's going to finish 31 for 9 off the 10 overs. It's a very happy Czech team who are already halfway through this game, but they're already
What's
feeling
happened?
pretty
What
good
have I
about
missed?
it.
Have I missed an innings? That's super confident. I mean, it's a very good performance from in the field, but I just think hold on to those celebration, Gills. I think do it at the end of the match, maybe.
Well, we already saw the lowest ever score defended. Could we see it smashed here in match 2 of the ECI-W? But that was a big moment. And you just know Erin Vukasic is super important to the health of this innings. But she got a good one.
Yeah, she did. And, well, that's somebody who's been a shining star at the moment with Czechia. That's Farwa Babar. She was everywhere. She was involved in this one as well. And gets the ball in. And there was a dive here. You can see. Taking it on, that's key, I think. But once again, the glove is off early, ready to get the run out in. So well done to Karen. And, he did very well behind the stumps, I have to say. Was involved with quite a few dismissals. And this is when this was quite a simple one. Once again, it was Babar involved when, unfortunately, it was Lidico saying, no, you stay there. She was waving the bat and everything, saying, no, get back in there. Unfortunately, Christina had overcommitted and she was going to go. So more celebrations for Czechia. And that was unlucky. That was actually a pretty decent strike. But unfortunately, going straight to the fielder. And Bosale taking a nice, sharp catch. And, well, if that was unlucky, that was pretty unlucky for the batter as well. Where Lakshmi ends up creating a run out, but didn't know too much about it. Watch out, incoming, watch out. Don't worry about it. But, well, there was Bawar again. She was everywhere. And then, well, here comes another. There's the throw, that one, a direct hit.
That was Yasna that was just out. You could see the throw just beat her bat down. But, yeah, look, if there's one thing you could take away, apart from some of the incredible feats of strength we saw from Tazika Marakova-Moodley, it's that you need to be more definite with your running between the wickets. This is the one, like I said, a lot of things in cricket are hard. Running between the wickets is a fairly easy thing to pick up because it's kind of logical. And I think it'll make a lot more sense once they have a look at this innings and some of these run-outs. And, yeah, you're right about Karen taking off her glove all the time. And, well, don't worry, it's not the end of the game. Although it's a classic ringer Rosie's job from the Czech team. And they're feeling pretty happy where they're at. They'll be chasing 32 for victory after the break.
Yeah, never seen that at the halfway point where they're super confident. And, well, maybe get a chance to have a look at the scorecard here. But the thing was with it, no batter really getting going. And extras were pretty fruitful with 19 extras, 13 wides.
Yeah, so 31 for 9. Top scorer there was Lydia, who scored 6. And, of course, the extras were kind of factoring in there fair. But as far as the bowling went, it was really good to see. There's 7 bowlers used. They were all very, very effective. The wickets went to Barber as well as Talamala. Also, Lakshmi Nandavana got 1 for 6. And Tuchkova, Josephine, she was good, wasn't she, in the night? She took 1 for 2. We'll take a break. Back soon. And it'll be 32, the Czechs, to make it a sweep here on day 1 of this ECI-W. Join us for more action after this. You're watching ECN. This is the ECI-W Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello folks and welcome back to this International Saturday. Currently we are halfway through the match between the Croatian women and the women from Czechia, and the Croatia, they have had a bat first, and well, it wasn't made easy for them by some good bowling and very good fielding from Czechia. Croatia 31 for 9, so if they're going to make it 2 wins out of 2 here, they need to get to score 32. Remember, they chased 36 quite convincingly early this morning in a 7-over-a-side match. Did it with 11 balls to go. Just get the feeling here that Croatia, they need to keep the extras down and really make Czechia work hard for all their runs. Here's the first ball in reply. There's down the leg side and straight away. The one thing that they need to try and avoid is, that's what I'm talking about, that's 2 runs straight away, 2 wides. So it is here in, that's bowling. It's got bowls at a fair bit of pace, but needs to be knocking the timber over, I think. That's what you're looking for here. Get the ball full and straight. Rika Full here. And joining me back is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be back. Someone just sneaks inside. Yeah, Erin, we talked about her a fair bit this morning already. Playing cricket in England. And so she gets a lot more match practice. Also plays a fair bit of cricket with the boys as well, I believe, and does a very good job. But you can see that those ones that are astray are going to cause a few problems for Maric, who does well down the leg side to at least make a block on that. So look, your only way to defend this, I'm not going to say it's impossible, I'm not prepared to say that, but you've got to get early wickets. I think you've got to get batters out in the middle of the order that you can bog down, and you've also got to control your extras, and that's been the issue so far. Again, this is very, very good running from Tesarikova. Again, she's probably the best I've seen at backing up and looking. I know she's looking for runs. You see, look, she's getting that 2-3 metres. The only thing there, she hesitated once when she didn't need to. So if I was running with her, I'd be very, very happy. I'd have confidence if she's calling for a run, that I trust her call. So now gets a chance to face up.
Yeah, once again, same issues down the leg side. And you can see that it just only had just the one legal delivery. That's one thing that hurts you. Got to try and get this nice and straight. Just what she's doing here, I think the last bit of her action just needs to get a little sort of a swivel going. That's better, that's on the money. Good delivery, good comeback. So just once you get that arm over, you're planting that left foot, try and just get a little swivel on the heel to get that ball to go right across.
You mentioned this off air a moment ago. We'll come back to it in a second. This will get through two players. In the end, a couple of dodgy bounces. They'll get through for what I think is going to be a bye. But you mentioned, didn't you, that obviously these players do a lot more training than playing, and when they train, the coaches probably take them through batting and bowling, obviously a bit of fielding as well. But things like running between the wickets, and I think it's probably the most important. It's equally as important as any one of those other skills we talked about, but they wouldn't really practice that so much. That's pretty nicely bowled, sneaks into the pad. They won't take a run here. So. Yeah, it's just something I think that this format of the game really highlights.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, you think about it, when you're starting playing the game, whether you're a bowler, whether you're a batter. Well, if you're a batter, what you want to do is you want to go out there and hit balls, right, when you're training.
Yeah.
Well, if your coaches are saying, right, you're not doing any hitting the balls, what you're going to do, put your pads on and your gloves, and you're just going to be running from A to B. I'm going to roll the ball, and you're going to run. And we're going to try and run you out. You're going to think, yeah, but I want to hit, I want to bat.
Yeah.
But that part of the game, especially at this point, is so important. But look at the backing up there. I mean, that is fantastic, isn't it? That's what you want to see. And, well, that's Katrina doing it really well.
Yeah, she's very, very good at it. I think she could probably do a class on it. She's got the bat in the correct hand, so the inside hand, has a good view of the bowler and what's going on. And actually, you see something similar here from Lakshmi at the other end as... the fielders behind the stumps have been pretty busy so far. So yeah, again, if you're watching this, and I'm sure the Croatians will be watching this game back as well, and they could kind of take a couple of tips from what the Czechs are doing here at the moment with their running between the wickets, and particularly just like stealing that 3 metres. Yeah. I mean, you've got to run. It's about 18 metres between the running creases. So if you can steal 3 metres, let's say. You only have to run 15. It makes it a lot easier. That'll be the end of the over. And not too bad from Erin once she got the radar right. It's 10 without loss after 1.
162 matches since the Golden Ball. We got probably the closest that we have in our stay here in Croatia so far in the last contest between the men's, when Croatia, of course, were taking on Slovenia. I get the feeling that that next match coming up again between the two men's teams is going to be another close one.
Can I tell you who's just popped into the chat as well?
Go on, tell me.
He's a bit of a Golden Ball specialist in the box.
In the air, chance, and taken! Oh yeah, lovely moment, Shaba, sensational, absolutely brilliant. Oh, what a lovely moment that is. And you know what, it's a special story about a lady that's taken this catch. I mean, let's look at it again. Saving the moment, it almost gets away. And look at the joy, look at the delight, look at the smiles. That's absolutely sensational. And that's a Yananila. And she's a lady that was getting, I mean, don't forget, a refugee herself, a lot of Ukrainian refugees, the kids that come here to the ground, play cricket. She's the one that gets them playing, she looks after them. What a marvellous moment that is. That's absolutely beautiful.
That's the universe paying it forward, I think, because you're right about that. Kornienko kind of fumbled it and it looked like it might get away from her, but you're right, she puts in so much work. She's a great cricket story, got a second opportunity. You can just see the pure joy bursting out of her pores as this one was held at the second opportunity. Got to say, it was pretty well bowled in the first place as well. Kristina Nezovic has come on for the second, but well, their only wicket, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, earlier on was a run out. So that's the first wicket to a bowler and the first catch they've held. Yeah,
brilliantly done. Delightful moment for the bowler and the fielder. Fantastic. And this one's going to be a no ball. Just over swings that through. That's Kristina.
Yeah, that's a really great moment, and you could just hear the cheers going up. It's not all about the result. Obviously, it's going to be pretty unlikely they'll be able to defend this, but creating memories, creating moments, and that one, I'm sure Yevgenia will remember for a long, long time.
That's all bowled. Good delivery. Swing and a miss. Now, of course, this is a lady. Now, I had a chat with Kristina earlier. And I said, Kristina, why didn't you appeal? Because she had one LBW. That was absolutely plump. Nobody appealed. And she said, well, Rika, did you and Vinny say anything? We did. And I said, yeah, we did. She said, but I didn't hear you. Why didn't you appeal? So if she hits the pads, we're appealing, okay? Okay.
Well, I think we're saying pretty loud, why didn't she appeal? Why isn't she appealing?
Yeah, we said it loud enough. But, well, she didn't hear us.
What I was going to say before we were rudely interrupted by that sensational catch was that Danny Hudacek is in the chat, and he has a knack for creating golden balls, right?
Yeah, right, he does. Shot. Well, we're going to see a boundary here. Yeah, we are. Oh, yeah, what a hit. Well, that is a cracking shot from Babar. She finds the middle of her bat. Kinna Sona Joka Lagia. Shaba. What a hit, what a strike. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, well, we've seen Mohamed Babar beasting attacks for Spain. Or now it's Farwa Baber, the Mujer, who whacks that away.
Yeah, lovely stroke. I wonder if they were checking the height there as well. It was a little bit high.
Probably, but
let's
not ruin the moment.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Farwa. And she'll go again, you know, and she's going to do it, I think, back to back. Sam Williams doing a little bit of the fielding there. A lovely shot, a little bit too short. And she has the power, doesn't she? 4 more.
Well, we had to wait 25 and a half overs for our first boundary in the ECI-W today. And then we get 2 out of 2. But again, Nezovic just gets it slightly wrong, too short, and angled down the leg side. And Sam was the only person anywhere near that.
Wants the single here. And well fielded.
So yeah, I was going to say Danny came up with a couple of golden balls actually in Milan. He did Milan with me earlier in the year. And then, of course, we always get one in Prague thanks to United. I know Rudraj Magari is watching, probably with some of the other United guys. It was a pretty crazy one with Bruno this year. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the second over. And Czechia up 20 for 1. So yeah, hello to everyone. Hello to all my friends in Czechia. I'd love to spend a fair bit of time there. It's a beautiful city, Prague. And I know there's a lot of interest from Brno and Pulzen and a few of the other places around. Plivice as well have a team. And so Czechia And 1 up in this series. It looks like it'll be 2 up before too long. It'll be Ivana Zigante to bowl the 3rd over.
Yeah, good luck to Ivana. And well, that's 1 out of his system. Get the first one out of there.
You can hear the chat. I mean, a lot of positivity. It's probably a good time to go to another option here. You've only have a handful to play with, so kind of shot to nothing, as you say. But Barbara has been really good with this kind of delivery, and she puts another one away. This time they plugged that gap.
Yeah, it's a good field placement there as well. And that is Jasana, who makes a stop. Wants to go, it's her favourite shot, likes to pull. We know that. Hits it pretty well.
Good footwork.
Needed a good stop on the boundary. Well done.
She's looking confident at the moment, so didn't want to take the wide. Thought she could do better. This one will be off the pitch, so no ball and a free hit coming up. But yeah, a few people taking their boundaries, a bit like London buses. You wait a while, then they all come at once. That's true. But yeah, Danny, who to check? Hello to you.
Yeah, hi,
and Danny.
Danny.
Send us the golden ball. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. We're up in the 160s now. And we have about that many games left in the year. Much better ball. So this is what I like, you know, having to re-bowl the extra. It means you get another opportunity, and it gives you another opportunity to get it right. So that was a much better ball from Zigante. So it's just a numbers game. You need to try and set yourself realistic goals. Say, okay, I'd like to get, 4 balls and over where I want them. And then as you get better, then you go to 5, then you go to 6.
It's going to be okay as well. Yeah, nicely done. Well bowled.
Other thing with Ina behind the stumps is she's kind of always at the same depth. So, okay, to someone like Erin Vukovic, yeah, you need to be back about that far. But I think now she could come up and stand on the artificial surface. I just think it'd be better footing and stuff like that won't happen, for example, as that hit the edge of the pitch on the second bounce. So these are just little things. Again, when she watches this back, she can probably see, okay, it's actually going to be easier if I'm closer because I won't have as much time, but it'll be a more comfortable kind of height.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, this is a massive training tool as well now, isn't it, for these girls? I mean, training, coaching, whichever way you want to put it, they can go back, just themselves or as a team collectively with their coaches, watch the matches back and, highlight all the good things because there have been plenty of good in there as well, but also highlight things that they can work on, and next time they come together, you work in those areas. And that's what I'm sure they'll do. Good delivery. Well met as well. Well stopped. Good bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, really good fielding. That was well struck. Barbara has certainly shown she's got some power. Yeah, well it's not the worst ball either. It made Barbara make the pace, and that was excellent fielding from Christina.
Yeah, good start. So Zigante, it's not been bad at all. Just 5 from it. 2 balls to go. Hit firmly down the ground. Another good stop. The fielding has been great. And this time is Erin who makes the stop.
Yeah, very good stop. Again, you can probably run on this. You probably get away with it. But Erin made sure to get past it.
They have got protection out there now, so that will just be a single. As once again, it'll be Jasna that makes the stop. So the over comes to an end, and even with a few extras, the wides and the couple of no balls, it's still a good over. Only 6 from it.
Yeah, so 26 for 1 of 3. Maximo will win it from here. But what I will say is that kind of shot that Barbera is playing there, that's the shot, I think, it's probably the first shot that comes pretty naturally to people if they're picking up batting. So you are often taught, to play with a straight bat and to drive, and that is important. But I think as far as scoring runs, identifying balls that are pullable and playing that shot is a very natural movement for your body to make. So part of it is getting your body in the right position, probably getting a little bit more front on and opening up that leg side. Here's D'Souza to have a bowl in the 4th.
It's going to be a wide, and that. Also, what you're saying there goes back to what you were saying when we saw some of the Croatian women batting and say, move around in your crease. Yeah. Because if you move around, you get yourself into a position where you can play that shot.
Yeah. And like I said, it's a shot where you can get power. And it's not even necessarily, it's a cricket thing. It's the same motion as you're playing tennis or any hitting sport. It's a powerful kind of angle to hit the ball, to hit it across.
D'Souza having a bowl here now. And I think Popovic just reminding her she can't go too far past that line, and she gets that one spot on. There's another nice shot there. This is going to be 4 more. And Babar, she is on fire, and that one levels the scores. That's the third boundary. Remember the first match between these two, there were no boundaries at all. But, well, you can see there that Farwa Babar is sending that right here now with her third.
Yeah, it's a cracking shot. Really good. Again, it's a shot you can kind of play on length more than anything. That was a bit of a risky one because it would have cleaned up her stumps, but she's got a really good eye. And now the scores are tied. Any score will win it for the Czechs to go 2-0 up.
And that will be it there. As soon as they complete the first run, it will be done and dusted. So it'll just go one and will go down in the book because as soon as the first one is completed, that'll be it. But what a good knot that is.
I'm bracing myself because when the Czech girls find out that they've won again, we might have more pandemonium. As I think that
Nobody
does
sent the
confirm
message
it.
across. Well, here they come. What? Oh, hang on a minute. They think, hang on, can we? Well, there they go. Well, let's go. Time to get dizzy, everybody. Time to get dizzy. And, they deserve it. Watch your footing there, though. I wouldn't do it there, though. I wouldn't do it there because you'll bury yourself in the ground. Here we go.
I really like...
Dos, tres. Time for Shaba. Let's do it all over again. It only feels like minutes ago that they did this, but yeah, here you go.
Got a bit of deja vu here. But you know what? I love the camaraderie in both the teams, in fact, not just the Czech team. They're the ones that get the wins here on day one of this ECI-W. But, credit to Croatia as well. They came up with their first wicket in that innings, first wicket to a bowler, that is. It was a really memorable moment when Yevgenia Kornienko was able to hold on to a juggling attempt. And yeah, I think a lot of respect going between the teams as well. Well, they shared cupcakes earlier, now they share handshakes, and we've really enjoyed their contributions to the day.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing is, of course, we've been talking about how teams themselves will learn, from when they go back, they look at these matches, batting, bowling, etc. But they learn from each other, and that's the beauty of when teams start playing their cricket, when they're at this level. I mean, just look at that. Look at that joy. That is a moment that will never be forgotten, will it? I mean, never. And, Neela, superb from her, takes a great catch, and a lovely moment, of course, for the bowler as well, that picks up the wicket. And that's what it's all about. And then we saw a couple of boundaries as Farwa Babar probably once again eyeing up player of the match for me. Bowled very well once again. And then the batting there towards the end was superb. And Croatia, they won't be too disappointed. There'll be plenty of smiles on their faces as well because they played their part in a very interesting day one in the women's internationals here. Of course, the women's done for the day. There'll be 2 more matches coming up tomorrow, but of course, we still have 1 more match coming up for you here today. That one coming up in just over 45 minutes time, and it's time for the men to do it all over again as Slovenia will take on Croatia. Quick look at the scorecard there. So Katrina, once again, she's made a pair here today. Doesn't get off the mark, but I've got to say, her running in between the wickets, I mean, she's worthy of runs just for that. But it was a good catch to remove her. Yanila taking the catch. Oh, well done to the bowler. Christina picking up the first wicket. And then we saw a bit of a partnership there. And Lakshmi Navidida, well, she wasn't able to get off the mark. 7 balls, 0 not out. But it was all about Farwa Babar. 16 of 13, including 3 fours. On the bowling front, I don't think anybody disgraced themselves. We saw 3 completed overs from Irina, Christina and Ivana. All bowled very well. And I think, not that bad either with the extras. They will be getting better on there. But I think that first over from Irina, that was the one that sort of cost them a little bit because there was 5 wides that came off that one. And that just gave the opposition Czechia a perfect start. So, like I said, another match coming up. And join myself, Rico Fall and Mr. Maximum when we come back in about 45 minutes time for the final match of this international weekend where we'll see Slovenia taking on Croatia, and that's the men's, and they'll do battle, and maybe they may provide us with a golden ball because the day just has that kind of feeling about it. So join us back in just over 45 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. It is Game 4 on the way on what's been a great day of international cricket. It'll be Game 2 in the men's series between the hosts Croatia and Slovenia here in, well, I suppose it is match 2 in a way, but it's also match 4. Last game of what's been a really great Saturday here at the Mladost Cricket Ground. News from the toss, Slovenia win the toss and bat. Doesn't make me raise my eyebrows at all, because I'm pretty sure that they were pretty impressed with that defence earlier on. As Rico Full joins me, and we had a really close one. Just one swing of the bat separated these two teams earlier. Let's see what happens here in match 2.
Yes, great to be back, and I hope you all had a nice break. And well, maybe got a nice pot of tea going, and now you're ready to get into this fixture. I get the feeling we're going to have another close finish between these two sides. Remember, they met earlier in match number 2 of the day. Slovenia also batted first in that one. They put 86 on the board. They got off to a flying start with Isaac Ali making a quick fire 37 of 17. Then things slowed down just a tad, but they were able to get the defence in, winning by 6 runs. A good performance from them, and it was well, Isaac Ali was the player of the match with not just 37 runs, but picked up 2 for 12 as well. So an opportunity for Croatia, I'm sure, to try and bounce back and level this series. You have a quick look at the field there. One sweeper out in the off, and then you got that ring of 5 players there on the offside, and the 3 men on the leg side. And 1 man back long on, so long on and a sweeper. Bit of an interesting field, so opting not to have 3rd on the boundary. That part of the ground does go pretty quickly. So wanting a good start here. And it is going to be Shishant Rana who's going to start with the ball once more. So he's being pretty good, pretty tidy. And Ramjot Singh is going to be the opener. He wants to check his guard now. Something he could have maybe done a bit earlier. So Ramjot, we're hoping that it does better this time. Last time, even though he gave a couple of chances early on, it was dropped to 9-10. He wasn't able to capitalise and finally did fall on 11. Rana first up. He's got to slip in place as well, and that's why this one just pops up. And it's nice to see that. Nigel Vincent in the side. He's the man at slip, and he has got a good pair of hands. And that's his area off the ground as well for Vincent. So just watch this one go, just takes off. And some of these deliveries that we've seen at this Mladost Cricket Ground have been unplayable. So Rana dot first up against Singh. Isaac Ali is his partner once more, the captain. I'm just drifting into him, and they will take the single. Where's Rashid Hashmi? That's a fair bit to do to get to that one.
Yeah, it's good to see Vincent in the lineup, though. He was the 12th man in the first game. Also spotting that Magdalenic is 12th man for this one. For Slovenia, they've let down Dilip Palakonda. I've got to say, I'm a bit surprised. Didn't bowl him in that first game. I thought he actually had a pretty good series, but he's sitting out this one.
And goes for the big hit, and it will go all the way. Bolle, Ginnasona, Shaka Langia, despite the efforts of Jawa Danikula. Can't get anywhere near this, so nice, clean, crisp hit, 6 runs.
And I think this is probably the difference as well from, you can see where the rope was previously. And that was a catching opportunity, I think, in the ECS. This time it's 6, and he's has us away.
So good comeback delivery, slightly shorter, and coming in, back into Ali. And he thinks about attacking it, but realises with that ball coming in and the length of it, he's not going to get to the pitch. And he'll see that, he'll feel that he's pretty key to them getting a big score. When he fell last time, the run rate really did slow down. It's good delivery, nice carry through, good take also there from Hashmi.
Just viewing the chat and a bit of discussion about weather. Obviously, we had our share yesterday and even this morning, didn't we? But right now, we're blessed with pretty good weather. I just want to send out positive vibes to everyone that is dealing with some pretty extreme weather across the Northern Hemisphere at the moment.
Another big swing and this. Yeah, I mean, there's been some strange weather, and also an opportunity for us, Vinny, to say a massive thank you to everybody who has worked tirelessly the last few days to make sure that conditions are still fit to play. You can see, just looking at the picture off the ground, a lot of work's been done there. You can see a lot of sawdust being used to mop up some of those mucky areas. So well done to not just all the helpers, the blue crew, the umpires as well, and of course to all the players. The players have played a big part as well, and a big thank you and well done to all of our viewers, especially those of you that send us some lovely messages. Thanks for your personal messages and for your support of the European Cricket Network.
Of course, and it is random question time. Also, if you want to go food chat, we can do that as well. I know that obviously the Croatian women had some wonderful edible gifts for their touring counterparts, the Czech team.
And listen, why don't I, so that all the viewers can sort of get a feel of what we're talking about. I've got a couple of pictures I can send to you. Maybe you can send them off to our production crew. Maybe we can put some of them on, because we are the last match of the day. We do like to talk about food, as this one has been gobbled up by the batter as Ramjot Singh brings up his first boundary, just straying down the leg side. It's a loose delivery. I think goes for the slow ball, but gets it wrong and gets whacked away. So Sathi Devi coming into the attack and not starting well with the boundary for his first ball.
So I still think at about the 110 should be par, although we had a lower scoring game that earlier.
This is another boundary. It's a lovely shot, and I'm liking this. Ramjot Singh playing out on the offside, so doesn't focus too much on the on, and he can play these shots. And it's good to see him playing them, and I hope he continues to do so as well. He can play on both sides of the field. He needs to apply himself.
That's his shot. That's his shot. It's really well stroked away. And so Sathi Devi certainly bowled well earlier, but as usual, these two teams, not too much between them. Just look at the win predictor there, 53.47 at the moment. I think it started 51.49 at the first ball. Let's see if Ramanjot can turn this into something more.
Good comeback. It's better after going for a couple of boundaries. And bends his back. Beautiful afternoon. Let's hope this sun sticks around. And huge difference in the temperatures from when the sun's out to when it's not. Slower one again, but he strays down the leg side and will be called wide by the umpires, Popovic. He's done well today, Popovic. I like the way, can I just congratulate the umpires, Popovic, and also DJ, when they're doing the women's games as well. I think sometimes you have to just apply yourself slightly differently, and they think have managed that very well. So well done to the umps, but they're going to be pretty strict here, as this is another glorious shot out on the offside from Ramanjot Singh, and I'm liking this. There's a number of players that we know here that have played most of the time. The shots they've played have been on the onside, leg side, and every time we see them play some on the offside, we think, okay, they're on song here now, because they're playing the shots on merit. That's what Ramjot Singh has done here so far. He's already raced to 13, just 6 deliveries. And this time, oh well, this just takes off. It's not taken by Ashmi. I'm certain there's bat involved. There's nothing from the umpire.
Big edge.
So this is an opportunity.
It climbs on him though. Let's have a look. Is he wrong-footed slightly? See his weight go slightly left, and he can never get back. And it almost carries to Vincent in his zone. That was a bit of a lucky escape for the batter.
Yeah, it doesn't go to hand, so he escapes. Just seeing. Okay, Azakali. I think he'll be looking just to continue playing aggressively. Misses out on this one. I think this catches a bit of him on the way through. So no run at the end of the over. 2 overs complete. Game pretty well though. That one goes well. That one 14 runs of it, 21 without loss.
Slovenia had a solid start earlier, but then kind of hit the skids. As it was, they would get up 86-80 in Croatia, hoping for their first win. They'd love to go to bed 1-1. Slovenia have a real opportunity, because if Slovenia win this, they can't lose the series. They could draw it. I suppose the trophy does go to whoever's got the best net run rate if it is drawn 2-2. But Yeah, obviously, 2-0 is a pretty good position to be going to bed into night one, as we see Sushant Rana coming back for a second over.
Ah, spicy delivery. A little bit of masala out there in the middle, just the way I like it.
Tell you what, this pitch, it even makes me want to come off the long run. I haven't bowled since I was 18, but I just love the confidence of knowing the pitch is going to give you some assistance. That one really reared up on Ramanjot.
Yeah, if you hit the seam, you're going to get good joy. And this time that's well dealt with. You can see that it's Amant Maheshwari. He's a tall guy, but he does well to get down on this and trap it, because I think the day that we've had today, the outfield a lot quicker today than it's been, of course, yesterday and this morning.
This ground's a bit like a sponge. It's kind of sucked it all up, hasn't it? Okay, it's not the greatest conditions underfoot, but I think it's a testament to everyone that's worked really hard to get the ground as good as it can be. And obviously we're being treated to some very good cricket here.
Takes this one out. It'll be a dot ball, so Rana bowling a very good spell here at the moment.
Yeah, that one kept down after one reared up earlier in the over. If I'm not mistaken, he whacked one ball for 6, and since then I haven't seen any other scoring shots from him.
Oh, well, this one is going to be called a wide, and this is just so unfortunate because he doesn't bang this in. This is just the pitch. This is a.
Is this a wide? I mean, where does it go past
I think it's over the head. Because if you look at his side on, it actually goes over the head.
I can't believe how much.
And this is not even a short delivery. He's not banging this in. Look at that takeoff.
And it just kept on going up over Ramanjot. So 5 bonus runs.
Yeah, 5 wides from nowhere. This one's going to be another wide. So just Rana. I think he goes for the slightly sort of the away swing here, but just the arm and the body just collapses a little bit too early, and hence the wide. And now wants to try coming around the wicket. I don't know why he's trying this, actually, to be honest. I think he's bowled a very good line from over the wicket. It's nothing that he's done wrong for those 5 wides. That's just the pitch.
Okay, yes, that one bounced over his head, and that's pretty unpredictable. But I think you need to work out that you've got to be fuller, and you'll still get that bounce. It'll still get up on chest height and be pretty uncomfortable. You've seen some of the bowlers coming in, like Mohamed Kel, for example, from Slovenia, who were pitching those short balls a bit too short and they were sailing way too high.
Okay, high up in the air. Can he get there? No, just dropped short. And now he fires it in, and this is going to take some stopping. He can't stop it. They're going to get extras.
Wasn't a great effort. It might have been Sathi Devi that came to back it up. But, yeah, this level, you need to have those backed up. I don't mind the throw in the first place because you're just trying to put the guy under pressure. He was hardly racing to the bowler's end. He was pretty nervous, wasn't he? He's Azali about where that was going. But, I mean, yeah, the change of angle, I suppose that's what you're trying to do there. Trying to force the batter to go against the angle.
This is a nice looking shot. This would go all the way. That is hit clean out of the middle of the bat. And that is sweet. Well, sweeter than the lovely glove jumbo that we once again had for Lanza. Keep those glove jumbos coming, guys. Lovely hit.
That's a great shot. And you can see why that angle, I don't think, is a great idea for Rana. And that's the shot. That's where we haven't seen too many batters able to play that shot or unwilling to attempt that shot to go. Don't fight the angle. That was a genuine lofted off drive for 6. Second Maximo for Izaz Ali. Last ball of power play coming up.
Firmly struck, and he's going to get this past the field. There's going to be 4 more as things do get a little bit more rapido on the deck. Finds the gap, gets the boundary, and Rana, well, he decided to come around the wicket. And the worry with that is you're bowling into the slot to the right-handers, and that's why they're able to get him away. And after 3 overs, it's a pretty decent power play. I mean, 40 off 3, that's probably right up there amongst the best.
40 love. Yeah, 19 off that over. So, yeah, Rana, he was getting that unpredictability from over the wicket. I know it cost him 5 wides, but still, I think a bit of a tactical misstep there. Slovenia, they make a good start again. And, yeah, earlier I mentioned that they were kind of cruising through the first part of their innings as well. Ended up with 86, but At the end of the power play, they were 41 without loss. So almost a carbon copy, but this is where it started to go south. Anil Kumar bowled the 4th over, only went for 2. So I'm a little bit surprised that it's going to be Danakula to bowl. Not that he's a bad option, but yeah, Anil Kumar is available. Yeah, so they scored 41 in the power play earlier, but then there was a 2-run over. They didn't take a wicket, but then the wicket started to fall. 4 wickets got in the next 3 overs. And over 6, 7, 8 and 9. So those 4 overs only went for 16. So they just weren't able to get the second half of their innings going.
Strays down the leg side. I just do get the feeling here, especially particularly with Danakula, that he's trying to bowl a lot quicker in the international setup than he was in the European Cricket Series. I don't think that's helping him at all. I think his accuracy was what was causing problems for all the batters. He was the leading wicket taker in the series, right up there, just 1 behind Ali with 15. It's better, that's where he needs to be, and trying to go for the extravagant shot. Ramjot Singh once again, he has this, he goes with this phase sometimes where he just tries to do things slightly different, gets himself into trouble, and he starts to try and draw himself further and further outside the off rather than stand still and play the ball on merit. So I think Danakula, he may try this slower delivery, which was very productive for him in the European Cricket Series here. He goes too wide this time, and it gets through everybody, and it's going to be another minimal. And that's 2 5 wides. The first one, really, Ron, I couldn't do anything about it. Just took off the pitch, but that one's just a bad delivery from Danakula.
Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it, really? And so it's another bunch of 5ers. They haven't helped themselves, Croatia. Let's see if Danakula can get it right.
Well, that's that slow ball he tends to go to. Or maybe he should have bowled hit the ball before. Once again, it comes out of his hands. You think it's going to be a beamer. So the batter's eyes could light up. You can see here, Ramjot Singh, it's almost like he's expecting it. And, comfortably blocked. Good defensive shot. Gives himself a bit of room. And tries to muscle it past the fielder, but not able to. And, nicely done there by Abhishek Azwathi. I'd like to see a bit more of him. Maybe you can see him have a nice bowl. I was going to say I don't remember him with long hair, but of course it's the back of a hoodie that he's wearing under his shirt, so he's obviously feeling the cold. So Abhishek, now here we go. This is the antics that Ramjot likes to do. Straight, and he does very well. I mean, give him credit.
Yeah.
He's got a fantastic eye, because this is exactly the delivery that I would have gone for. The only thing is, it's just not quite the Yorker. He gets a bit of bat on it, gets what he wants, gets 4 runs.
I like the strategy. It was only just off, and you're right about that. It was just off Yorker. Also, I think if it was more kind of a leg stump Yorker, I don't think Ramjot's catching up with this. But yeah, credit where it's due. He took the gamble and he won. So 4 runs brings up the 50 for Slovenia and the 50 partnership.
And that's a really good pickup. As Danakula goes for the same length again. This time he takes the pace of it. But Ramjot Singh is almost like he knows what's coming before Danakula bowls it. And that has been dispatched. It's a lovely shot, lovely jubbly. Ginna Sona Shakka Lagya. 6 more. And at the end of 4 overs, 56 without loss.
And here's the thing, Ramjot, his top score across this series is 35. So, you know, he's never really gone on with it. And he's a player that's very capable of doing that. So at the moment, he's 25. But let's see if he can turn into something more. So it's a mixture of sometimes he just has fallen out of touch a little bit, or he's made some strange choices. He's got a real opportunity here. These two are motoring 14 and over pace through the first 4. And here's Anil Kumar, who's able to put the brakes on earlier. Let's see if he can do it again here.
Yeah, one thing about Singh is, not big scores, but regular scores, consistently scoring. That's why he was the 3rd highest scorer in the series. That's nicely punched down the ground and has to be watched by the fielder. And Hari Prasad Satidevi watches it pretty well. Just a single. Yeah, 217 He scored in the European Cricket Series here. That came to a conclusion yesterday. So we know he's a handy batter, but hasn't scored big runs, though he's been consistent. Gets this one through, so Anil Kumar does come on to bowl. Remember last time around, as Vinny was saying, he came on an over early and was pretty tardy, so Captain Delikula elected to come on before him. I regret that decision because that last over went for 16. Good delivery once again. Not trying to do anything special. As is Kumar, just getting the ball in the right areas that you go short of a length. Ramjot Singh goes for the big shot. He's missed a couple. Now, does that mean he's going to try and get a bit funky here? And, no, I think Anil Kumar is taking his gutter off. I think every time he's bowling, that's I know that feeling. It's whacking him on his wrist. So he says, I can do without that pain. Just drops the bat on this and takes a single. That's a good result. So when you've got attacking batters that are happy to just take the single, it means that you're doing something right. So Kumar, the same way that he did the last time earlier these two teams met, he's bowling a very good spell. Took 1 for 8 in his 2 overs. That was quite exceptional. Goes for it. Oh, this is big. Humongous. That is the biggest 6 of the day. Maybe off the 2 weeks that we've been here. That's an extraordinary strike. Well, that's going places, that one. That was brutal. 6 runs.
Yeah, and now Slovenia certainly making an impression, aren't they? Croatia, like I said, they haven't helped themselves too much. To be honest, as a team, they just haven't really clicked. They haven't really played that well today. They've had some patches. They've been okay, but I think right now they need to do something pretty quickly.
Good comeback. Just holds his back slower and fuller. So well done to Kumar. That wasn't a bad over at all. It only goes for 8. There's that last delivery once again, and a good opportunity for us to invite you into our cube. A good afternoon to everybody, and I hope you're enjoying our International Saturday.
Yeah, well, it is last game of the day, and, we like to get into a bit of a food chat. I've got to say, the Croatian women, they really rolled out the red carpet for their Czech counterparts, and so I've never seen anything like this. Look at what they made. These amazing Croatian-themed cupcakes, and modelled there beautifully.
Yum, yum.
I'm just a bit disappointed I didn't get one, but I suppose I didn't earn one because I didn't get on the field. So that's a really nice gesture, and that's very, very thoughtful. And obviously, bringing people together that probably wouldn't be playing cricket against each other otherwise, putting them, I suppose, under the microscope, it can be uncomfortable at times. But I think it's very, very important. And with these ECI-W matches today, I'm sure that tonight both the teams will go have a good look at those matches and come back with a few more plans tomorrow as Maheshwari gets one to climb. It's caught a wide first up. And he's bowling for the first time here in the 6th over. Maybe Aman.
Maybe the height again. Yeah. There it is. I mean, he's a big, strong lad. So if he hits the ball hard on the seam on that deck, he's going to take off. And now this is a chance, is it? No, just out of reach from Vincent. He can't get there. So they'll take the single. So cleverly played. And this partnership continues to grow, and it's been a very, very productive one. There's that one. Nigel Vincent just can't get his hand to it. Hit hard, and this one I think is going all the way as well. It is a lovely shot. Ali, you can tell when he hits it and he's going all the way from the sound the bat makes. And this one, as soon as he makes contact, boom, shakalagia. That one is not coming back.
Yeah, and I like the option again. It just makes you so much more difficult to bowl to if you can go both ways. And so that was well struck over the cover region by Izaz Ali. This partnership up and away in Croatia. Well, they had trouble chasing 87 before. Okay, slightly more friendly batting conditions. Maybe the ball not getting as wet, as kind of soggy now that the pitch has dried out a little bit. But still, it's been pretty good stuff from these openers. And it's going to go again this time. Fielder in 2 minds. That's Rathinasamy, who does make the stop. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, he does well there, Rathinasamy. I think he's in sort of awkward position. He could quite easily sort of run around this and miss it, but he does well. Sam Houghton that's coming in there from behind to offer some support in sweeping. to the pads, but I think this is pitching outside leg stick, so it can't be out. And, Ramajot here once again trying to create some early shuffling movement, but yeah, as soon as that is pitching outside leg, it can't be out, even though it does come back a little bit.
Yeah, not really realistic. Not realistic temp. It is not ball. It's already Croatia down to 24% chance.
Slightly shorter. Obviously played away. That's being fielded there by the man wearing the hoodie under his shirt. That's Abhishek Aswathi. I'd like to see him have a bowl. And I wonder if he's going to have to strip off the bowl, though. He'll probably have to take his shirt off, take the hoodie off, put it back on. But yeah, I mean, we didn't see him bowl all bat in the last match. And the same with Rathan Asami. I think you might as well, as this one is a biggie. Is another big six. And, well, they're loving that in the cap. He's hit some biggies here, and that's another one from the captain, Isaac Ali. He moves into the 30s. Boom! Blasting.
Again, just look at where he's hitting the ball. He's going straight. I think the vibrations got him that time as well, but they're good vibrations. 80 without loss after 6.
Well, racing along, we haven't seen too many high scores in this series. I think early on, the Assassins when we were watching the European Cricket Series and back in the first couple of days, they put 148 up a couple of times. But then after that, we didn't see too many high scores. I mean, teams struggled to get in the hundreds. So between 110 and 120 a few times. And, well, the way things are going on here, they could go on to post a big score. They're going back to Eni Okuma straight away, see if he can get this breakthrough.
Yeah, let's see if they can. I still think, hey, if you get guys in, you should be able to chase 120, 130 here. I know it's not something we've seen during the ECS, but the boundaries are in a bit. And it's giving the guys confidence, I think, to go aerial. And they're getting quite a few out of the middle. Here's Kumar.
Gets worked away here. And they might even take Aswathi on. They decide to settle for one. It almost seems like here that Ramajot Singh, even though he's going pretty well himself, 29 of 22, is quite happy to give the strike to his captain, who, well, he's got the hot hands at the moment. He's finding the boundary pretty well. Should be looking for 2 here. I think you've got to take it on, and Ramajot straight away, that's poor running. Even before he gets to the other end, he's saying no, 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 and putting the stop sign up. That's 2 runs there.
Yeah, no, I agree, although I suppose you don't want to spoil this opening partnership with a run out, but the field had a lot to do there. Did it well, Rathan Asami.
This is just chipped up in the air. Hashmi, can he get there? No. Fuda can't get there either. And it's going to be just a single taken.
This was the kind of time last time, 6, 7, 8, 9, those overs that Slovenia only got 16 runs. So the difference here, though, they haven't lost a wicket. And that was off the back of losing, I think, 4 wickets just prior to that. And so, I mean, still, Croatia can get this under control, but I feel like you have to remove these from the equation. I suppose the thing is there's plenty of hitters waiting to take their place.
Really nice shot. That's 6 runs. That's a cracking strike. The timing on this is exquisite for Isaac Ali. 6 more. The captain at the moment, well, he's blazing, isn't he?
Yeah, and again, great shot. Really good shot selection. It's been a bit of an exhibition, hasn't it, from Izaz here. Again, look, doesn't lose his front side. You see, that's just technically a very, very good drive. And he gets the result. So 89 now, not even at the end of the 7th over. And we're already past the scores we saw in the first match between these 2 teams.
Edge and is going to sail over Nigel Vincent, who's in that fly slip position. There's going to be 4 more. So Ali moves on to 49, and the score up in the 90s now.
Yeah, and races away. Funny, when you're confident, you tend to get a bit more luck as well, don't you? So last ball of Kumar's spell coming up.
Looking at run hard here, and there's going to be 4 more off the bat. So that's going to be 50 to Ali. Well batted indeed. बहुत बताइए अपने कैप्टन सुवलिनिया ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली. शाबाश शाबाश to Ali, 53 of 19.
Yeah, been a really good knock. It wasn't the best ball from Kumar. There's no fine leg either, so just had to get something on it round the corner. You can see the field's running quicker as well at the moment. Nice moment for Izaz as he brings up that T10 International 50, end of the over as well. And they are flying 97 without loss after 7. This is what coming up tomorrow. It was the same order of events as today. Now, hopefully we don't have any interruptions with the weather, but you never know. It'll be women then men. Ladies first, if you like, in matches 3 and 4. It'll all start tomorrow again. The same start time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central at 1 p.m. in India, as we see Dana Kula coming back for the 8th over.
Danny Kula comes in, but as he's trying to prevent the single, he slips and slides all over the place. You can see that there. It's still pretty soft underground, despite all the sawdust and the sunshine that we've had today. It's going to take a while, isn't it?
Yeah, sure will. Knocking on the door of a 100 partnership here. They've both been good contributors, but he's having a bit of a day out here at the moment.
Great delivery. And that is what he was doing all the way through the European Cricket Series. Going wide off the crease and getting those Yorkers in. And that's more like it. And then he's back, folks. He's back. Danny Kula, that's why he was our MVP. Not only did he pick up 15 wickets, but scored 251 runs in that European Cricket Series. And this is it. This is what he does. Look, he just creates a different angle. And though that shot probably would have been pretty productive of a bowler just bowling from close up to the stumps, somebody goes wide, changes the angle, knocks him over. But a fine half century from the captain. It's a shame that the two weren't able to bring up the 100-run partnership.
Yeah, you can see there he's well received by his teammates, and why not? And they go pretty close to the 100 partnership, but not quite. 98 for 1 now. But yeah, Danakula gets it right, full and at the stumps. I just think that Croatia have probably leaked. Well, we know about the 2 sets of 5 wides, for example, but yeah, a couple of gundy balls down the leg side. And Mohamed Kel, very capable, batted to take Aziz's place, will face up with 16 balls remaining in this innings.
Well struck. They're going to take some stopping, you know, and they're not going to be able to do it. Beautiful strike. It's a similar delivery from Danny Kula. But Mohamed Kel, he ties this beautifully, and what a lovely on drive this is.
Really good shot.
Time to perfection.
It wasn't even a genuine half volley. It was a little bit short of that. So very difficult shot made to look easy by Mohamed Kel. And again, you see the difference with his boundaries in a little bit, just a little bit more difficult to defend.
Slower delivery, and it's just slows up. Plugs come back for 2.
No, they won't. They'll just get 1. Ramanjot.
Just the 1? Oh, Ramanjot again.
Maybe he was running into the wind that time. Got to say, it was clever bowling by Danakul. I think good option to take the pace off, and it almost created a catching opportunity. But it was safe. A long single. So Ramanjot, well, he stayed down the striker's end. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh, he works his away, and it's going to be a boundary. Cuatro carreras. No, that was the best way to try and stop this. You got to, I think, get a dive and smother it. But that's why he didn't want the second. He believed he was able to play this way. He picks the slow delivery pretty well. Fielder there, just trying to get a leg in the way of that.
Yeah, I do think this field's nice and soft. If there's one good thing about it, it's the time to get down and dirty. Yeah. Get your body on the line. Don't just offer a foot at it. That's not going to be the best way to do it at all. Last ball of the over coming up.
No, it's not. It'll be a wide. He goes for that sort of Yorker-led delivery from that angle again, but he goes too far across. And he whizzes past the legs of Ramanjot. Will have to be bowled again.
Hello to Anna Maria, who's watching in the chat, saying Ljubljana team heart emoji. But of course, although it's very heavily influenced by the Ljubljana club, this isn't Slovenian national team, isn't it? Anna, I'm sure you support both.
Slower delivery, and will he get him the reward this time? It will. So Ramanjot saying he's picked him pretty well, but this time round he doesn't get it right. It goes to the fielder. So Rathanasamy takes the catch. I wonder if he'll get a bowl, you know. So Ramanjot saying he gets the 35 and gets out. So once again, he can't go on to bigger and better.
Yeah, he ties his high score of the year there, doesn't he? But look, I think he's got his team to 100 on the board, so he can be pretty happy with his efforts. It'll be 108 now for the loss of 2. This will be Shoaib Siddiqui. Now, he didn't hit his traps earlier, but he's a pretty good player. We've seen that before. Didn't see him last year in the ECS, but we saw him for Ljubljana in 2021. I remember that. And it was quite incredible in the back end of that tournament. Then had pretty significant injury. So, looks like he's recovered, and that's good to see. 2 overs remaining now. And yeah, as we like to say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. This looks like Karupasamy who's going to bowl the 9th. And I got to say, happy birthday to Dinesh. He has a birthday today. Tried to keep it quiet, but this is what I've heard.
Happy birthday. Well, he wasn't treated well on his birthday because he did pick up 1 wicket, but he should have had about 3 wickets in the last time we saw him. He's only going to get 1 over here. This is high up in the air. It doesn't really go anywhere. And he's, wow, it's
great running.
Great running.
No, it's not.
No, it's a mix-up. And he could be out.
Be kidding me.
They had the opportunity to run him out, and they blow it.
Well, I mean, this was a well run too from one batter. Again, firstly, it's going to be the 1 for the over. Just have a look at number 5 here, which is Rashid. He's trying to get back, and then he gets given the...
It's the bat point again.
It's the bat point. We've seen it in the women's, and I'll see it in the men's. He just doesn't trust him, does he? And I tell you why he would have made it. He actually ran 3 quarters there and 3 quarters back and still got away with it.
Yeah, he tries, the fielder tries to flick this on to the stumps rather than take it and then do it.
I said good
running.
running.
More time.
Because I was only watching one guy.
Well, he ran pretty well, actually.
Siddiqui wasn't going anywhere. He didn't want to risk getting out for a diamond. The throw went to the bowler.
And that's going to go all the way. A little bit too much width. And that's a lovely shot from Siddiqui up against the birthday boy. So that's smacked away. I wonder if Dinesh maybe got a couple of those cupcakes. What do you reckon on his birthday?
Maybe. I mean, Siddiqui said, hey, listen, I'm not going to run any risky 2s when I can just cut 6s. What a good shot that is. Maximo time. And now they're on that kind of 138 pace. This is more the kind of scoring that we got used to, didn't we, in the ECC? We didn't really have it earlier. Yeah, so Karupasamy, even though he's having a bit of a rough one here, I'll say happy birthday. And he turns 31 today. He's a spring chicken. Now, I have to deal with Siddiqui. Let's see if the birthday boy can get something going his way.
Takes his time. And he comes again. Short again, though. He's a little bit too short for me here. And that's going to be another one that's going all the way. This is quite a sensational shot because the power in this, and he's hitting these flat over the offside. Look, just waits for it, and he opens the phase of the bat, and he clobbers it away. So, 6 more.
Happy birthday, dear Dinesh. But we're living in the past here. Let's come back to the live action now. This will be a no ball, because it'll be the second one of the over, right? So, yeah, no ball called. And I think you wanted to turn the clock back there with the 5-wicket hauls. But right now, Dinesh almost takes his keeper's head off here.
He does well, doesn't he? Get a glove on it. So, free hit coming up. And, of course, it is his birthday. So, we're just trying to show you that he has done some fantastic things here in Croatia. This one, I think, could have been
4 byes.
It's 4 byes. Do you reckon it's a missed stumping?
Well, it's free hit, so it wouldn't have been a missed stumping anyway. And, in fact, yeah, so the thing is, the odds are probably to keep back for that ball.
Yeah.
And I know Hashmi's very, very good, but because you can't get a stumping, then I think you go back there just for that ball. You can move. It's not a problem. So that I think is a slight tactical misstep, and it's going to cost them 4 runs. And, well, okay, let's put up the birthday boy's 5-wicket haul there. Let's just try and make him feel a bit better, because this over's not going too great. 5 for 9 back in match 29. And that was earlier this week, playing for the so-called guys against the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's saying that he does much better in October, not in November.
November should be his month. That's his birth month.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can get something on his birthday. And maybe. No, because he's going to go all the way. It's going to be 6 more. He's just bowled too short. So, well, it's his birthday, and he's going to get a magical treat, but not one that he wants because he's over. Goes magical. He'll go for 21.
Well, he gets the long handle, doesn't he? And if he was a 60s song, it would be "It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want To," because he goes magical for the wrong reasons. And this score is up and away. 127 becomes 133 for 2 off 9.
Yeah, motoring away, and who knows? I mean, get a good 10th over in here, and they could be on the 150 mark. Well, that's what we say. It all happened in the ninth. It all happened in that one, but unfortunately, it wasn't a good moment for the birthday boy. But nonetheless, happy birthday, of course, to Dinesh.
He'd probably respond, "You would cry too if it happened to you." But anyway, it is Maheshwari to close this out. 10th overtime.
Sneaks the dot in, so dot ball, ain't been too many of those. And Siddiqui this time swings one. Now, he's already shown he can play so well out the offside. So why is he doing this? You know, there's no need for it. He goes for the Hollywood shot. Stay where you are and cut and play the offside like you've done already when you played 2 superb shots. And this time he goes for the short one, and that one almost gets dropped onto the lid there by Hashmi.
Yeah, it's a quick hello to Chris Ward, who is lurking as well. I tell you what, I remember 2 years ago in the final, Zagreb Sokol put 149 on the board. We thought Ljubljana had no chance. Ljubljana made 144, really made a game of it. There's no way to count out Croatia at this stage. They're going to have to bat very well. And don't forget as well how well the Slovenians have defended during this 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But maybe they could kind of drop their guard a little bit with this many on the board. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, we know, don't we, Vinny? We've seen enough cricket to know that the mindset of teams when you're batting, chasing a lower score is different. It's another delightful shot. So they are really pushing on to get close to this 150 mark. That takes you to 140. Lovely shot. Look at the footwork here. Really good shot.
Stays pretty balanced despite being on the charge, but I've really liked the offside hitting. I think that's been a difference here for Slovenia.
Innings,
yeah, the fact that they can go offside just makes them way more difficult to bowl to. That's an excellent shot from Mohamed Kel. 2 to come.
This one goes up. I think it's probably going to be surely one for the over. This one. I'm not seeing anything for
Where did it go past him though?
umpties.
Let's have a look.
It really takes off. I mean, I know he's coming forward, but yeah, that's got to be one for the over.
Yeah, it'll be the one for the over, I think. But anyways, only one to go. Maheshwari. I'll be going Yorkie. I don't want to risk the ball getting up over the shoulder again.
He bowls well. It's a good delivery. I think he knows that the batter might go after him, so Rashid misses out on it. But still a very good score on the board, 140. But just go back to what I was saying, Vinny. When it's a lower score, the mindset for the team that are chasing is different.
Yeah.
I think here we will see better from Croatia because I think they're not thinking of an 80 or a 90. They're thinking of big scores. They'll go out there, they play their shots.
Yeah, I remember you said famously before the Group A final, Spain versus the Ireland 11 in 2021, they might be better off chasing 130s than chasing 90. Well, here it's going to be 141 that they'll require. But what about some of this hitting? And it was the openers that set it up. Ramanjot, and in particular, it was Izaz Ali that got Slovenia off to a flyer. And this time, they were able to keep up the pace.
Yeah, it was some really good, impressive hitting for those two. They put on 98 together, and it was the power, really, of Ali. And then the timing, really, of Ramanjot. I mean, that was a marvellous shot. He picks it up beautifully. And I like the way that sometimes he challenges the bowlers as well. He'll show you all his stumps and say, go on then, knock them over. And somehow, with a great hand and eye coordination, he whips the ball away for 4 runs. But some of these shots like that one, I mean, that was powerful and hit well. And probably boundaries on any sort of pitch. There was a bit of luck as well. A few that strayed away. That one also just made it over the ropes. But I think they made their own luck. But some of the bowling there wasn't the best at that moment of time from Croatia.
Yeah, but I think you could sum this up with good shot selections in the first place from Slovenia. Okay, eventually Izaz couldn't deal with that one. Kind of lost his form a little bit. He got plenty of pats on the back. And so he should for his half century. But yeah, the decision-making was there from Slovenia. And don't forget, these two teams, they met 4 times this year, and it's 2-2 at the moment. So Slovenia would love to take the lead in season 2023 in 10 over international cricket. And yeah, this kind of really sums it up as well. Balls on the offside being hit to the offside. Okay, if it's straight or if it's on the leg side, then you can clip it away to leg. Just make the right decisions in the first place. I know you've only got a split second. They did it really well. They end up with 140 on the board.
Yeah, really good. You can see that as a healthy scorecard. And also, the important thing is, look at the ball's face. They haven't chewed up too many deliveries as well. But the captain, once again, staying in good form. He finished the European Cricket Series well, and he's doing the same here when he's playing for his country in international level. Look at the bowling figures here. I think a couple of expensive ones, weren't there? I think 21, Dinesh Krupasamy on his birthday, going magical. I think that one hurts you a little bit. You want better from him. But once again, what surprises me is the bowlers that they haven't used. They once again, I mean, if you're not using the likes of Viganeshwaran Ratnasamy and Abhishek Aswathi, what are you doing with them in the side?
Especially because it wasn't really working for the most part. But it is what it is, and Croatia know what they need to do. Otherwise, the host nation could go winless on day one of this mixed ECI. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back with the chase in a second with Croatia on the hunt. Until then, enjoy your break. We'll be back soon with more ECI Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to this International Saturday. It's been a fantastic day. We'll be seeing international matches featuring the women from Croatia and Czechia. We've had two matches, both were won by Czechia. And then this is the second between the international and the men's. Slovenia taking on Croatia. Well, Slovenia won the first one. It was a low-scoring one, defending 86. This time round, they've got more to defend, 140. So Croatia, if they want the win and they want to make this series one apiece going into the evening, they've got to really go for this. I think Anil Kumar and Danny Kula, two batters that got to probably try and give them a good start. These two, I mean, if they're on song, they can be just as devastating as what we saw Ramanjot Singh and Isaac Ali. Can they get going? Thing is, though, they've got some good bowlers to go up against. Shinwari, one of them. That's going to be a wide, just too high. We've seen a few of these from some of the quicker bowlers. Even though at the point it passes the batter, it's under the head. That ball is continuing to go up, and with the batter standing in his normal position in the crease, that would have gone over his head. So that's a good call for me from Popovic. Now this is high up in the air. It's an opportunity. Fielder getting underneath it. He's trying to find it, and he takes a really, really good catch. That's a wonderful catch, because that is going all over the place. And Waka Khan in that position, he's just been absolutely superb. This one is up in the air. I reckon this ball is moving around because he can't get in a position for it. Look, he's moving and moving, and finally he nails the feet to the floor, takes a catch, and that's a huge moment. Look at the chainsaw, man. Zinwari doing the chainsaw celebration. Here's a big one, because it's going to be Danny Kula that's going to go for a golden duck. So Danny Kula. Well, it's not the start that the captain wanted. The captain of Croatia, 2 for 1, as Vinny Sanders joins me back in our commentary cube.
Yeah, it's a great catch. You know, catches win matches, the old adage, and Waka's been really reliable. Well, that one might be a bit troublesome for him. But Danakula gets out the way. If it can't be good, be quick. Sathi Devi gets to go at number 3.
Oh, what a good delivery this is. And bowling very similar to what Danny Kula does. Just watch how wide he goes. Goes really wide, angles it across. Look at the movement. That's a beautiful delivery.
Straightens
Catches him on the gloves, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's in line with the stumps. I actually thought it might have got the... Yeah, you're right. Hits the gloves in the end, but it's climbing over the stumps. Really squared him up there. Another good one. This is going to be tough then. If they don't get too much of Shinwari, who looks on, then where are you going to catch him up? I mean, you're already needing 14 and over from the get-go. This has been a brilliant over. Shinwari, he plays with pride and passion, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's pumped, isn't he? And remember, he had so much disappointment in him yesterday with the way things happened with Ljubljana, with the weather once again spoiling what they were hoping was going to be their party this year. 3 finals, of course, Ljubljana being in the team from Slovenia, and missed out again yesterday because of the weather. But here, trying to make a difference, and so far he has. He bowled beautifully well in the first match between these two. Picked up 3 for 22. And that's so well bowled. Just can't get bad on the ball against him at the moment. Really good bowling. His radar switched on. He's getting the ball to move around. He's moving around well in his crease. He's getting the angle in. He's hurting Ramjot Singh in his fingers. That's the only bad thing, perhaps, he's doing. So only 2 come off the first over. 2 for 1. And that rate now goes more than 15 and a half. With 163 matches we've been now since the golden ball, these two teams almost gave us one the first time they met.
Yeah, one swing of the bat away, weren't we, earlier on in match 1 of the series. And this looks like Karim Harris, who's going to bowl the second. And yeah, he impressed me as well. We didn't see him as part of the ECS squad, but we have seen him before playing for Ljubljana in the ECS. He's joined the squad for the internationals now. Oh, here we go. I think I know what's happened here. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but okay, it's the hand. I thought he's forgotten his box the way he was looking down, but yeah, you can see that's Alan Magdalenic, who's going to do the magic spray duties here. Yeah, it was that ball that reared up.
Yeah, that one that nipped away.
I think Alan's qualified for this.
Yeah, I reckon he is. I think there's probably looks like he wants a bit of a bandage on there. So no freeze spray. Maybe he has just cut him slightly. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, the thing is, it might be a thumbnail or something like that. Might have been one of those ones that hit the end of the thumb.
Well, what else we got in there? And he said, "Oh, that's where that is. I've been looking for that for the last 12 months." He said, "How about this?" No, not that. This'll do.
I tell you what. Why don't we look at the ECL draw, and I'm going to roll a dice, and it's come up number 2. Okay, so Group B. Super interesting group.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got the Czech women's team here, and a few of them actually play for Prague CC, and Prague CC are represented at the ECL in 2024, but they're in a tough group. When you look at who they're up against, they've been drawn with the 2 English teams because Hornchurch are the runners-up. They don't get their seed, but they get a spot in the draw, and they've been drawn with Wimbledon, who are the T20 champions of England last year, and the Mechelen Eagles qualifying from Belgium. Of course, a Belgian from Belgium made the championship week last year. And Hüdinger, when playing in their first ever ECL, what a great opportunity for them. And the likes of, Imal Zubak and Samuel Romani, these kinds of players, they're no strangers to the Cardamar Oval, of course, with the Swedish national team. So, yeah, Group B, super interesting. Is it the group of death? Yeah, probably. I mean, there's 3 or 4 groups you could say in the group of death.
There's only one thing about Group B, and if it doesn't happen, I'd be very disappointed.
All right.
Strawberries and cream and pips.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, wow. This one has been cream. Talking about cream. Oh, what a hit. Well, that's more like it. As Anil Kumar shows a little glimpse of what he can do. This guy's special. If he clicks, he's special. He can play shots to all parts of the park. While he's there, they have a chance.
Yeah, well, strawberries and cream, but maybe with a jalapeno chili in the middle, because this is a hot shot from Kumar. That was laced out of the middle of the bat. They need to do something pretty quickly. Can Kumar be the guy to provide it?
Oh, well, gets the inside edge on this. The batters will take the single, take what you can get. So Sathi Devi. Now, Sathi Devi, he's another guy. Last year was incredible form when I was at the Budnik Cricket Ground in Zagreb. But this year hasn't clicked with the bat. It'd be a good time to do it now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You got to kind of break it into manageable chunks. So 15 and over is what you need. And you'd hope to be kind of in the 20s by the end of this over. That doesn't help, though. It's a good Yorker and can only play it back. Sathi Devi, none of 5 now.
Yeah, I mean, plays through this pretty well. It's a good delivery, but not able to get it past the bowler.
I like Harris. I think he's the guy that's going to put it in uncomfortable areas.
Once again, full straight, gets dug out. At least this time they do at least rotate. Let's try and get something on the board.
You can set a field to what he's bowling, though. That's the thing. He's going to bowl in swingers. They're going to come into the stumps. Okay, you put the mid-on back on the boundary. Okay, occasionally one might get out of the middle of the bat and get whacked, but I just think that he's quite a reliable bowler and he's good inclusion for the internationals this weekend.
Oh, that's that shot, which is all about got to try and get a boundary here. And Okuma, he knows what's happening with the rate, but he just goes a little bit too early, loses his shape. And I think he's probably better off trying to be playing that one in the covers, heading towards extra cover. There's a big gap between the man who's at mid-off and the guy that's at cover. Slow delivery, goes for it, and he's going to get this, is he? Yep, it will go all the way. And that's where that boundary, just being moved in by just a metre or 2, makes all the difference. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Slower delivery, goes for the shot, gets the elevation, and gets enough of it to get past the fielder. And that's a big moment. They needed that boundary. That helps.
And you're exactly right about that. End of the over, 16 for 1 after 2. And yeah, the boundaries are a game changer. One reason people often say, even the ECC, things like that, but look how far these balls are going over. You could have the boundaries back a bit. But you've got to understand the dynamics of the game. The fact that the boundaries are in a bit means that batters try for more sixes. And they're trying because they know that the kind of risk-reward is a bit more on the reward side. So Sathi Devi, his turn to get something moving. Tries. Shouldn't worry, he's been good early on. He brings himself back, and he's brought back, I should say, which I think is a good move. I was going to say, though, Tripp has just said, hey, it would be good if we could do another sweepstakes for the ECL. Will we do it again? I'm sure we'll do it again. Maybe we can do that in the ECS just beforehand, wherever we are, where if you'd like to, you can nominate, and the super fans can get nominated a team, and then that's a team that they can follow, maybe in addition to the other team that they might be going for anyway.
And this is what they need, a little bit of luck. And this one, well, I think it just bounces before it catches any part of the rope. So Shinwari's certainly got a bit of pace about him. And Kuma takes him on, and he did a good shot of this. Yeah, just
Inside, yeah.
a foot or two inside, but yeah, swing hard. It works, I suppose. Slovenia had a few that went their way, so it's only fair, I guess. Shinwari, he won't like it. Let's see, maybe the slower ball here from him.
Stick to what's working.
And this one is being put in the space, and it's going to be 4 more. So nice stuff, this from Anil Kuma. So doesn't try and hit this too hard. He guides this away. So good stuff. And I like that. You see, he's on the offside. The last time round, he tried to play that shot to cow corner. This time, he waits for it, just guides it away. Much better. Good batting.
Yeah, excellent batting. I was just looking up who won the sweepstakes for the ECC. Of course, England 11 winning the trophy. We had 4 winners.
No, he's running nowhere. He gets back, doesn't he? But why did it? I mean, before you say that, why is he just trying to whip? Why is he trying to hit this? What's this? He's just trying to guide it, not trying to get any power in it.
Yeah, I mean, he was a bit cramped for room, perhaps. But anyway, just going back to that, Helix, he was a winner with England. Golden Star Bond, they were a winner with England.
Golden Star Bond.
Yeah, they wanted a team, they got one, and then also Michael Daub and Shauna Henry, which is the parents of Mita and Stefan. Anyway, this one is up and it's over. It's going to be 6 more. So Kumar is keeping his team in the game at the moment. Maximal. And they needed to get a few off Shinwari. They have here in the 3rd over.
Yeah, well, all right, okay. You got to say that there's been a few, including that one. Not quite where we wanted them to go, but he's swinging and swinging hard. And they do say that fortune favours the brave. And Kuma, well, poquito de suerte ahí por él. But they all count, and at the moment, he's keeping his team in this contest, keeping it at around about that 15 rate.
At the other end. I suppose he won't have to deal with Shinwari anymore after this, but he better get moving soon. Otherwise, I think he might be a candidate for the yank if he gets to, say, 10 balls without having hit a boundary.
Yeah.
Because I just think you got to be quite bold with your choices here. They've got other batters as well that could come in and do a job for them.
Take the single, well bowled, well played. I just get the feeling here, I think he's recognising the fact that Sathi Devi has not quite got going, so he's quite happy just to take the single to keep the strike. But really, if he's having to do that, then you're right. You're better off just pulling him and having a batter out there that can actually give him some support. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, so end of the over, end of the power play, 32 for 1. And again, the power of just running straight away and putting pressure on the fielders. It's something that I think we didn't see done very well in the women's games, but I think they'll be improved once they go back and look at the videotape tonight. But even there, the pick-up throw, hit the stumps here, it's going to be pretty tough. So I think it makes sense. Kumar keeps the strike. Izaz Ali, wasn't he good with the bat? Now gets a chance with the ball in the 4th over.
Is he going to get a wicket with his first ball? What he intends to do.
10 runs behind where they want to be here, Croatia.
Not this time. We'll get a single. So Sathi Devi, yeah. For me, this is the over. I know it's not going to be easy. He's up against a very good bowler and a man who's, flying high at the moment after his half century. The captain of Slovenia, Isaac Ali. But he's got to now chance his arm or get out the way. Okay, he does chance his arm, and he's going to have to get out the way. It's a good catch taken. Nicely done. And a lovely big smile on the face of Rashid Mohammed-Akel as he comes in and takes a catch. And Sathi Devi here for me does the right thing. He's only hurting his side if he's staying out there not scoring runs. Good catch.
Yeah, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. And Sathi Devi was not here, and he's disappointed. But, yeah, I mean, it gives someone else an opportunity. So it's just one of those things sometimes. Aman Maheshwari will replace him at the wicket, and Croatia 33 for 2. Nicely taken as well by Mohammed Kel down there at long on.
It's a nice catch, so Ali. always comes on and manages to make a difference. So, okay, these two, they've done battle a few times in the last sort of 12 days or so. And they're going to have to continue. Maheshwari wants to see if he can get his timing in here. Oh, he just lobs this up in the air, and it's going to be taken, and it's going to be a first baller for Amin Maheshwari. What a good catch this is. He wants it. See, you've got to be hungry. You've got to be hungry, and if you're hungry and you want it, you'll get to these. He's not looking around for anybody else. As soon as it goes up, he's saying, it's mine, I want it. Gets there, takes the catch. And watch out when this one comes down. He has a quick look to make sure that everybody's out of harm's way. And he says to Rashid Mamadakel there, shall we dance? Maybe they do a bit of a waltz there. Well, there's only one dance that Aman Maheshwari is going to be doing, and that is the dance to the golden duck, because he's going to go. And now all of a sudden, well, let's have the latest hat-trick wrapping up. Remember, we saw Sati Devi up there. Well, he's taken one, and now he could be, well, he could be on the list of another one. Masid Öztürk was the last to take one.
Sushant Rana, I mean, he can bat, no doubt about it, but University's going to have to deal with a hat-trick ball. Maheshwari just kind of stopped his shot, didn't quite time it. Kanizaz get a hat-trick.
The perfect delivery, full, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, but it was just, he stops his shot because he wasn't quite sure about the contact point, Aman Maheshwari. Good effort here from Izaz. So Croatia need to fight back again. Still got Kumar out there. Can't get this one away.
Yeah, what an over this is. After that third one from Shinwaru's, went for 16. Come back with an over like this, where just a couple of runs from it, but 2 wickets, a ball to go in it. And they won't take the bye either. So fantastic over. And once again, the captain of Slovenia does the job, nice and tidy, and he puts his team well in front here. And that rate now just coming up to about 17.5.
Yeah, really been good here, Slovenia today. I suppose in a way, they're quite a cohesive unit with, I count kind of 9 of these players playing together for Ljubljana in the ECS during the week. And don't forget, Ljubljana didn't always go their way. Remember, the Chiefs knocked them over a couple of times on Thursday morning. And at that stage, we weren't even sure if Ljubljana were going to make the top 3. In the end, they finished in 2nd place. They were able to edge out Sokol in the qualifier, but then the final washed out. Was given to the Assassins.
Be very interesting for me. I mean, Vinny, you might know more about it. I mean, I know, well, this one, we've got a guy out there and it's going to take just a bye. But, I mean, Ljubljana, when you look at, look at them as a club side, right? They've got practically all of these players bar, what, 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the domestic league, they must consistently win everything.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. I also wonder, some of the Ljubljana players we see coming to the ECS, maybe they're borrowing a little bit from other clubs, like Jost, for example. I know he plays for Cranch, so there might be a little bit of that to it as well.
Oh, well, that's going to be wide, isn't it? This one just takes off.
Yeah, this pitch is so uncomfortable.
But my question on that is as a club, I mean, if you're not being challenged, it's very difficult to get better, isn't it? I mean, if you've got all the top players.
It's something I run into in some countries and just observe. Obviously, sometimes there's very good reasons. You might have one very, very strong club.
It's another catching opportunity, and he's got an unusual style of taking these catches. He makes it look more dramatic than they are, Rashid Mamadakel. But it's the big wicket, is the one that they wanted. Anil Kumar has to depart. He'll go for 30 or 14 deliveries. Once again, just doesn't get the timing in it. He's not in the right position. And it's another, well, you'd have to say, an explosive-looking catch there from Rashid.
Yeah, Rashid has been great. Again, he's another guy that's come in for these internationals, and he's hit the ball well, takes that well, and Kumar can only get to 30. And I think that could be the writing on the wall for the Croatians here at 36 for 4 in the 5th. Yeah, certain countries where the national team or the kind of the elite kind of looking players are spread out against different clubs, I think it's a very healthy setup. I mean, I'm talking about places like Sweden, places like Belgium, for example. I just think you're playing more competitive cricket more often. So it's and it's always an awkward dynamic to handle, though, because sometimes clubs get big for a reason.
Yeah.
People want to join for them, people want to win, but I do think it kind of hampers the national team if too many of the players are from one club in the long term as far as getting better. Because, okay, you're only going to play a certain amount of internationals. The rest of the time you're going to play domestic cricket. And you want to be trying to keep those standards and having to keep those standards in those domestic games. Hashmi, not a bad guy to come out at 6.
Plays it nicely out on the offside. Take the single, but of course it's not singles that they need now. They need something explosive. Shishant Rana. And the series that came to a close here yesterday, he batted pretty well. Get a chance to have a look at that field once again. So you can see pretty spread out. They don't need to be too attacking now. They're mainly focusing on defending the boundaries. Once again, nicely timed, clipped away, but just a single. And the problem is, though, these batters would like the time to play themselves in. They haven't got that opportunity to do so. They've got to get going pretty quickly, because every time it's not a boundary, the rate starts to shoot up. You can see that on your screens there. That is now coming up to, well, I suppose we could go on this ground. Our point of no return could go back to the 18 mark, and that's another one. It's a horrible shot. Shot Maria Ganda, Babu's Agya Banda. Fair play to Siddiqui, full and straight, but Hashmi makes a hash of it. He's going to go, and it's timber. Jagadepate, the castle has been destroyed.
Yeah, and so it's just all unravelling. They're going to be really disappointed today, Croatia. And things you can't really even use the kind of excuse of, we've come off an ECS, we're a bit flat. I mean, Portugal are one team earlier in the year. They had to play 4 games in the ECI the day after their finals day, and I've never seen them so flat. But you've got a situation here where almost all of the Slovenia team have also come off that ECS playing for Ljubljana. So, look, 38 for 5. Croatia now, I think you need to look at sorting out your margin of victory, because you're going to have to win tomorrow twice, and then I suppose the trophy is decided on net run rate, because it's just like any other time. Is whoever's top of the table, that'll be decided on net run rate if they can get it back to 2-2.
This one, I think, catches him on the shoulder. Yeah, and he's not afraid to rub it. And liking this as well, Siddiqui going over to the batter straight away. You know, look, it's no machoism there, just going over and says, hey, look, you okay, brother? Sorry about that, but didn't mean it. It's the pitch. And he's probably, right in the side, he's probably thinking, yeah, I know, I've played plenty of cricket on this. And, well, this is what's coming up on Monday.
Yeah, so let's have a little sneaky peek about what's coming up on Monday. So tomorrow we're still here for the ECIs, but I'm catching a plane tomorrow night. And I know that Nish and Corey will be helping with the commentary for that one as well. So we start with Malta, which is a 2 group of 6 competition. Sweet United taking on the Knights in the early games. Then Mudda Day versus Overseas in the afternoon games. This is another catching opportunity that's held. He's going to have leather poisoning there, Mohamed Kel. He's had so much of the ball. And he gets a kick from his teammate. Why not? Croatia falling apart here, 38 for 6.
Third catch from Rashid, very much in the same area. And he doesn't put any mayo on this one, though. He takes it pretty comfortably, and he's having a good time sharing those moments with people on the bench.
The traditional Slovenian celebration, kick squarely in the back of the derriere of Mohamed Kel. But, yeah, they're having fun, and why not? I mean, yeah, so many of these guys obviously disappointed with Ljubljana that they weren't able to have a shot at the trophy. And look, unfairly went to the Assassins based on where they finished on the ladder, but they would have loved that opportunity, especially after they had the final rained out last year. And the year before, they were only 5 runs behind Zagreb Sokol in a final, a dramatic final, where they had kind of luck go against him with a crazy rebound off Mohamed Shaikat under the stumps. That, I won't say it cost him, but the way things were going, it completely altered the fabric of that game.
Well, away Sikram. Nice start from him. Gets a wicket of the very first ball that he bowls. And now we get a chance to have a look at Abhishek Aswathi. And, see what he's able to do. A guy who was, of course, part of the Warriors. And, gets done by a good one. Comes into and moves away. And, so Aswathi's probably a little bit like, I would say, Sam Houghton playing for Sir Oliver Split. You know, a talented player, but having to sort of play key roles all the time within that team. So an opportunity for him to be surrounded by, you know, stronger players to maybe get a good performance in it and get the wide this time.
And don't forget that we've had a husband and wife combination playing this playing the internationals this weekend and today so far, because his wife Akancha was playing for the Croatian women's team. And now we're seeing Abhishek for the men's team. It's a nice moment. They'll be probably equally sore when they get home tonight, you'd imagine.
Yeah, well, who's going to have the better day or the more bragging rights? Well, it might have been the misses, because that could have been curtains for Wasti.
Here's the thing. They're going to go back with the same amount of wins, I think. And it's certainly disappointing for Croatia. It looks like they're going to walk away without any wins. Look, tomorrow's a new day, though. I think particularly the men's, I think that there's not too much between the teams.
So nicely played away, and he might even get 4 runs for this, you know. I think he will. Guadalucadera, just lovely timing. Just gets a little swivel on this, a little bit of the MJ. Oh, and a nice moment there for Wasti. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely turned around again. You're able to kind of time a few more boundaries. I also think late in the day, this ground's about as dry as it's been in a while, I think, at the moment, so it runs pretty truly. Yeah, so tomorrow, fingers crossed, we don't have too much rain. The forecast, there could be a few light showers first up in the morning, so we'll just kind of pray to the man upstairs that they don't materialise.
Ikram just, as he's running in, he sees the umpire doing signaling something. He says he just stops. And it's the second time he's had to stop. He's thinking, "Hey, you guys are wearing me out." This time he has to do the filming himself.
Yeah, you've got to say well done to the umpires as well. I mean, it's been a long 2 weeks, and it's been a small umpiring crew, so they've had to do a lot of games. There's Velko there. I think he was checking how many balls left in the over, and giving out the peace sign for 2 to come. And he said, "Oh, can I bowl it or not?" Okay. Anyway, he should have an easy return catch. It was worth waiting for, but he's going to drop it.
He puts it down. Oh, dear, dear. Well, Aways. Well, he knows he should have taken this one. I like the way that Ramanjot Singh just stays planted. He says, nah, not for me, this one. He's not the quickest. We know Ramanjot. He decides he doesn't. Hasmi would have been all over that. You know that.
Nah, yeah, I still think it's a bowler's catch. But maybe Velko is kind of a bit clairvoyant, and he was pointing earlier in the over towards where the catching opportunity was going to go. He was spot on.
Yeah.
But it's 43 for 6 now after 6, and a long way behind in the game, Croatia. Again, they got to treat this like they're batting first. Just try and get to something, 70, 80, something like that, that saves their net run rate to an extent. Oh, as he stepped on his stumps, he almost did. Just with the appeal. I thought maybe somebody had gone too far back. Have a look at it here on the replay. It was okay. Had a bit of room to move.
Yeah, Kopulu coming on to bowl. I like the fact that he's having a bowl left armour. He's bowled very well for Ljubljana. He's been tidy. He's created a lot of problems just with the different angle he bowls from. That's what I think. See if he can get a few more nice shots in. You can see where Ramanjot Singh wants the ball to be. He's signalling to the bowler. I want it here.
Yeah, so Croatia back to the drawing board for them. Trying to work out where it's all gone wrong for them today. Maybe they've been a bit leaky in the field. A few missed opportunities, catching opportunities earlier in the day. This is in the air, but gets away from Shinwari, and it'll just be a single. The batting, yeah. I mean, they had a pretty good view of what worked. Slovenia made really good choices. So, yeah, probably shot selection is one thing. Now with the boundaries in a bit, you can probably hit sixes in more areas on the field. So we saw a lot of offside sixes.
Right shot to play here from Aswati, but just the execution a little bit wrong at the end. I think he gets there, but maybe he goes a little bit too far down on the leg side, so he takes himself away from the shot. This time, pulled a little bit wider, and the umpire says that's okay.
Yeah,
sneaks it in. It's the end of the over. So well bowled, good finish there from Kopulu.
Great location. So end of the over, and the score 46 for 6. So coming up tomorrow, though, we are still here, and it's going to be a big day for all the teams on show. As far as the men's go, well, Croatia need to win twice to square the series. I suppose that's the same for the women. And look, who's to say that Croatia couldn't pitch a win or two against Czechia? I think they probably rely on one or two players to have big performance and then obviously straighten things up. Sort out the running between the wickets as well. Talked about that a lot today, but I honestly think just the ability to go back and watch those two matches, which I'm sure the players will do tonight, if they're not already, that will give them a lot more competitiveness, I think, with the Czech team in the morning.
I agree with you, and they're not big changes either, are they, Vinny? We're talking about some things quite basic. This one is going to be taken. Good catch, and good awareness of the boundary, and guess who? Well, yeah, we know it is. The catchers have been very much Waka Khan and also Rashid Ahmadakel, and there's another really good catch there, and no issues at all on the rope. Nicely done. Good catch.
Very good catch. I mean, Waka, he owns that. I mean, he'd probably have some sort of a legal claim if he went into the court system, and he should get squatters' rights out there because he spent so much time out there, and he's been very, very good as well. Croatia now 46 for 7. And these are two teams that the supercomputer had a hard time splitting at the start of the day, but Slovenia have certainly played the better cricket today, and when there's not much between the teams, whoever plays better in the game generally gets the win. And that's been the case here twice on opening day of this ECI.
Yeah, well done to Ikram there. It's relying on the fielders doing the catching. And this one's played down, so just bobbles up before Ali makes the stop.
Yeah, so hoping for a few late highlights here. The horse is bolted. Vincent gets an opportunity with the bat.
Just tiki-taka here. We'll take this. Just taking the singles, just trying to get as close to that score as possible here.
Those two have been excellent in the field, though. So rather than focus on what Croatia have done badly, why don't we talk about what Slovenia have done well? I talked about their shot selection with the bat, but their fielding here. Okay, we just saw a sitter dropped in the last over by Ikram. Whoa, this one almost takes Vincent's head off. But think about Mohamed Kel at long on. Think about Waka Khan at deep mid-wicket. They've been like a two-man wall there. As Vincent has to deal with this one that rears up off the length. A good call once again. That's Paul Stubbs, who has had plenty of practice at looking at those during this series.
Again, doesn't get the middle of the bat, so swinging hard, trying. It's Nigel Vincent who's out there at the moment, but there's nothing going their way. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think Slovenia's fielding has been fantastic, but I think also the batting. I mean, you know, they've received good deliveries. I'm not saying that Croatia's bowling has been bad, but they've been able to make things happen with it. I think they've been more aggressive in the power play. That's a nice looking shot. It's a nicely played by Awasti. You know that this guy can bat. He showed what he can do for the Warriors. So nicely played. But yeah, it's about being aggressive. It's about saying, right, we want to be in the 40s, 40 odd in the power play. And they managed to do that on 2 occasions. They get to a good start. And they're not giving the wickets away softly as well, you know. They're basically saying, if you want me wicket, you've got to earn it. You've got to work for it. Where I think with you look at some of the wickets that we've seen here from Croatia, some of them just been soft shots.
Yeah, true. I mean, what's their scoreboard pressure, though? I mean, Slovenia, you mentioned they had 2 good starts, 2 almost identical power plays with the bat. Once they did it the hard way, once they've done it the easy way today. And so I suppose things could change a lot. Could quite easily see Croatia turning the tables tomorrow. Anyway, Kopolu on a good first over, and he went for 3. He's going to come back and bowl the second last over of the day.
Whoa. Almost goes back onto his own stumps. No. If you are in the UK or later on, I hope you enjoy your roast dinner day in the UK. It's also World Numbat Day today, also known as the Anti-Test. Well, this one is not ants, but it's grizzlies that are being eaten up at the moment. Siddiqui makes another catch, looks simple, and Nigel Vincent will depart. Goes for the big shot, looks good, looks nice, but finds the hands of the fielder.
Great catch.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, Vinny? When people talk about, and we sometimes hear a lot of this, oh, the boundaries, boundaries are too short. We've shortened the boundaries here today. Yet it's making no difference for Croatia. Another one, can't get it past the boundary.
You've got to play good shots. I mean, that's the thing. And it wasn't a bad shot from Vincent. Just didn't quite get in the middle. But I think to always say things like, oh, the boundaries, it takes away from appreciation of actual some of the batting we saw, for example, in the ECC, and the skills these guys have developed and the kind of consistent hitting that we're seeing from some of these European cricketers. Anyway, Sam Houghton gets a bat, coming down at 10 here, so he's pretty much in for his fielding at the moment.
Yeah.
He probably knew that they wanted some more aggressive options. He swings around the first one from Kopolu.
I think the other thing is, and I don't want to sound like I'm being unkind here, but I think if you look at the two teams selected, the two squads, and you look at the players in them, I think with Slovenia, the players are there for a purpose. They're, you know, you're either a specialised batter, you're there as a power play player, you're there as an opening bowler, you're there as a spinner. And, you know, when you look at the likes of Awasti here, who's batting now so low, Sam Houghton coming in at number 10, you then have to ask yourself a question, well, you've selected a squad, but these guys, the likes of Sam Houghton, who's got to be in your side as a recognised, established batter. So why is he coming in at number 10? The same as Wasti. Why is he coming in so low? So, you know, maybe the balance of the team isn't right. Maybe there's players playing there because you're saying, yeah, I'll have them in my team because they're good batters. But if they're good batters, they shouldn't be there at number 10. So maybe need a bit more balance. You know, they need to have more attacking, aggressive players at the top part of the order. And if players aren't performing, you know, and for example, Sati Devi, if it's not happening for him at the moment, and maybe even someone like Mashwari, then make that change, elevate the likes of Swati up there and Rathan Asami, and see if that makes a difference. I think you've got to, otherwise you're carrying players who are not necessarily performing. Another over comes to an end. It's another quiet one. It doesn't happen in the ninth either, does it? Just the one run from it. And a wicket, 55 for 8.
Yeah, so just the one over to go in the day. And let's see who gets it. It's going to be Kumar that gets an over here.
And he may get a wicket. No, just doesn't carry to the fielder. There's a shy at the stumps. Yeah, I mentioned the World Number Day, so also known, of course, as an anteater. It's an endangered species, and well, there's a lot of conservation programs in place for them. Normally found in the likes of South Australia, New South Wales. Down. So, World Number Day conservation groups raise awareness about this amazing mammal. They also raise funds for research and protecting it. So there you go. You see him anywhere you are? Oh, that's a bit cheeky. And Sam Houghton, when he says, well, now Kuma, you're the one who looked pretty cheeky because my bat doesn't move. I don't think there's a need for that, to be honest, but hey.
But you know what? You know, people always go on and on about man-cads, is it fair or is it not? It's so easy not to get man-catted. Just watch. Sam's watching, and he's not going to get done. So I don't really have that much sympathy.
Well, Krishna Kumar's got the Harry Krishna look about him, hasn't he, with the little ponytail? Well, there's nothing very, very sporting about him when he tries the man-cat. Now in the air, and it's just going to drop short of Siddiqui, who's going to now have to run. Well, look at this. Well, Kumar, I tell you what is in his tank? Because he manages to get there before anybody else and goes past Siddiqui, who's lying on the floor. Siddiqui's on the floor, and look at Kumar. He comes running from the bowler's position, overtakes him and says, it's mine. Well,
Kumar's always full of beans.
Okay, another chance. Is it going to be the fourth? No. Well, he puts this one down. I thought we were going to see the fourth catch there from Rashid. Yeah. Let's see. This is probably the hardest of them all. And it's to his right, not his left. Well, we know which side he prefers.
Yeah, well, won't cost him too much. Nice little red inker for Sam now at the non-strikers. Anawasi will face the last ball of the day.
Probably missing leg for me, but the umpire says no. That's a good shot. He's
Pretty
under
close,
a lot of pressure.
He ended up so far in front of the stumps. We'll have a quick look at this before we go, but he's bowled wide of the crease. I think it is just missing, but you can understand another day you might get the rough end of the stick on that as the batter. But yeah, Croatia, really disappointing batting from them, I suppose. Batting performance, they're not able to quite crack the 60. The final score here, 140 to 58. Sensational work by the Slovenians, and they sweep the two matches here on opening day of the ECI. The margin of victory in this one, 82 runs.
It's 20 runs, Vinny, in the last 5 overs. That's just, got to say, it's simply not good enough when you have a look at some of the players that Croatia have got in their squad. So they're really going to have to work on this and get this right. But yeah, I think Slovenia, they're going to be very, very happy with the work that they've done. It's sensational from them. That was a really good match. I think everything that you wanted to do well as a unit, they've done there. I think the batting was good. It was extraordinary. The fielding was really good as well. And the bowl, really good line and length. And I think Isaac Ali is going to be very, very impressed pleased and impressed with what he's done there. And all the bowlers should be very happy with their performances as we have a look at the highlights. And this is the way it started. Just good catching. That was such a good catch from Khan.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't the only one, was it? So, yeah, obviously Slovenia, they're fired up. Again, fair few of them had to come second last night. They wanted to get back on top, and they do here on opening day. And, yeah, you could see here, Croatia needed Maximo Zanel-Kumar, provided a few. They got after Shinwari in the third, but it was kind of all downhill after that. Just when you start needing 14 and over and you're 4 behind, it's so tough to play catch-up. And despite some shots getting away, and like I mentioned, Kumar was able to hit a brisk 30, but he lost wickets to the other end. But the catching, I think that was outstanding from the Slovenians.
Yeah, but you take away Kuma's 30 from this. I mean, we're just watching a really soft dismissal there from Maheshwari as well. He's an aggressive player. And when aggressive players get out like that, it tells me that they're undecided about their role. His role should have been to go out there no matter what and be aggressive. You're chasing a lot of runs, but he just gives his wicket away. But yeah, I mean, if it weren't for Kuma's 30, I mean, where would they have ended up?
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. And in the end, they were kind of rocking a hard place, weren't they? Net run rate is kind of important in this series. It was a nice little kick-on celebration as Rashid pounced another. So this one runs away. And look, one thing I am happy about is we had a bit of sunshine this afternoon. It's breaking through at the moment. Rathanasamy, he almost got there like so many of his compatriots. But again, that kind of two-man wall of Mahmud Kel and Waka Khan out on the leg side doing the job. It was a case of so close but so far, I think, for Croatia. A lot of these balls just getting close to the boundary, but not quite far enough. That was the only blemish on Mahmud Kel's record in the end. And in the end, we saw the attempted man cap. It was a pretty tight LB, but I think the right decision's made. So let's give the umpire and all the umpiring crew actually a pat on the back. I think they've been pretty good today. It's a long day for the crew. And so in the end, Croatia coming up winless. 2 wins for the Czech women and 2 wins for the Slovenian men. And culminating in match 2 here, Kumar with 30. And not too many extras given. Just have a look at that. 4 wides in the 10 overs, so giving none for free. No one really clicking. Awasli with 11 at the end, but he found it hard going as well. Slovenia, the better team on the day.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is about belief. I think mentally maybe they have the upper hand over Croatia here as well. I think at the European Cricket Series as well, with Ljubljana playing, of course, a lot of these players also playing, the Ljubljana players also playing for Slovenia. And I think they just have a better attitude about it. It's almost like they believe that they can't be beaten by this side, and it shows in the performances in the field. You have a look at the bowling figures there, quite sensational. Yeah, I mean, a number of bowlers picking up, the 3 bowlers picking up 2 wickets there. And Isaac Ali bowled brilliantly, Siddiqui as well. And then Awais Ikram, I like what he brought to it as well.
Yeah, and dropped a sitter as well in there as well, didn't he? But yeah, I think what's super interesting for me, I talked about kind of the negatives of having one quite strong club, which has a lot of national team representatives. And one of the negatives is, okay, at the domestic level, are you playing enough high quality games often enough? The positive of it is these guys know each other really well. Yeah. It was really clear that their combinations, who they trusted to do in whatever role. I guess Croatia, because you're having a bit of a mishmash of clubs coming together, and you've got players that play, for example, they bat in the top 3 for their club, let's say, or they open for their club, and you're having to make choices as to who fits into those roles, and maybe those players feel a bit of pressure as to, I've got to perform here, otherwise I could be back down the order. These are the kind of dynamics at play. But ultimately, we had a really, really fun day, didn't we? Our first ever day of a kind of blended international series with the women and the men. I think that all teams will get something out of today. Of course, we'll have back tomorrow.
Yeah, I liked it. I just felt it was a really good good factor about the day. I love the fact that the women they had the worst of the weather, didn't they? But don't forget that at the beginning. And it was just a 7-over match. It was a bit horrible, a bit twisting and rainy when they came here. But it was just full of so much enthusiasm. And when it came to, for example, the covers off, they were there. Yeah, we'll take them off. Off they went. The covers came off. They wanted to play. I think they brought a lot to the day as well. And the thing about it is here, I mean, there's a lot of players that were watching and supporting them as well. And I think for them to be here and also watching, for example, for the Croatian women to be here and them playing and watching the Croatian men playing as well, I think that's huge for them because that makes them feel something special. Yeah, we're representing our country. I like the way that the players as well, not just the Croatian players, but also the players from Slovenia, were helping out the players as well, giving them some advice. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Community feel. You could really feel that. I agree with you. I'm still going to chase up one of those cupcakes. I think it's going to be great tonight. I know there's a dinner plan with all the players and the Blue crew and all the Federation reps as well. Again, just bringing people together, and cricket is doing it. So many youngsters around as well. Finally, before we go, I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, don't forget that we have our website there, europeancricket.com. You have a peek at the multi-fixtures, getting lots of questions about Barcelona, but we're still finalising exactly how many teams there'll be and what that structure will be. So hopefully that'll be done over the next few days. Finally, our social media at European Cricket. Check it out, because there's going to be some highlights there. My player of the day, I think it was that catch for the Croatians that set the crowd going wild. It was great to see them all supporting each other. We're going to take a break. Rico, big day for you. Tomorrow's your last day before you take a little bit of a break, so I hope you enjoy it.
I will do. I'm looking forward to it already. Same again, in the same sort of pattern. We're going to see the women's do it twice. We're going to do the men's as well. International fever. And it's a Sunday as well. We always have a bit of fun on a Sunday.
Yeah, well, I don't think it'll be easy like a Sunday morning because the players will be out to make amends, especially the Croatians, I think, here. Hope you have a great, happy, safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow here for more action from the ECI Croatia. For now, it's us to Manana. Enjoy these best bits of opening day.